Chapter 101. Wild Ambition, Unforgivable Sin. Translator. Nioibo Studio Editor. Nioibo Studio. Everyone is here. The chief looked over at Wang Ye with admiration. Let's start the meeting. The four camps were naturally divided into four areas. Wang Ye's gaze swept across them. The East Camp had the largest formation, with a total of 5 people in the Windstorm Rescue Team. The South Camp's Super Rescue Team had 3 members, just like them. The North Camp's Smart Rescue Team was made up of 4. The captain, Chun Jitsong, had a round face and small eyes. One look and one could tell that he was very smart. Stone Ocean has been planning this operation for a long time, the chief said seriously. From appearing at the Lu River to create a sense of crisis, to attacking 3 encampments in a row tonight to create chaos. Then, they ambushed the reserve base city and plotted against the eastern base city. They have wild ambitions and unforgivable sins. Everyone's faces were as cold as steel, and their eyes were filled with anger. If it wasn't for the Beyond Rescue Team's efforts that saved the reserve base city, we would have suffered heavy losses. The chief also sighed. The joint operation that lasted for a week had been useless. Not only did they fail, but they were almost used by the demonic humans. If not for the Beyond Rescue Team today, a huge battle would have been inevitable. Losing Evolvers was a small matter. If Stone Ocean's scheme had succeeded, the eastern base city would have been thrown into a state of war, and the chaos was a serious matter. Don't look at me. It's all thanks to Wang Ye. Song Shirwei was very straightforward. She moved sideways and exposed Wang Ye. Wang Ye smiled politely as everyone looked at him. Captain Song, you're too humble. Although Wang Ye's scheme was meritorious, if it weren't for your discerning eyes and your victory over the level 9 blood demons, we wouldn't have one. The captain of the Super Rescue Team, Hua Jinshi, complimented her. Song Shirwei glanced at him. Wang Ye was recommended by Xia Wuguang. What does it have to do with me? As for the level 9 blood demons, one killed one and Wang Ye killed the other. Everyone was stunned. Wang Ye killed a level 9 blood demon? That was impossible. Wang Ye chuckled. Sister Rue was really straightforward. The other party was trying to curry favor with her. Couldn't she tell? As expected of the super rookie who broke Xia Wuguang's record. The captain of the Windstorm Rescue Team, Zhao Qi, smiled and gave him a thumbs up. Can you tell me how you made such an accurate judgment? Stone Ocean came prepared, Wang Ye said. What do you mean? Chun Jitsong's small eyes were filled with confusion. They know all of our information. Wang Ye swept his gaze across the stunned crowd. They know everything from the layout of the city defense to the location of the base defense division to the information on each of your strengths, the area you're in charge of, and even the evolution techniques you cultivate. They know it all. They know themselves and their enemies thoroughly. This is the source of their confidence. That's why they can arrange the most suitable and least risky plan to launch an attack in an orderly manner and gradually erode the defense of the eastern base city. I was only lucky enough to break through the first wave of attacks by making use of their psychology to make a countercalculation. Complete silence. Everyone was shocked. Even Zhao Qi, who asked the question, was stunned. He originally only wanted to compliment Wang Ye, but he didn't expect to get such an answer. So Stone Ocean knew all their information? How? Is what you said true? The chief's expression was solemn as he stared at Wang Ye. Yes, the West Camp's commander knows. Wang Ye had a clear goal today, to form a joint team and wipe out the Stone Ocean in one go. He did not want to waste any time or opportunity. Therefore, he started with the big news. It filled the other ace rescue teams with a sense of crisis, giving the chief and commanders heavy pressure. Could save a lot of effort. You mean Han Rubin? The West Camp's commander quickly reacted. Yes. Wang Ye nodded. Other than that, there's nothing else that's worthy of the evil demon Aiza personally making a deal with a nobody. In the reserve base city, Stone Ocean's demonic humans easily found the base defense division's encampment. Outside the eastern base city, the reason why the Aiza canceled the operation was also because she knew everyone's way of doing things. She realized that something was wrong, including her judgment made based on the response of the Base Defense Division and the Future Center, which were too calm. Ha! Everyone took a deep breath, their expressions solemn. It felt as if they were completely exposed to Stone Ocean. The figure of Aitza seemed to have appeared in the sky, seeming especially tall, and her smile was sinister and terrifying. The West Camp's commander exchanged a few words with the chief, and the latter nodded. He knew about the mole, but he didn't expect it to involve such important information. Wang Ye didn't continue. He could see from everyone's expressions that he would surely get what he wanted. Then how do you think this defeat will affect Stone Ocean? The chief looked at Wang Ye. They've suffered some damage, but it's not to the extent that they are badly hurt, Wang Ye said. Based on Stone Ocean style, they will be more careful in the future. They will hide even deeper. Their next move will be even more covert and unpredictable. Everyone's expression was a little ugly. It was already difficult enough to deal with before, and now they were going to be worse? How should we deal with it? The chief went straight to the point. The enemy is in the dark, while we are in the open. Being passive will only result in being controlled by others. We must take the initiative to attack and destroy Stone Ocean in one fell swoop, Wang Ye said. We have to deal the blow while they're suffering. We can't give Stone Ocean any chance to breathe. But we don't know where they are. We can't find Stone Ocean's lair at all. Zhao Qi frowned. That's right. If we knew, we would have already charged over. Hua Jinshe gritted his teeth. Be quiet. Listen to Wang Ye. Song Shiwei barked unhappily. Hua Jinshe shrunk his neck and did not dare to say anything. Wang Ye was already prepared. He took out his phone and projected the map. Demonic humans have a great thirst for blood. It's not just for their bodies but also to improve their strength. Stone Ocean has a large number of advanced demonic humans, so there must be high-grade hell-level monsters near their encampment. Near the eastern base city, there are only 3 places that meet this condition. The Lu River to the southwest, the Li Lake to the north, and the boundless Blood Sea to the east. Everyone nodded. They knew this long ago. However, the area was too vast, especially the Blood Sea in the east. Not only was the coastline long and winding, but hell-level monsters wreaked havoc there. It was extremely dangerous, and it was extremely difficult to investigate. First, remove Lu River from consideration, Wang Ye said. If I were Stone Ocean, I wouldn't choose this place. After all, Lu River is surrounded by intermediate demonic human organizations. It's the easiest place to be cleaned up. It's also located in the middle of 3 base cities. There are often evolvers hunting, so the risk of being exposed is the highest. In addition, Stone Ocean has used Lu River as bait many times by letting demonic humans appear nearby. If this is where their encampment is, it's just contrary to their way of doing things. The members of the Windstorm Rescue Team and Smart Rescue Team looked a little awkward. They had been searching nearby. Our team has discussed it many times. There is a high chance that Stone Ocean's encampment is near the Blood Sea, but the area is too large, Hua Jinshe said. Why do you like to interrupt so much? Song Shiwei glared at him. Hua Jinshe shrunk his neck. That's right. But you might have forgotten something, Wang Ye said. Where did Cosmic Monster N0.9 from not long ago come from? Everyone was stunned. Silence. Only the sound of breathing could be heard. Why didn't I think of that? Zhao Qi muttered. Hua Jinshe nodded in a daze. Only Song Shiwei and Qin Jizong were still at a loss. Speak clearly. Song Shiwei slapped Wang Ye's butt heavily. Wang Ye was speechless. If this sister continued to be like this, she couldn't blame him for being rude. During the time when Cosmic Monster number 9 attacked, Stone Ocean disappeared without a trace. If their encampment was on the coastline of the Blood Sea, it would be impossible for them to remain indifferent. If the giant turtle defeated Yao and landed then, it's very likely that it would have launched a large-scale monster raid. Just like how it destroyed the island country previously, where super monsters emerged from the sea one after another. At that time, not only will Stone Ocean be exposed, but it will also be attacked by the monsters first. Wang Ye pointed to Li Lake in the north. On the contrary, Li Lake is one of the 5 freshwater lakes in China. It's quiet and peaceful. There are high-grade hell-level monsters in the lake. With Li Lake as the center, there are circles of ruins and monsters. It's a natural barrier. This place is sparsely populated and has abundant resources. It's definitely the most suitable place to encampment. His voice was firm and echoed in the listeners' hearts. The way the ace rescuers looked at Wang Ye changed. Awesome. Stone Ocean's loss this time was not unjustified. At which part of Li Lake is their encampment? Song Shirwei's eyes were bright and her battle intent was burning. How would he know? How could a lake of 2,000 square kilometers be so easy to search? Wang Ye drew a line in the east and southwest. Currently, we can confirm that Stone Ocean's encampment is most likely in this area facing the eastern base city. At that time, we need everyone to work together to search before narrowing the area. Everyone nodded while their eyes sparkled. In the past 2 years, Stone Ocean had grown stronger step by step, but they couldn't do anything to them. Now they finally saw hope. Song Shirwei recalled the death of her former captain. She gritted her teeth and clenched her fists. She wished she could wipe Stone Ocean out immediately. Finally, I have something to add. Wang Ye looked at everyone who couldn't hold back their fighting spirit, especially Sister Rue. Based on my understanding of Aitza, after this defeat, there is a high chance that she will start over and not consider a huge plan. What do you mean? Zhao Qi was now completely impressed by Wang Ye. If there's a chance, Stone Ocean might take the risk and ambush any of the ace rescue teams. Their goal has already been exposed, Wang Ye said. In addition, demonic awakening is closing in step by step. Stone Ocean won't be as steady as before. They'll be much more aggressive. They might do anything to help Priest break through and become a true demon, even if they have to sacrifice all the advanced demonic humans. My suggestion is to combine the 4 ace rescue teams into 2 to increase the team's strength. With the middle line of the current area as the starting point, we will split into 2 teams to search up and down the lake. We will take the initiative. Everyone's fighting spirit was high, and their blood was boiling. Let's fight. Does anyone have any objections? The chief's gaze swept across the ambitious and blood-boiling crowd before finally landing on Wang Ye. If not, I hereby announce that Wang Ye will be the commander of this joint operation. He will lead the 4 ace rescue teams. Immediately set off for Li Lake and annihilate Stone Ocean. If you don't succeed, doom will await us. Yes, Chief. Chapter 102. I'm already very manly. Translator. Nioibo Studio Editor. Nioibo Studio. The ace rescue teams from the East Camp and North Camp grouped up, while the teams from the South Camp and the West Camp grouped up. At the same time, the chief contacted the Future Center to provide support at any time. They set off for Li Lake, a group searching up the east while the other headed west. The odds were about the same, but Wang Ye had a feeling that he would somehow run into the Stone Ocean, so he let Sister Rue choose. To the west. Keep in touch. If you see that the situation is not right, run, Wang Ye said to Zhao Qi. I know. Zhao Qi smiled and said to Wang Ye. You have to be careful too. Aitza will not let you off. I'm just afraid she won't come. Wang Ye laughed. With Sister Rue by his side, there was nothing to be afraid of, other than having to worry about her impulsiveness. The 4 ace rescue teams all had ability users, so their search ability was great. There was definitely an element of risk, but compared to being at the mercy of others and being ambushed in the wild, Wang Ye would rather take a controllable risk. If Stone Ocean dared to come, he would dare to fight. If he couldn't beat them, he'd just hitch a ride on Sister Rue. Chi. Wang Ye quickly started farming along Li Lake. He slashed at a hell-level monster that was resting on the shore. His thick shell made his hand go numb. He now somewhat understood how Yao felt that day. The giant turtle's shell was indeed thick. Boom! A terrifying air-piercing sound came from behind him. Wang Ye vaguely felt a sense of pressure as if a huge mountain was crashing down. With a boom, a giant golden hammer smashed the shell of the giant turtle into pieces. Blood and flesh flew everywhere. Wang Ye's reaction was extremely fast. Before the giant turtle could breathe its last breath, he quickly delivered another slash. Killed level 7 turtle monster. Potential points, 1250 to 1350. That was close. He almost lost 100 potential points. Wang Ye looked at the short-haired Song Shirwei. She had sparkling earrings, a high-nose bridge, and a golden hammer in her hand. Her wheat-colored skin was full of vitality. She was just too energetic. You're too weak. Song Shirwei raised her delicate chin. Sooner or later, he would let her know how powerful he was. He didn't want to lower himself to the level of the woman with monstrous strength. Wang Ye then charged at another hell-level monster that was fighting Brother Bao by the lake. Its limbs were thick and long, but it was agile. Its body was stronger than a cheetah, and it was extremely agile when it moved. However, it was still a little lacking against Brother Bao. It was injured after a few exchanges. Brother Bao's axe technique dealt indiscriminate damage and specialized in dealing with monsters with weak defenses. Whoosh! Just as the hell-level monster was about to flee, a saber light suddenly appeared behind it. Following this, it fell into a pool of blood with two cracking sounds. It did not even know how it had been killed. Killed level 8 weasel monster. Potential points, 1350 to 1650. Wang Ye's eyes lit up. He hadn't even used the strengthening spell. With just his level 7 physical strength and exquisite saber techniques, he easily took down a medium-grade hell-level monster. The basic reward was 200 potential points, and the cross-level reward gave him 1.5 the reward, which was 300 potential points. This was a sign that he was going to soar. There were many low-grade hell-level monsters and a few middle-grade hell-level monsters around Li Lake. It was the most suitable place for him to obtain potential points. In just some time, his potential points had exceeded 2,000. Time to upgrade. Do you want to spend 2,000 potential points to raise the level of the advanced star evolution technique? Yes. In the space of consciousness, Wang Ye transformed into a star and cultivated diligently. As time passed, his mastery of the advanced star evolution technique became increasingly proficient, and he quickly broke through to the proficient stage. Whoosh! Cosmic energy penetrated his body and his cells transformed. The star core in his soul realm was shining brightly. As it expanded, his ability increased. Level 7 Genetic Warrior 32%. Level 7 Ability User 43%. Both improved. Wang Ye felt his strength increase. Upgrading his cultivation technique was always the priority. This was because other than directly increasing his strength level, doing so would also further accelerate his daily cultivation speed. Moreover, the star evolution technique's characteristic was to enhance the six senses, so it was very practical. 4,000 potential points for the next level. Quite a lot. If it were before, he would have to fight in the wild for 3 to 4 days, and he would have to be lucky enough to hunt a hell-level monster for him to achieve his goal. But here, a day should almost do it. To be precise, just the daytime was enough. Before sunset, Wang Ye successfully snatched another medium-grade hell-level monster from Sister Rue. With that, his potential points exceeded 4,000. Upgrade his talent. Advanced Star Evolution Technique, Proficient Mastery. As the surging cosmic energy entered his body, Wang Ye's strength soared. Fast, fast, fast. Level 7 Genetic Warrior 72%. Level 7 Ability User 83%. A 40% increase. His progress had increased by nearly half a level in an instant. He was not far from level 8. His ability now lasted longer, and his body was stronger. Right now, he would be comparable to a level 9 genetic warrior once he fully unleashed his strengthening spell. That being said, compared to a true level 9 genetic warrior such as Sister Rue, he was still lacking in one aspect: the limit break skill of the 36 forms of the advanced saber techniques. At night, the two teams took a short break. Wang Ye sat on a rock, drinking water and eating bread. Looking at Song Shirwei slurping down noodles next to him, he gulped. Where did you get the self-heating noodles? Wang Ye was puzzled. Sister Rue didn't seem like someone who would prepare so meticulously. She should be the same as Brother Bao, eating a plain bun, at most with some pickled vegetables or something. Old Hu gave it to me. Song Shirwei pointed into the distance. Her mouth was stuffed, and the corner of her mouth was stained with the spicy soup, making him want to take a sip. Master Hua. Huh? Wang Ye looked at the captain of the super rescue team, Hua Zhenshi, who smiled at him. Help me get some water. Wang Ye handed his water bottle over. Song Shirwei hummed and put her chopsticks into the noodles. She had just taken the water bottle when she saw Wang Ye pass her the bread again. She subconsciously used her other hand to receive it. The noodles in her hand somehow went into Wang Ye's hand. Slurp, slurp, slurp. Wang Ye finished the remaining noodles and the soup in a few mouthfuls. Have some bread, Sister Rui. It's also carbs. Oh. Song Shirwei did not mind and directly took a big bite. Hua Zhenshi's face turned green. Gulp, gulp, gulp. Song Shirwei raised her head and drank the rest of the water. She then casually threw the bottle away and touched her hard abdominal muscles. Then, she propped her hand against the stone and looked at the moon in the sky, a little lost in thought. Thinking about something? Wang Ye looked at her. We used to be like this too. Song Shirwei's voice was calm as she raised her chin slightly. He treated me like a brother, and one treated him the same. We ate and drank together, went on missions together and fought together. Wang Ye listened patiently. When a woman was willing to confide in another, it meant that she trusted the latter very much. I'm too stupid and impulsive. I often make mistakes, Song Shirwei murmured. She knew. Huh? He was the one who would help me fix my mistakes and tell me that it was okay. Song Shirwei's voice was very soft, which was rare. It was as if the softest part in the depths of her heart had been evoked. Wang Ye knew who Rui was talking about. Han Chaoyue, the former captain of the Beyond Rescue Team. He placed his hand on hers and patted it gently. But he didn't tell me that the price of growth would be so great. Song Shirwei gritted her teeth. Wang Ye held her trembling hand gently and firmly. Wang Ye, do you know that he's dead? He died protecting that stupid me. Song Shirwei's eyes turned red and she lost control of her emotions. It's over. Wang Ye squeezed her hand and comforted her. One made him die. Sob. Song Shirwei suddenly started bawling. Wang Ye looked around and gave Brother Bao a look. Bao Yuanding stood up immediately. With his big bald head, he walked towards the resting area of the super rescue team fiercely. What are you looking at? Have you never seen a young couple fight before? Still looking? If you keep looking, I'll dig out your eyes. Stretching out 2 fingers pretentiously, Bao Yuanding's gaze fell on Song Shirwei and he sighed. He knew that his captain had been holding back for the past 2 years. She cultivated crazily and killed demonic humans crazily. But inside, she felt terrible. Don't blame yourself. You weren't the one who made him die. It was those heartless demonic humans. It was Stone Ocean. It was Aitza. Wang Ye calmed Song Shirwei's emotions. You have to pull yourself together and avenge him, he said as he wiped the tears off Song Shirwei's face. Yes, those damn demonic humans. Song Shirwei's eyes shone brightly, and rage burned in her heart. Suddenly, she was slightly stunned. She saw that Wang Ye's face was less than an arm's length away from her, and he was helping her wipe away her tears. For some reason, they were holding hands, and her heartbeat inexplicably sped up. What was going on? What was this feeling? I will help you. Wang Ye looked at her and quietly withdrew his hands. He knew when to stop so that he wouldn't get hit. Don't lie to me. Song Shirwei stared at Wang Ye. Today she had a feminine air about her. I promised. Wang Ye smiled and stood up. Yes, you'll help me, and I'll help you too. Song Shirwei nodded heavily. What are you helping me with? Wang Ye asked in surprise. Song Shirwei thought about it, and her eyes lit up. I'll teach you how to fight. You're too weak. I'll personally train you after we destroy Stone Ocean. 1 foot 11 inches raise your masculinity. I'm already very manly. Not enough. Asterisk. Asterisk. In Stone Ocean's encampment, Priest's long arms reached his knees, and white spots extended onto his shiny head. Have you found out who did it? Yes, a little fellow from before. One met him by the Lu River once, Aitza said with a smile. It's a pity that Xia Wuguang came at that time. Otherwise, he would be dead by now. He can actually beat you in strategy? Priest was surprised. He probably caught the person who traded with me. No wonder I couldn't contact him. Itza thought about it and concluded. You were too careless. Priest frowned. We've won too much that I've underestimated them. No wonder humans always say that pride leads to defeat. It must be the information about the reserve base city that exposed our goal. What a pity. Forget it, it's just the deaths of a few good-for-nothings. What's the next plan? Priest asked. Do nothing. Let's wear them down first, then slowly toy them to death. Itza smiled. Priest glanced at her. Don't go overboard. The Ace rescue teams have already deduced that our encampment is around Lee Lake. They might find us at any time. This place is so secretive. It's impossible for them to find us, Itza said with a smile. Even if they discover this place, it's impossible for them to attack. The monsters in the lake alone are enough to keep them busy. Priest nodded. We still have to be quick. I've received news that demonic awakening is already mobilizing advanced demonic humans. With true demon Longyang as the leader, they're preparing to attack again. Yes, I know. Chapter 103, just 2 week. Translator. Nyoibo Studio Editor. Nyoibo Studio. The next day, Wang Ye's group continued to sweep westward along the lakeside. The two Ace rescue teams split up to ensure the largest search area and their own safety. No matter which team was attacked, the other team could arrive at the fastest speed. Killed level 7 tree monster. Potential points: 925, 1025. Light flashed before his eyes. Wang Ye's consciousness immediately fell to the plus. 1,000 potential points were consumed. 36 forms of the advanced saber techniques. Mastery perfection. Chi. Wang Ye waved his saber. It was a natural feeling. He knew all the saber techniques by heart, as if they were carved into his bones and had become a part of his body. With this, he could achieve twice the result with half the effort when cultivating other high-level saber techniques. You have a solid foundation in your saber techniques. Song Shirwei walked to his side and glanced at him. Very few people place so much importance on the basics. Well, I'm an honest person, so I'm used to playing it safe, Wang Ye said seriously. But you're still too weak. Song Shirwei nodded. He had more energy than anyone else. I'll let you know how powerful I am someday. Wang Ye raised his biceps. Song Shirwei glanced at him and patted her bulging biceps. Now? We have to carry out the mission now. Captain, how can you not separate your work from your personal life? Wang Ye said seriously. Fine then. Song Shirwei revealed a disappointed expression and looked at the pale red lake. We've searched almost half of the area, but we haven't seen a single demonic human. Could it be? Seeing Wang Ye's expression, Song Shirwei's heart skipped a beat. She immediately said, I believe you. I believe you. Captain Zhao didn't find anything either, Wang Ye said. Don't be anxious. We're looking for Stone Ocean's encampment now. If it was that easy to find them, they would have been exposed long ago. The purpose of the search is to find more clues and further narrow down the area. If I was sure that Stone Ocean is within this small 100 kilometers area, one would have gathered all the powerhouses from the Future Center and thoroughly searched the place to wipe out Stone Ocean. Song Shirwei replied with an "Oh." She did not understand at all. What should we do now? Let's search the entire target area first. Wang Ye looked at the time. If everything goes well, we should be able to complete it by tomorrow afternoon. We'll meet up with Captain Zhao to decide on the next step then. All right, I'll listen to you. Song Shirwei patted her chest. It was a calm day. The ones who suffered were the monsters by Lee Lake. They were ruthlessly wiped out. At night, the two Ace rescue teams took turns to guard. This way, they could maintain their condition while increasing their energy. If Stone Ocean wanted to launch a sneak attack, it would most likely happen at night. Demonic awakening has appeared again? Wang Ye browsed through the forum and was slightly surprised. It had not been long since demonic awakening had been defeated in the last round. They had lost one of their 5 true demons, True Demon Amber, while True Demon Vidra had been heavily injured. True demon Inren had also been stabbed by Xia Wuguang after escaping. Logically speaking, demonic awakening should be playing it safe and recovering now. Aren't they just bullying us, thinking that we have no powerhouses? Song Shirwei ate her clay pot rice while saying indignantly, "When I break through and become a perfection evolver, I'll hammer them to death." He thought she was going to say that she would hammer them to death now. "Where did you get the food?" Wang Ye glanced at her. "Old Hua gave it to me." Song Shirwei pointed at Hua Jinshi, who was smiling and waving in the distance. "Oh!" Wang Ye very naturally took the clay pot rice from Song Shirwei's hands. "The spoon." Song Shirwei didn't feel that anything was wrong and simply handed the spoon to Wang Ye. "It's very dry. Do you want some water?" "Sure," Wang Ye said as he ate. "Help me twist the lid." "All right." Hua Jinshi's face turned green again. "It's not what you think. The demonic humans are selfish by nature. The three super-demonic human organizations want to annex each other all the time." Wang Ye patiently explained to her. "Now, demonic awakening only has 4 true demons left, and 2 of them are injured. They're no stronger than the evil demon cult and the Salvation Group. Attacking Huaxia now will easily put demonic awakening in a situation where they'll be attacked from both sides. Even if they win in the end, the evil demon cult and the Salvation Group won't just watch them grow. They'll definitely fight for demonic awakening's original territory. As for if they lose, there's no need to explain further." "Then why?" Song Shirwei took the water from Wang Ye and gulped down a few mouthfuls with curiosity written all over her face. "There are 3 possibilities," Wang Ye said. "First, demonic awakening has produced a new true demon, or they have grasped a method to break through to become a true demon, so they have great confidence in their strength. They're thus not afraid of evil demon cult and the Salvation Group. Second, they are cooperating with the evil demon cult and the Salvation Group. For example, they have given away some benefits, formed an alliance with any of the other 2, or all 3 super-demonic human organizations may even launch a joint attack. It's all possible. Third, benefits against risks. Maybe Huaxia has something that demonic awakening wants very much, so they took the risk. Or perhaps some kind of power is driving demonic awakening and forcing them to do so, such as the situation, the external environment, internal disputes, and other unknown factors." Why are you looking at me like that?" Wang Ye turned his head and saw Song Shirwei sitting on a rock while holding her chin in her hand and staring at him with her beautiful eyes. "I think you're amazing. You can analyze so much from a single piece of information," Song Shirwei said in admiration. "I can't do the same. One feels sleepy when I use my brain. You are also amazing. You are born with divine strength and have cultivated the Golden Rose evolution technique to the extreme. It's just that you used your wisdom on combat strength." Wang Ye praised. 11. "Is that so?" Song Shirwei's eyes lit up, and she said happily, "I don't think I'm stupid either. Now that you mention it, I understand. So my wisdom is all used in combat. Of course. You've always been very smart in my eyes." Wang Ye laughed. "Yes, yes." Song Shirwei nodded and smiled. "Talking to you makes me so happy, Xiaoyi. They always say that I'm stupid." "Who?" "Brother Xia and Brother Bao. The pot calling the kettle black." "What do you mean?" "It means they are much dumber than you." "Yes, yes, yes. Asterisk. Asterisk." On the 3rd day at the lakeside. Boom! Song Shirwei's domineering hammer smashed the body of a powerful hell-level monster. Scales flew in all directions, and the monster's skin split open. Half of its body directly soared into the air, revealing its belly. Chi! Wang Ye cleanly delivered the last stab. Killed level 9 crocodile monster. Potential points: 2790 to 3590. The monster had been 2 levels higher than him, so he earned 800 potential points. Wang Ye smiled at Song Shirwei and opened his interface. "Do you wish to spend 3,000 potential points to break the 36 forms of the advanced saber techniques?" "Yes." Wang Ye instantly entered the space of consciousness and practiced the 36 forms of the advanced saber techniques day and night. The process was accelerated by 10 million times as he familiarized himself with the basic saber technique over and over again, turning each move into his comprehension, until he broke through and created a brand new saber move that belonged to him. Limit-breaking skill. All around. The pinnacle of basic saber techniques. Wang Ye's eyes lit up as he quickly used the Max Moon Blade. The saber light was like a net that appeared around him, airtight and flawless. The squares and circles formed a defense, while the triangles formed attacks. With defense and attack in one move, it was as stable as a rock. A great killing weapon on the battlefield. The benefit of putting importance on his basic techniques was perfectly displayed. Not only did it further strengthen his overall defense, but it also raised his group combatability to a higher level. Good saber technique. Song Shirwei was full of praise. I think so too. Wang Ye was very satisfied. The new limit break skill was the same as the comprehensive saber technique and the triangle saber technique, such that it could be used in many ways and could be used in conjunction with other sword moves. It's just that it's too weak, Song Shirwei said regretfully. Wang Ye was speechless. Search complete. Although he didn't find any clues, Wang Ye himself had gained a huge number of potential points. After returning to the evolution camp's headquarters, Wang Ye dealt with the materials of the hell-level monsters. Although he didn't bring back much, the unit price was not bad. He estimated that he could earn tens of millions. The efficiency of both groups was about the same. At around 4 o'clock in the afternoon, the East Camp and the North Camp completed their search in the designated area and returned to the headquarters of the Evolution Camp as well. The 4 ace rescue teams gathered again to exchange clues and information. What do you guys think? Wang Ye looked at the 4 captains. Is it possible that they're somewhere further away from Li Lake? Zhao Qi looked at the map and gestured with his hand. We can continue searching and widen the area. The possibility is not high. Li Lake is safe enough for Stone Ocean, Wang Ye said. There's no need for them to move the encampment too far away. It'll cause unnecessary trouble and waste their time. But we've already searched once, and we didn't find anything. Chen Jizong shook his head. I still think that they may be by the Blood Sea, Huo Jinshi said. Wang Ye said that they're at Li Lake, so they must be. Song Shirwei glared at Huo Jinshi. Why do you have so many things to say? If you don't believe him, go and investigate yourself. It's only a small opinion. Huo Jinshi shrunk his neck and did not dare to look at Song Shirwei. You're so wishy-washy. Song Shirwei snorted coldly. Wang Ye re-examined the map. After a long time, my judgment remains unchanged. I still think Stone Ocean is at Li Lake. Wang Ye's eyes were bright. But they are well hidden and are very careful. They haven't given themselves away. I didn't see a single hell-level monster that seemed to have been sucked dry by Li Lake. I agree with Wang Ye, Zhao Qi said. With Aiza, Stone Ocean isn't that easy to deal with. The operation has just begun, and Stone Ocean can't possibly be hidden forever. The demonic humans will definitely appear, and once they do, there will be clues. Then what should we do next? Chen Jizong asked. Continue searching? Huo Jinshi said carefully. No need. Wang Ye thought for a moment. Aiza is more composed than I expected. Although the 4 ace rescue teams have been regrouped into 2, our strength is still below Stone Ocean. Yet she didn't ambush us. On one hand, it shows that she's very confident in the concealment of the encampment and isn't afraid of us finding them. On the other hand, it also shows her current plan. She wants to leave us in the lurch first and weaken our morale. Then what should we do? Chen Jizong scratched his head. Wait too. Zhao Qi looked at Wang Ye. Wang Ye shook his head. To wait it out is still putting the initiative in Stone Ocean's hands. Since there's no flaw, we'll force them to reveal it. Let's change our way of thinking. If we can't solve the problem, we'll solve the culprit who's preventing us from solving the problem. The 4 captains were stunned. Yes, it's Aiza, Wang Ye said with a smile. Chapter 104. Chief, have you ever been in love? Translator. Nioibo Studio Editor. Nioibo Studio. Stone Ocean. Encampment. Priest sat on a leather chair made from a hell-level monster. His slender arms were placed on the chair handle. The large white spots on his head spread like snakes and extended onto his face. In front of him were 2 leaders of Stone Ocean, prisoner and anemone. Aitza was not around. What do you think of Aitza? Priest's voice was cold, like an emotionless machine. Jealousy flashed across Anemone's hideous face. She's as cowardly as a mouse. The Ace rescue team is just outside, and there are only 10 people. Yet, she's still considering this and that and not making a move at all. Aitza is meticulous and has a clear plan. Since she didn't choose to attack, prisoner said in a sinister voice. She naturally has her reasons. What are they? Anemone said disdainfully. She's just thinking too much after tasting defeat. There was no such thing as having the best of both worlds. If she is unwilling to take any risks, she would be fine when demonic awakening charges in if she just sticks out her butt and apply more oil. But boss, you'll definitely die. Priest rubbed his forehead, his expression indecipherable. I've received news from the north that demonic awakening is attacking again because they've already finished laying out their plans. I don't understand. Prisoner frowned. True Demon Longyang managed to subdue 2 advanced demonic human organizations in a single day because he planted the seeds early on, Priest said. Traitors. Prisoner understood. Boss, are you suspecting that Aitza is someone from demonic awakening? No wonder. No wonder she stopped you so many times, boss. Anemone's eyes lit up. No wonder she suddenly canceled the operation outside the eastern base city. This time, the prey was right in front of us, but she let them go. Priest shook his head. Aitza has contributed a lot for the past 2 years. One understand her concerns about staying in seclusion. However, boss, wake up. Don't fall for this batch's trick. Everything she did was for demonic awakening. Anemone shrieked. By developing Stone Ocean, when the time comes, she can make a great contribution by relying on demonic awakening. Boss, if you attack the Ace rescue team now, you'll definitely suffer losses. It's only a given she doesn't want to see such a situation. I'm a little confused now. Priest rubbed his head with both hands, his eyes shifting. Prisoner, what do you think? I don't want to guess what Aitza's identity is, but in the current situation, prisoner said in a ghastly voice, demonic awakening is coming menacingly. True Demon Longyang is very powerful. Added with True Demon Inren, Huaxia will definitely lose this battle. It's not wrong to be cautious step by step, but, prisoner looked at Priest. Special times call for special decisions. Once you miss some opportunities, you might never get them again. Got it. You guys can leave first. I'll think about it. Priest waved his hand with a cold expression. No one is allowed to reveal what happened today. Yes, sir. Asterisk. Asterisk. East Camp. Evolution Camp's headquarters. Knock, knock, knock. Come in. You were looking for me, Chief? Wang Ye sat down. Is the operation going well? The chief looked straight at Wang Ye. Very smoothly. Wang Ye smiled. Are the teams cooperating well? The chief asked. There's no problem at the moment. Wang Ye thought about it. Zhao Qi, who was the strongest, trusted him very much. Master Hua of the South Camp was being controlled by Sister Rue. Chun Jitsong from the North Camp didn't look too smart, so it wasn't a big problem. However, this was only for now. If the operation continued without any progress, the joint operation would definitely collapse. This was also the reason why Aitza was not anxious at all. With the information of the evolution camp in her hands, she understood human nature too well. That's good. The chief nodded. I didn't have any other intentions when one asked you to come. I only want to understand the current progress and see if you need my help. Not at the moment. If I need help, I won't be polite. Wang Yi laughed. The chief nodded and took a sip of tea. Some news has been circulating on the forum recently. You're the one who released them, right? Chief, you have good eyes. Wang Yi didn't hide anything. I plan to start from the root and break the trust between Priest and Aitza. I've studied the development of Stone Ocean. It's undeniable that Priest is gifted and is one of the best among the demonic humans. However, the rise of Stone Ocean to become the overlord of East Huaxia was during these 2 years since Aitza joined. Without her, Priest is at most a general talent, far from reaching his current level. The chief pondered. He trusts the demon Itza very much. It won't be easy to drive a wedge between them. There's no need to drive a wedge between them. All we need is a crack. Demonic humans are selfish by nature, Wang Ye said. No matter how much priest trusts Itza, it's still for himself. Now that demonic awakening has made a comeback, it's impossible for him not to feel a sense of crisis. We only need to add fuel to the fire to achieve our goal. Priest's target is very clear. He wants the blood of an advanced evolver, especially a level 9 genetic warrior. When he no longer obeys Itza's every word, he will take the risk and attack us sooner or later. The chief was slightly surprised. He can't attack though? After you came back from Li Lake, you all shut yourselves in and didn't even come out. You even gave up on searching. Could it be that he would stake everything on attacking the eastern base city? Wang Ye laughed. Chief, have you ever been in a relationship? The chief stammered. For some girls, when you appear in front of them every day and are within their reach, they won't cherish you too much, Wang Ye said. But if one day you suddenly leave without looking back and she needs you but can't find you, she will have a strong psychological fluctuation. The more she needs you, the greater the fluctuation, until she can't hold it in anymore. Then she would start to release some signals. You scum. One don't understand what you're saying. The chief rubbed his head. If you were priest, Wang Ye said, would you panic if the prey at your doorstep suddenly ran away? Demonic awakening has already charged in, and once Huaxia is defeated, Stone Ocean will become a vassal. Even if priest surrendered, he will very likely be killed. Then what will he do? The chief somewhat understood. Wang Ye said, first, it's the psychological fluctuation. You must definitely hold yourself back at this time. Don't pay attention to her. Hook her up and let her worry herself until she can't take it anymore. Ahem. If nothing unexpected happens, demonic humans will appear around Li Lake in the next few days. 2. Is this the signal he will release? The chief's eyes lit up. Yes, and then we continue fishing. The bigger the signal she releases, the more irrational she is. At this time, we will appear again, and everything will be smooth sailing. Of course, it's best to give them a way out when we do appear. The chief was deep in thought. And what if no demonic humans appear? That means he still trusts Itza, Wang Ye said. Then we'll have to continue to set fire to the connection between them, back to the defense area, beyond rescue team's encampment. As the commander of the joint operation, Wang Ye naturally wouldn't slack off. Although they were temporarily not going to Li Lake, he still had a firm grasp of the overall situation. At the same time, he had to continue his cultivation. He entered Moon Web and trained his gravity spell, a transformation-type ability. Since it worked by changing the nature of energy, it was as complicated as the control-type ability. The beginner-rank gravity spell could be effective in an area to increase the gravitational force of the area. The intermediate-rank gravity spell allowed one to have fine control, adding gravity to a single object, including a person. As for the advanced-rank gravity spell, not only was one's control range and distance increased, but one could also reduce the gravitational force. For example, Itza could fly by reducing the gravitation force on herself. The reason why Wang Ye cultivated the gravity spell was partly to increase his attack methods. The elemental and transformation types were the strongest two ability types. Not only were their attacks powerful, but they were also ranged attacks. On the other hand, it was to deal with Itza. He had to return the favor. Since the other party had used the gravity spell on him, he had to use it on her as well. If she reduced the gravitational force on herself to fly, he would gift her a gravity buff and make it so that she couldn't. Night. Gravity spell beginner 11. With the advanced control spell as the foundation, Wang Ye was able to quickly finish practicing the gravity spell despite its complexity. Increasing the gravitational force by several times consumed his ability a lot. The greater the gravitational force and the wider the range of control, the more ability consumed. Grade. Gravity spell. Beginner-practiced. Gravity spell mastery, perfection, for consecutive leveling up. From the beginner stage to the perfection stage only took 75 potential points. To him now, that was a drop in the ocean. Wang Ye continued to practice the intermediate rank gravity spell in Moonweb. The next morning, level 7 genetic warrior 78%. At this point, the energy of the high-grade evolution fruit was basically exhausted. Wang Ye took out the F8 body stimulant and consumed it. The powerful energy fused with his skin and began a new round of strengthening. There was still no movement by the Li Lake. So calm. Wang Ye looked at the forum. True Demon Longyang had already appeared near the northern base city. 2 advanced demonic human organizations had started to attack the encampment outside the city. Time to deal a heavier blow. On the 6th day of the joint operation, at the evolution camp's headquarters. He finally couldn't take it anymore. Wang Yi laughed. The 4 captains looked at Wang Yi with admiration. Even Chen Jizong and Hu Jinshi, who had been skeptical before, were now prostrating themselves in admiration. Awesome. He didn't miss anything. Wang Yi was too terrifying. Stone Ocean was really unlucky to have met him. Let's go. Charge. Song Shirwei couldn't hold it in anymore. Wait a little longer, Wang Yi said. Why? Song Shirwei did not understand. The chief wanted to say something but hesitated. Priest is still probing. Let's not give him any attention yet, Wang Yi said. Oh. On the 7th day, 3 demonic humans appeared at the edge of Lake Li and killed hell-level monsters to suck blood. On the 8th day, a whole team of demonic humans appeared by the lake. They tried to cover it up, but the more they tried, the more obvious it was. On the 9th day, the members of the 4-Ace rescue team gathered at the headquarters of the evolution camp. Their eyes were filled with a strong desire to fight. In the past 3 days, not only was Priest being fished, but it also made their hearts itch. Especially Song Shirwei, who was so anxious that she wanted to eat Wang Yi up. She asked him every day if they could make a move. It's time. Wang Ye's eyes were bright. The fish has taken the bait. It's a big fish that has lost its patience. Prepare for battle. It'll be a fierce one today. Target. The leader of the Stone Ocean, Priest. Chapter 105. This commander is incredible. Translator. Nioibo Studio Editor. Nioibo Studio. At Li Lake, the 4 teams were divided into 2 groups, still the same as the previous grouping. Although Priest wasn't as smart as Aitza, as the leader of an advanced demonic human organization, he wasn't easy to deal with either. Wang Yi didn't want to take the risk. Any change could cause the entire plan to go down the drain. This was especially so when all the information on their side was known by the other party. Xiao Yi. Will Priest attack us or Zhao Qi? Song Shirwei asked. Us. Wang Yi didn't hesitate. That's great. Song Shirwei's eyes lit up. Her deltoid muscles tightened, and her fighting spirit soared. Why? Hu Jinshi was confused. Because we have fewer people and are weaker. Your super rescue team has 3 members just like us, Wang Yi said. There are 6 of us in total, 2 at level 9, 2 at level 8, and 2 at level 7. In contrast, Captain Zhao has 9 people, 2 at level 9, 4 at level 8, and 3 at level 7. As long as Priest isn't stupid, he'll definitely pick us. The risk is small and the rewards aren't much different for him. After all, what he really needs is just the blood of a level 9 genetic warrior. Since you already knew, shouldn't you have swapped us with the smart rescue team to balance our strength? Hu Jinshi did not understand. Why are you so long-winded? Do you dare to fight or not? Are you a man? Song Shirwei held her hammer and glared. I'm just asking. Hu Jinshi shrunk his neck. No, the current grouping is the best. Wang Yi shook his head. We only look weak. If we really fight, that might not be the case. Asterisk. Asterisk. At the lakeside, the pale red lake water rippled, and some monsters appeared from time to time. The entire lake was like a forbidden land, filled with silence and unease. The sense of urgency that a storm was about to come made the 3 members of the super rescue team have solemn expressions as they were constantly vigilant of their surroundings. Roar! A colorful strange bird glided past. Wang Ye's eyes lit up as he looked into the distance. They were here. The massive ori of life were dense. Whether it was quantity or quality, They were far superior to the demonic humans back in the reserve base city. As expected, he only brought anemone. Wang Ye only sensed 2 level 9 life auras, one strong and one weak. Prisoner's strength was close to that of priest. If the other party brought prisoner, he would have to share a piece of the loot. In fact, if he was seriously injured, he would have to be wary that prisoner would in turn kill him for the blood of level 9 genetic warriors. After all, demonic humans had no friendship at all. Get ready to fight, Sister Rue. Wang Ye reached out and grabbed Song Shirwei's golden hammer. Advanced strengthening spell. In an instant, the heavy wave golden hammer was infused with his ability. It sparkled with bright and resplendent golden light, and its attack power was suddenly increased. The heavy wave golden hammer, which was originally a top A3 grade weapon, was instantly comparable to an S-grade weapon. Wow! Song Shirwei immediately became excited and stared at Wang Ye. Xiao Yi! To think you're hiding such a trick! Bao Yuanding stuck his head out, his eyes full of anticipation. Hua Jinshe also looked over eagerly. None of you need it. Wang Ye refused without hesitation. His ability was limited, and he didn't want to become a tool. The fact that Priest still dared to attack Sister Rue despite knowing her information proved that he had absolute confidence in his strength and was stronger than the latter. Unfortunately, the information was dead, but the people were alive. Priest knew nothing about him. Clang! Clang! Wang Ye drew his twin sabers. He would be the deciding factor in this battle. Advanced demonic humans appeared in front of them. Judging from their aura, there were more than 40 of them. Priest didn't underestimate this operation, and he brought along sufficient advanced demonic humans. Not only did he want to win in terms of advanced combat strength, but he also wanted to crush them with absolute numbers. Captain Hua, I'll leave anemone to you. When you're weak, follow Captain Hua closely and use your ability at the critical moment. Everyone, quickly pull away when the battle starts. Leave Priest to Sister Rue alone. Don't cause trouble. Disperse. In a group battle, the biggest taboo for the side with fewer people was to be huddled together like a swarm of bees. It was easy to be surrounded. By staying far away from the battle between Priest and Sister Rue, they would be able to avoid being ambushed by Priest. As for Sister Rue being besieged, there was no need to worry at all. In a battle between 2 peak level 9 combatants, ordinary demonic humans would be courting death if they got close. Sister Rue's hammer strike did not discriminate. No matter how many came, they would all die. Swoosh! The 6 of them quickly dispersed. Song Shirwei took the lead and charged towards Priest. The latter had a pair of long arms that hung down to his knees. He held a pair of maces that were sharp and heavy. Whether they were used to stab or smash, they had considerable power. They were very suitable for blood demons with strong physical attributes. However, in terms of strength, Song Shirwei had never been afraid of anyone. Heavy wave hammer technique. Unleashed. At the same time, Hua Jinshe charged at anemone. It was a level 9 versus level 9 battle, and their strength was equal. The 2 level 8 genetic warriors, Bao Yuanding and Wei Yi, were like 2 armored tanks. One on the left and the other on the right, they charged towards the advanced demonic humans and tore apart their formation. The ability user Fang Hanwen wandered around Captain Hua Jinshe, waiting for an opportunity to attack. Wang Ye was the last. He was just a mere level 7 genetic warrior, simply inconspicuous. He might not even be in the advanced evolver information that Stone Ocean had obtained. 3 level 7 blood demons quickly rushed over. They looked hideous and ferocious. They looked at Wang Ye as if he was delicious food. However, the figure before them suddenly disappeared. What greeted them was a saber glinting with a cold light. Strengthening spell, 50%. Wang Ye's physical strength instantly reached level 8. The limit break skill, the triangle saber technique, was used. The dual blade style's attack was simple and smooth. Blinding lights appeared, and the 3 level 7 blood demons fell into a pool of blood. Compared to the battle at Lu River, Wang Ye's strength had improved tremendously. He was currently very strong. 2 level 7 demonic humans appeared in front of him again. Wang Ye raised his hand and slashed down, sending blood flying. 5 kills. A level 8 demonic human quickly noticed him, and with a roar, he swung his halberd at him. Wang Ye easily blocked the attack with the Max Moon Saber, and the Thunder Saber in his right hand instantly rumbled. Thunder Rush, double attack. Combined with the explosive power of the strengthening spell, the power he could unleash was comparable to a level 9. The saber heavily injured the level 8 demonic human, and a bloody hole appeared in his body. He howled in pain. The Max Moon blade shone and chopped off his head. Massacre. Wang Ye charged in from the edge, his attack power exploding rapidly. This time, he went all out from the start because the opponent had a huge advantage in numbers. If they entered a stalemate, it would be very disadvantageous for them. As for the energy consumption, it was not important. It was because he didn't have to worry about Priest. Wang Ye was confident that he could kill all the others, including Anemone. Charging into the formation, Wang Ye was like a sharp knife, stabbing a huge hole in the large team of advanced demonic humans. This was the first time the 3 members of the Super Rescue Team had seen Wang Ye go all out. They were pleasantly surprised. They had thought that Wang Ye was only outstanding in strategy, but they didn't expect his combat strength to be so astonishing. They recalled the first time they met him in a meeting. Captain Song said that a level 9 blood demon had died at Wang Ye's hands. They didn't take it to heart at that time. After all, it was a group battle, but now, this was his true strength. Wang Ye definitely had the power to kill a level 9 blood demon. Their commander was incredible. Bang, bang, bang. Limit break skill all around. The saber light was like a net, appearing all around him, airtight. Wang Ye was surrounded and attacked by advanced demonic humans, but he had no flaws. He blocked every attack firmly, and every counterattack was extremely accurate. In the blink of an eye, countless advanced demonic humans who surrounded him were injured. 100% strengthening. Boom! Wang Ye's physical strength was close to the threshold of level 9. His speed and attack increased once again. The surrounding blood demons were killed to the point they wanted to run. Corpses appeared one after another, including the corpses of 2 level 8 blood demons. Dense saber lights enveloped the demonic humans. One triangle after another fell. The comprehensive saber technique was condensed one after another. The limit break skill all around displayed its strongest aspect. Wang Ye was unstoppable. Crazy massacre. In the first wave alone, more than 40 advanced demonic humans suffered an unprecedented attack and suffered heavy casualties. In contrast, the 6 members of the Ace Rescue Team only suffered minor injuries. Priest noticed Wang Ye, the human who had defeated the invincible Aiza. He actually had such powerful combat strength? Boom! Song Shirwei's battle intent was awe-inspiring. The golden waves of her golden hammer became stronger and stronger, not giving Priest any chance to catch his breath. Every time the latter wanted to attack with his double maces which he gripped with his slender arms, he would be violently interrupted by Song Shirwei. Song Shirwei was not afraid of being injured or dying. She just wanted to do it. She was like a divine weapon that had descended from the heavens, raging flames burning in her eyes. Captain Chaoyue's death was like a thorn in her heart. Her muscles swelled and exploded, and her roar was extremely crazy. She had been waiting for this day for a long time. Kill Wang Ye. Priest, who couldn't get away, shouted and ordered Anemone. Pong! After blocking Hua Jinshi's attack, Anemone quickly charged at Wang Ye. The rest of the advanced demonic humans also surrounded and attacked him. They knew that if they didn't kill this cunning human first, they would be killed. He was too strong. Wang Ye was surrounded heavily and instantly drowned. Bao Yuanding and Hua Jinshi looked anxious, but they weren't agility-type genetic warriors. In addition, they were being stalled by advanced demonic humans, so it was difficult for them to immediately support Wang Ye. The ability user Fang Hanwen used the manifestation spell to form throwing knives and provide support from a distance. He also quickly added a layer of armor on Wang Ye with the manifestation spell. However, there was no need for that. Wang Ye had gone on a killing spree. His eyes were bright, and the ability in his psyche was circulating crazily. Intermediate gravity spell. 5 times the gravity. Rumble. Using his body as the center of the effective area, the ability spell caused a gravitational collapse. The expressions of all the advanced demonic humans who were attacking him changed drastically. Their bodies became extremely heavy as if they were shackled. They were trapped in a quagmire, and their speed was greatly reduced. 150% strengthening spell. Wang Ye exploded again. Today, none of them could escape. The two sabers in his hands turned into the scythes of the Grim Reaper, crazily reaping the lives of advanced demonic humans. The limit break skill all around was extremely powerful. Not only was it impregnable, but he revealed no flaws at all. Moreover, its counterattack was sharp. Each triangular attack, coupled with the strengthening of his body, made him comparable to a level 9 genetic warrior. Blade lights lit up Li Lake. The advanced demonic humans were terrified. Chi chi chi. Boom, boom, boom. The corpses of advanced demonic humans were all over the ground, and blood flowed like a river. Wang Ye was like a god of war in the formation, invincible and unstoppable. Super. Chapter 106. I'm not weak, right? Translator. Nioibo Studio Editor. Nioibo Studio. Brat. 2. Anemone arrived ferociously. His ugly face was like a witch's, with festering skin and sparse hair. He held a sword made of an antelope's horn, and his huge body was extremely eye-catching among the advanced demonic humans. A level 9 blood demon, he was ranked 3rd among the 4 leaders. However, this was only because he was not as smart as Green Baby. In fact, their combat strength was not much different. Strengthening spell, 200%. Wang Ye's combat strength increased again. Under continuous usage, the ability in his psyche as a level 8 ability user had been depleted by more than half. That being said, killing Anemone was part of his plan from the beginning since Master Hua was not strong enough. Clang! Their weapons clashed. As Wang Ye retreated, he used the limit break skill triangle saber technique. Anemone was agile and his attacks were fierce, but his combat strength was not outstanding among the level 9 demonic humans. There were many ways to kill him. Wang Ye used the fastest and most extreme method, a frontal attack. Thunderclap. Boom! The power in his body was fully unleashed and Wang Ye quickly gained the upper hand with one strike. The Max Moon Saber cast all around to block the extremely fast Anemone and counterattack at the same time. The comprehensive saber technique was more suitable for deflecting force and defending against heavy attacks like Sister Rue's. On the other hand, all around was more suitable for multi-angle defense. It felt better to use it when dealing with opponents with speed and agility. Moreover, the counterattack effect was first class. After 2 consecutive slashes, he quickly gained the upper hand. The Thunder Saber in Wang Ye's right hand shone brightly. Thunder Rush. Bang! The explosion of the attack heavily destroyed Anemone. His strong body was injured, and his armor was shattered, revealing rough black flesh. Wang Ye didn't show any mercy. He followed up with the limit break skill, the triangle saber technique, and used it as fast as a gust of wind. One slash, another slash, boom, boom, boom. While delivering continuous attacks and using all around to defend against the sneak attacks of the advanced demonic humans around him, Wang Ye heavily injured Anemone. His ability was depleted again. He ignored the attacks around him and directly unleashed the final ultimate move of the shocking Thunder Absolute Saber technique, Furious Thunder. The attack was infused with his anger towards demonic humans, and thunder rumbled. Boom! Wang Ye killed Anemone. The Max Moon Saber was airtight, and the defense of the dual saber style was still stable. It was as if Wang Ye had formed 3 heads and 6 arms as he blocked incoming attacks repeatedly, creating an airtight saber net that attacked indiscriminately. Boom! 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 Madness, violence. Wang Ye was unstoppable. The 3 members of the super rescue team were dumbfounded. Captain Huijinsher was especially shocked when he saw that Anemone, who he had merely managed to fight to a standstill, was unable to withstand a single blow from Wang Ye and was killed in a few moves. He couldn't even escape. Wang Ye was too strong. He was probably comparable to Captain Song, right? Boom! The earth shook. Beside Wang Ye, the corpses of advanced demonic humans piled up like mountains. Even the violent lethality was the same. Huijinshe was deeply amazed. Like a tide, the morale of the two advanced demonic humans who were entangled with him was low and they were defeated. To be precise, all the advanced demonic humans on the battlefield were affected. After Wang Ye's explosive slaughter, there weren't many advanced demonic humans left on the battlefield, and they were all showing signs of defeat. Boom! After Wang Ye killed another level 8 blood demon, no advanced demonic human dared to approach him. Wang Ye swept his gaze across the battlefield and saw that less than 10 advanced demonic humans were left. His party had complete control of the situation. Whoosh! With that, Wang Ye quickly rushed to the other side of the battlefield. There was only one battle there. Song Shirwei versus Priest. A battle at the peak of level 9. Killing an enemy was just the appetizer. Priest was the real main course. Swoosh! Before Wang Ye even arrived, he cast a gravity spell on Priest. In the past few days, he had already cultivated the gravity spell to the intermediate rank and reached the perfection stage. In addition to having more precise control, the intermediate gravity spell could directly affect a single object, for example, an advanced demonic human. Boom! Song Shirwei's overbearing attack came once again. Priest was at ease, consuming Song Shirwei's strength. Just as he was about to dodge, his body suddenly felt heavy, and his reaction was suddenly slower. Unable to dodge in time, his two maces blocked and met the hammer head-on. Bang! The heavy attack caused Priest's blood to boil. Again, Song Shirwei's movements did not stop. The heavy wave hammer technique became increasingly stronger as hammer after hammer was delivered. The violent hammer struck at Priest. Priest subconsciously dodged again, but suddenly, his body inexplicably became heavy once more, and his reaction was slower by a beat. Oh! Bang! This hammer was even more powerful than the previous one. Priest's internal organs churned. The gravity spell. Priest instantly reacted. The first person he thought of was Fang Hanwen from the Super Rescue Team, but the latter was supposed to be a release-type ability user. Then who was? Swoosh! Priest soon discovered Wang Ye hiding behind a tree not far away. How despicable! The suffocating pressure reappeared. Song Shirwei's heavy wave gold hammer was like a raging wave. Her attacks connected. Priest wanted to dodge, but his body became heavy again. He was so angry that his face turned green and he wanted to curse. Wang Ye's participation had turned his advantage into a disadvantage. He had to kill this annoying human first. Facing Song Shirwei's attack head-on, Priest ignored the pain and charged at Wang Ye. However, before he could turn around, a saber light suddenly flashed behind him and exploded like thunder. Furious thunder. Wang Ye didn't stand on ceremony. The saber slashed Priest and sent him back. Song Shirwei's attack landed again. The domineering heavy wave golden hammer this time gave Priest a fierce blow. Boom! Blood and flesh turned into one huge mess as the heavy armor on Priest was shattered. Priest was in an unprecedentedly serious situation. He roared and charged at Wang Ye like a crazy demon. However, his body felt exceptionally heavy, and he could not escape Song Shirwei, who was behind him either. 1 against 2, the disadvantage was obvious. Boom! 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 Continuous attacks, continuous explosions. Song Shirwei demonstrated her strength as the strongest ace rescuer. She fully unleashed it. The blood vessels in her arms bulged, and the veins in her muscles were exposed. She had already reached her limit, but she did not care at all. There was only one thought in her mind: kill Priest. Wang Ye's advance and retreat are measured. When Priest attacked him, he would use the comprehensive saber technique together with all around to set up a double defense with his two sabers. This made Priest dumbfounded when he attacked. He had never seen sabers used like this. Once Song Shirwei's attack erupted, Priest would be forced to block while Wang Ye would attack at the same time. Two-sided attack. Priest was covered in blood. Even though he had reached the peak of level 9, he still couldn't resist a combined attack of this level. This was especially so since Wang Ye could use the gravity spell, which made him feel especially uncomfortable. He couldn't even escape even if he wanted to. The image of Aiza appeared in his mind, and Priest's heart was filled with regret. A trap. This was a well-dug-out trap set by the Ace rescue teams to lure him out. He should have listened to Aitz's suggestion. Damn it! All! Priest roared in rage as if he had gone mad. Once again, he took Song Shirwei's golden hammer head-on. His eyes filled with killing intent and anger. He could no longer care about Wang Ye. His only chance now was to kill Song Shirwei, even if he would be seriously injured because of it. As long as he drank her blood, his body would recover a lot and his strength would increase. At that time, there would be a chance to turn the tide. Fight! Priest endured the heavy pressure and fought fiercely with Song Shirwei. Previously, he was unwilling to exchange injuries for injuries, but at this point, he could not care less. At this moment, the pressure behind him was getting stronger and stronger. Priest gritted his teeth and broke through Song Shirwei's heavy wave golden hammer with his two maces. He completely ignored Wang Ye behind him and attacked wave after wave. Did he think he didn't exist? Wang Ye's eyes flashed. The other party was too confident. This was still far from his strongest. 240% strengthening spell. Enchantment. Since Priest was focused on Song Shirwei and almost gave up all his defenses, Wang Ye naturally wouldn't hold back. He used all the remaining ability in his psyche, and his combat strength erupted to the extreme. The moves of the shocking thunder absolute saber technique appeared in his mind. It was as if he had returned to the space of consciousness to practice his saber. The surging saber aura triggered the lightning force, and countless lightning rays condensed. The battle saber buzzed continuously. Limit break skill. Thousand thunder. Wang Ye exploded. The terrifying power stunned the super rescue team in the distance. The advanced demonic humans were shocked. Song Shirwei, who had just been fighting with Priest, watched with bright eyes. The strongest slash. Boom! Wang Ye's astonishing attack power reached its limit. Air. Priest felt as if his back had been struck by lightning. He hissed miserably and was in extreme pain. How could a level 7 genetic warrior have such strength? This was the last thought that popped up in Priest's mind. In the next moment, the thunder saber tore his heavy armor and the flesh on his back into pieces. The saber light exploded, shattering all the hopes of Priest. Bang! He fell heavily to the ground with eyes wide in anger. They stayed that way as he died. Wang Ye gripped the thunder saber. He had exhausted all his strength and ability. His body trembled slightly as he raised his head and looked at Song Shirwei, who was stunned by this attack. He grinned. I'm not weak, M1? A great victory. The advanced demonic humans were annihilated while the 6 evolvers only suffered light injuries. After a while, the Windstorm rescue team and Smart rescue team arrived. Seeing the corpses of advanced demonic humans all over the ground, as well as the dead priest, the evolvers looked at each other in shock. It was unbelievable. Did you kill all of them? Zhao Qi was shocked. Ask him. Huijinshi pointed at Wang Ye, who was bandaging Song Shirwei not far away. More than half of the advanced demonic humans here were killed by Wang Ye alone. Alone? Zhao Qi was a little stunned. Not only that, ability user Fang Hanwen's side, but Anemone and Priest also died under Wang Ye's saber. He's too strong. He's even more terrifying than Xia Wuguang back then. Everyone was dumbfounded. Did they hear wrongly? Priest wasn't killed by Captain Song? That was a peak level 9 existence, an advanced blood demon that was only one step away from becoming a true demon. He died in Wang Ye's hands. This was terrifying. What kind of monster was Wang Ye? Xiao Yi, do you still treat me as your captain? You actually hid so much from me. Song Shirwei glared with her almond-shaped eyes, one hand on her waist. Definitely not. Wang Ye muttered in his heart, but his hands didn't slow down at all. He quickly finished bandaging Song Shirwei. This is the first time I've seen someone injured not by an enemy but by themselves. Can't you take it easy? We have to go all out in a fight. Song Shirwei stared straight at Wang Ye. Unlike you who hides every day, I don't care. You have to spar with me when we get back. All right. You should recover first. I'll spar with you then. Wang Ye checked on Song Shirwei's other injuries. Fortunately, it was just some external injuries. With her unique physical condition, she would probably be fine after resting for a day or two. That's more like it. Song Shirwei nodded. The two of them looked at each other and smiled. They were in a good mood. This battle had been won pleasantly. Chapter 107. The Most Perfect Encampment. Translator. Nioibo Studio Editor. Nioibo Studio. Stone Ocean. Encampment. Is there something you need? Aitsa sat quietly on a stool, holding a flower while fiddling with a beautiful pot of arranged flowers. Priest went to attack the Ace rescue team. Prisoner's voice was cold. No. Aitsa smiled, her hands moving non-stop. I knew this would be the result when I heard rumors that I was a chess piece in Demonic Awakening's scheme. Why didn't you explain? Blood Devil looked at her. Why should one? If he wants to die, that's his business. What does it have to do with me? Aitsa continued with her flower arranging. If one of two interdependent things falls, the other is in danger, Prisoner said. Once the priest is dead, the Ace rescue team's next step will be to rid of Stone Ocean. Aitsa paused for a moment and turned her head to look at Prisoner. She smiled and said, So this is the reason why you advised me to join Demonic Awakening? Prisoner was stunned. Looking at the incomparably beautiful evil demon before him, he felt a chill in his heart. How did you know? That's because, in Stone Ocean, you've always been the one who trusted me the most. Aitsa looked at him. Priest will definitely seek your and Anemone's opinion if he decides to take action. If you insist on opposing, Priest would not have been so impulsive. He deserved it, Prisoner said in a deep voice. Aitsa walked over with a smile, her slender fingers gently brushing across Prisoner's face. And you didn't dare to come and see me these past few days. Why? Are you afraid that you can't hide anything? Prisoner lowered his head and said nothing. Aitsa sat comfortably on his lap and smiled. You should be happy that Priest was killed because Stone Ocean is now yours. But you aren't. Instead, you are hesitant and apologetic. Is it because you don't know how to face me? Prisoner avoided her gaze. All right. Aitsa stood up and smiled. Tell me, what kind of treatment can Demonic Awakening give me? If the conditions are good, one can consider it. Prisoner's eyes lit up. He raised his head and said, True Demon Inrun is very sincere. Asterisk. East Camp, Evolution Camp Headquarters. The atmosphere was relaxed and cheerful. The chief and the 4 commanders were smiling happily. The biggest force in the eastern part of Huaxia, Stone Ocean, had suffered heavy losses, including the 18 advanced demonic humans who died in the reserve base city. The other party's total loss exceeded 60. 3 of the 4 leaders were dead, leaving only Prisoner. The strongest priest was killed on the spot. The chief looked at Wang Ye as if he was looking at a treasure. He was extremely satisfied. He had thought that the evolution camp in the eastern base city had used up all their luck to produce Xia Wuguang. But who knew? The true Heaven's Son was still behind. Not only was Wang Ye's combat strength better than Xia Wuguang's, but he had also cultivated for a shorter period to reach the same strength, which meant that he had greater potential. Most importantly, he was both intelligent and brave, and he had a brain. Unlike Xia Wuguang, who only had well-developed physical abilities but was always causing trouble. You will be the one with the most credit for this joint operation. The chief was full of praise for Wang Ye. In less than 10 days, he had dealt a heavy blow to Stone Ocean, which had dominated the eastern part of Huaxia for 2 years. Everyone contributed, Wang Ye said modestly. The tactic of sowing discord was beautifully used. The West Camp's commander smiled at his favorite student. It was all thanks to the enemy's cooperation. Wang Ye laughed. What do you mean? The East Camp's commander was puzzled. There must be Demonic Awakening's chess pieces inside Stone Ocean, Wang Ye said. The reason why the plan to sow discord was so successful this time was because it's real news. One just changed it a little and made some adjustments. That's why Priest fell for it. How do you know? The chief was surprised. Demonic Awakening's plan is far-reaching. True Demon Longyang has managed to subdue 2 advanced demonic human organizations in a short day. Without spies cooperating from within, that's impossible. As the most powerful force in Eastern Huaxia, Wang Ye said, there's no reason for demonic awakening to miss it. Do you still remember true demon Yin who escaped? Where did he escape to? Wang Ye asked. Is he really hiding? Of course not. He has been wandering around Huaxia, contacting and recruiting demonic humans. He's the one in charge of all the chess pieces that demonic awakening had set up in Huaxia. True demon Yin. Everyone's expression turned solemn. It's most likely prisoner. If one were demonic awakening, Wang Ye said, one would definitely try my best to recruit him and turn him against Stone Ocean. As Long Priest is killed, prisoner will be able to take over Stone Ocean smoothly, making it easier for demonic awakening to control him from behind. Then what should we do next? The chief said seriously. Before demonic awakening forces infiltrate, uproot Stone Ocean. Wang Ye's voice was calm. You found their encampment? The chief's eyes lit up. The four captains looked over curiously. Almost. Wang Ye took out his phone and projected a map. After the battle with Stone Ocean, we can confirm that their encampment is undoubtedly at Li Lake. From the location of the attack, it should be west to the northwest region. Everyone nodded. We've already searched this area in the first round, Huizhenshi said. After the battle, our two teams searched again, but we didn't find anything. Zhao Qi spoke up as well. They're hidden too deeply. Chun Jizong's eyes were wide as he looked at the map. They're not. It's just that we were preconceived and have misunderstood. Wang Ye pointed to the west of Li Lake. Stone Ocean's encampment must be by the lake. The reason why we haven't found it yet is because we missed a place. Pa! Wang Ye pointed at the center of the lake. Everyone was dumbfounded. Impossible! How could they be on the island in the middle of the lake? Huizhenshi's eyes widened. Be quiet. Wherever Wang Ye says it is, it must be there. Song Shirwei was displeased. Isn't it just a small island? We'll just charge over. Zhao Qi shook his head and said, that's not the case. Not only are there a large number of hell-level monsters in the lake, but fighting in the water is also different from fighting on land. It's very difficult to unleash all of one's combat power. Moreover, most of Stone Ocean's demonic humans are only at level 7. It's impossible for them to cross Li Lake. Wang Ye nodded. That's a habitual thought, so we subconsciously ruled out this possibility. But think about it carefully. Excluding this factor, isn't this the perfect encampment? Complete silence. After a long time, it's easy to defend but difficult to attack, the chief said. Even if we know that Stone Ocean's encampment is on the island, it's not easy to find or attack them. With Aitz's intelligence, they naturally wouldn't randomly find an encampment like the other demonic humans, Wang Ye said. They can attack and defend here. Stone Ocean has developed rapidly and has annexed other advanced demonic human organizations. This special encampment should have contributed a lot. But how do they get in and out? Zhao Qi frowned. Stone Ocean doesn't need to go in and out often. Usually, they just need to arrange for some advanced demonic humans to control the intermediate demonic human organizations. If they really want to travel, they can rely on the evil demon's special abilities, Wang Ye said. For example, Aitza can freely control gravity, so flying is not a problem for her. There are also evil demons that can control the wind or those that can control flying monsters. Evil demons are born with special abilities, and there are more than 100 advanced demonic humans in Stone Ocean, so they should have no lack of means to fly. Only the sound of rapid breathing could be heard. No one spoke. Everyone was convinced by Wang Ye's deduction. He was too strong, explosively so. For words appeared in everyone's mind. Stone Ocean was finished. Let's go. We'll go immediately. I'm going to kill Aitza and destroy Stone Ocean. Song Shirwei's eyes were filled with killing intent. Scenes of the past appeared in her mind. The death of her captain, Chaoyue, was stuck in her mind, piercing her heart. She was covered in injuries. Wang Ye glanced at her. There's no hurry. They can't run. Monsters come and go too frequently at night. Besides, our two teams just experienced a fierce battle. We need time to recover. Rest and conserve your energy. We'll set off tomorrow morning. I agree. Agreed. All right. The captains of the other 3 teams agreed. The chief looked at everyone and reminded them, don't think that it's easy. There aren't many ability users, and control-type ability users who can control objects and fly are even rarer. There isn't a single one in the eastern base city. I remember there's one in the south base city. We should be able to get her if we rush over overnight, Zhao Qi said. Are you talking about Luo Wan? The East Camp's commander shook his head. No. Although she's a control-type ability user, she has only cultivated her manipulation spell to the proficient stage. She can fly steadily, but if she encounters a flying monster midway, it's very likely that something bad will happen. Everyone looked worried. Even though they wouldn't die from falling, the Li Lake below was even more dangerous than the Lu River. We'll get the ability users from the capital base city, the chief said. We won't be able to make it tomorrow morning. Even if we set off now, we'll arrive tomorrow at the earliest. We'll launch a general attack the day after tomorrow. However, the capital base city is currently in a precarious situation too, so we might not be able to mobilize them. There's no need to go through so much trouble. Wang Ye looked at the anxious expressions on everyone's faces and said slowly, just follow our original plan and act as we should tomorrow. I will arrange everything else. Everyone was stunned. They returned to their respective places to rest. Wang Ye returned home, took a comfortable bath, and had dinner. After dinner, he went to Annabella's house not far away for a walk. He had some sex to relieve his fatigue. With any delay, changes would likely happen. He did not want to drag it out for too long. The earlier he dealt with Stone Ocean, the sooner he could help Sister Rue resolve the knot in her heart while also getting the BL Blue Blood Potion. Level 7 Genetic Warrior, 85%. The F8 body stimulant was in effect. With his current progress, he would be able to break through to level 8 in 3 days. I should be on par with Priest now. Wang Ye recalled today's battle. If he went all out without caring about his ability consumption, there was a 50% chance he could kill Priest in a one-on-one fight. If he broke through to level 8, he would be able to quickly increase his 50% success rate to 80%. After all, the stronger the body, the more explosive the strengthening spell would be. If it was paired with an even stronger advanced saber technique that was cultivated to the perfection stage and had even formed the limit break skill, then not only could he crush Priest, but he might also be on the list in the combat area. Just as he was about to go to the moon web to choose an advanced saber technique, his phone suddenly rang. It was a video call from Xiao Qin. Wang Ye answered. I'm at home. Why would one run around? One do miss you. Yes, you're quite well informed. This joint operation went smoothly. Yes, I was the one who killed Priest. He's not that powerful. It's just a false reputation. I'm not injured. I'll show you if you don't believe me. What? Your sister wants to see me. Chapter 108. Flying. Translator. Nioibo Studio Editor. Nioibo Studio. Shuling wanted to see him? After ending the call with Xiao Qin, Wang Ye thought about it carefully. Was the meeting public or private? It was not important though. He also wanted to meet this legendary girl who was the ability user ranked 3rd in the world and the only remaining perfection evolver in Huaxia. He could get a lot of information from her. For example, things about the cosmic monsters, demonic awakening, and Moonweb. Shuling was very smart. This was Xiao Qin's evaluation of her sister. They agreed on tomorrow night, a serious meeting. If everything went smoothly, they should have already uprooted the Stone Ocean by then. Aiza must be killed. Wang Ye had a high evaluation of the other party. The threat she posed was far greater than Priest and even the entire Stone Ocean. Back at the reserve base city, he had intentionally made Aiza suffer a small loss. But this time she didn't fall for his scheme at all. The one who lost was Priest. I hope the operation tomorrow goes smoothly. Wang Ye entered Moonweb. In the cultivation technique section, 18 sets of advanced saber techniques appeared in front of him. Excluding the 6 sets of advanced saber techniques that were combined with different evolution techniques, and the 6 sets of advanced saber techniques that were connected to various intermediate saber techniques, there were only 6 sets left. He excluded a defensive set and a comprehensive set, leaving only 4 offensive sets of advanced saber techniques. Wang Ye then went to the Evolver Information Center and searched the forum. He was left with 2 sets of saber techniques. Wild Saber Technique is known for its explosive attack power. It has the strongest explosive power among the advanced saber techniques. When cultivated to the extreme, one can unleash 5 times the attack power. It's a bit like an upgraded version of the Shocking Thunder Absolute Saber Technique, and its limit break skill will be even stronger. Meteor Descent Saber Technique is known for its attack speed. It has the highest speed among advanced saber techniques, but its attack power is medium. However, as the saber moves are connected and accelerated, the attack power can be stacked. When all 7 saber moves are fully unleashed, the attack power can reach a high level among advanced saber techniques. This is it. After Wang Ye finished comprehending the 2 saber techniques, he chose the Meteor Descent Saber Technique. None was inferior to the other. All advanced saber techniques were equally powerful, and the only deciding factor was which was more suitable. He had cultivated the Shocking Thunder Absolute Saber Technique to the limit, which allowed him to unleash the explosive power of 5 times his attack power. On this basis, although he could master the Wild Saber Technique if he cultivated it, the upper limit was not as high as the Meteor Descent Saber Technique. Moreover, the more types of saber techniques he used, the better. Different saber techniques could be used in different battles, and their power was different. The Meteor Descent Saber Technique had the highest execution speed among all advanced saber techniques. Coupled with the dual saber style that had a strong sense of rhythm, it could increase his attack speed to an extreme level. Speed could break all defenses. Cultivate, a brand new advanced saber technique. Once he mastered it, it would be comparable to Sister Rue's heavy wave hammer technique, or even stronger, because he could limit break the technique. Wang Ye quickly switched between the cultivation technique area and the training area. He quickly entered the right state of mind. With a solid foundation in advanced saber techniques, he comprehended the Meteor Descent Saber Technique very quickly. The advanced saber technique that, according to the forum, required half a month or more to learn had been mastered by Wang Ye in just 1 night. He had made rapid progress. He was really an ordinary saber technique genius. The next morning, Wang Ye came out of the independent cultivation room. Level 7 Genetic Warrior 90%. With the effect of the F8 body stimulant, he continued to progress. The ground was still shaking slightly. It came from room 702 next door. He had felt it since last night. It was definitely not due to the bed shaking. Sister Rue must be holding onto her anger. No one other than Song Shirwei, who was born with divine strength, could cause such a commotion while still in the independent cultivation room. If I don't let her participate in the battle today, will she tear me apart? Wang Ye poured himself a glass of water. Sister Rue's injuries weren't serious. She had just used too much strength yesterday. It was not a big deal for her to participate in the battle either. After all, today was a joint operation. With 4 ace rescue teams together, the danger was not high. Currently, Stone Ocean was only left with Prisoner as the strongest combat power, and he could deal with him alone. Sitting at the table, Wang Ye ate the breakfast his mother had prepared. Sweet soybean milk, flatbread, and fried dough sticks. High in calories, Wang Ye opened his phone and browsed the forum. His eyes lit up. Xia Wuguang defeated True Demon Long Yang. Xia Wuguang exterminated the advanced demonic human organization, Remnant Mark. The news flooded the screen. Brother Xia was awesome. After defeating True Demon Inren, he defeated the other True Demon from Demonic Awakening. Furthermore, True Demon Longyang's combat strength was almost on par with True Demon Vajra's. This time, Demonic Awakening really went for wool and came home shorn. Wang Ye looked at the posts on the forum and smiled. A full page of praise. Huaxia was mighty. Photos had also been uploaded. After Brother Xia defeated True Demon Longyang yesterday, he even had the strength to exterminate Remnant Mark, an advanced demonic human organization, thus giving Demonic Awakening a solid head-on blow. Weren't they trying to bully them? Huaxia had many capable people. Suddenly, Wang Ye saw a brand new post and was slightly stunned. Swoosh! His consciousness entered Moonweb and he quickly entered the combat area. 7. Your brother Xia is the strongest in the world. 8. Gilbert. 9. Snow. Xia Wuguang was now ranked 7th. Brother Xia's combat strength even surpassed 3 perfection evolvers. Haha! Wang Ye really wanted to know how traumatized Gilbert was. As expected, the battlefield was the best place to train people. Brother Xia had improved again in his confrontation with demonic awakening. With this, although Huaxia only had Shuling as a perfection evolver, the other countries would have to think twice if they wanted to suppress Huaxia. Demonic awakening was a great example. It's a pity that Brother Xia can't fly. Otherwise, after defeating 2 true demons in a row, at least one of them would have been killed. Wang Ye felt regretful and was also a little worried. From the current situation, demonic awakening's ambition was clear. It would not be easy for Huaxia to resist. Although Brother Xia's combat strength was outstanding, he was not smart. Furthermore, demonic awakening had suffered consecutive defeats with true demon Yinren and true demon Longyang's defeat, so they would surely come up with a new plot. That being said, it would not be long before he would rise as well. Wang Ye's current combat strength was already comparable to the peak of level 7. When he advanced to level 7, he would only be stronger than Brother Xia. He only needed time. He had to give himself more time. Sooner or later, we'll get rid of these tumors. Wang Ye's eyes were sharp. Asterisk. Gather and set off. The 4 ace rescue teams headed straight for Li Lake. After a night of recuperation and preparation, they were in high spirits and full of fighting spirit. Song Shiwei's eyes were bloodshot. Wang Ye didn't know if she had cried or if it was because she had stayed up all night. Thinking about it, she probably couldn't sleep either. This captain, who was usually carefree and loyal, had always had a knot in her heart. He would help her untie them all. Li Lake was very peaceful today. It was as if it was waiting for another great battle to erupt. 15 ace rescuers that included 4 level 9 genetic warriors, 3 ability users, and Wang Ye, whose strength was unfathomable, were enough to sweep away any advanced demonic human organization. On top of that, Stone Ocean had lost its leader and was on its last breath. Could not resist anymore. The only problem was how to cross the lake. Many pairs of eyes were focused on Wang Ye. They were filled with anticipation and trust. At this point in the joint operation, not only had everyone been convinced by Wang Ye, but they also respected him from the bottom of their hearts. He was far-sighted and invincible. Since Wang Ye said that everything would be arranged for, he would surely arrange it properly. Come, make a raft and paddle over. Wang Ye was concise. He walked straight to a 20-meter-tall tree and lightly cut it with his hand. The tree was broken at the waist. Wang Ye caught it with one hand and threw it to the ground. Everyone was speechless. Are you serious? Zhao Qi could not help but ask. Yeah. Wang Ye raised his saber and chopped the tree into pieces in the blink of an eye. He casually tied them up and clapped his hands. Done. Everyone was speechless. Was this a raft? Even the handiwork of primary school students wouldn't end up like this, right? Never mind whether it could block the attack of the monsters in the lake, it would probably fall apart before they started rowing. Let's go. Song Shiwei jumped on without hesitation, and her strong momentum almost destroyed the raft. Everyone looked at each other, wondering if they should give some advice. At the very least, they should make a more stable raft. Suddenly, Song Shiwei let out a soft cry of surprise, widened her eyes, and sat down. Fly? It was flying. Song Shiwei's vision turned black, and all the muscles in her body were trembling. Her hands were tightly gripping the wood, and her face was green. Suddenly, a familiar figure appeared in front of her, and she hugged him tightly. My leg is going to be broken, Wang Ye wailed in his heart. The corner of his mouth twitched slightly, but his expression remained unchanged. He swept his gaze across the crowd. Are you still not coming up? Take off. The raft was firm and dependable. Wang Ye was quite satisfied. The flying carpet made of animal skin last time was really too smelly. On the flying raft, other than Song Shiwei, who had been hugging his thigh and did not dare to open her eyes, the other ace rescuers had already adapted. After all, the raft was flying fast and steadily. Their only doubt was, How did Wang Ye know how the manipulation spell? He did not explain. If someone did ask, he would just say he had the special type ability. Either way, Wang Ye had already reported it to the chief. Furthermore, given the rarity and uniqueness of the special type ability and his achievements in the joint operation, he had applied for the highest N3 grade brain stimulant in the National Treasury, which was worth 300,000 achievement points. There are more than 100 islands in Li Lake. Do you have any clues as to which one it is? Zhao Qi looked at Wang Ye. Through the elimination method, I can confirm that although there are many islands, the encampment can't be too far away from the lake. Otherwise, the consumption of ability will be too great. In addition, the danger in the center of the lake is great, and Aiza isn't that stupid, Wang Ye said. Small islands can be ruled out. The encampment must be a large island with rich resources. Currently, there are 3 islands. We just need to search them one by one along the route. Whoosh! The flying raft was extremely fast. Soon, they passed by the first island. There was no trace of the demonic human's life as far as the eye could see. Instead, there were many monsters. Wang Ye didn't stop. He flew past directly and his consciousness didn't detect any demonic humans. Next, they gradually approached their destination. It was an island with lush vegetation. It looked no different from an ordinary island. However, Wang Ye saw the corpse of the hell-level monster by the lake with a single glance. There were obvious signs of life. This is the place. Wang Ye's fighting spirit rose. The flying raft swooped down, and he could feel it with his consciousness. This was Stone Ocean's lair. Chapter 109. Are you teaching me how to do things? Translator. Nioibo Studio Editor. Nioibo Studio. We finally found them. Zhao Qi glanced at the hell-level monster's corpse. With his experience, he could tell at a glance that it was done by an advanced demonic human because there were obvious traces of blood-sucking. Hee. They can't escape this time. Chen Jizong laughed heartily. From now on, there will be no more Stone Ocean. Hua Jinshi smiled. The ace rescuers were in a very good mood. With their consecutive victories and the death of Stone Ocean's leader, Priest, they had a huge advantage. Even if there were 60 or 70 advanced demonic humans in the encampment, the 15 of them would be enough to kill them all. The lack of advanced demonic humans above level 9 was Stone Ocean's biggest weakness. Prisoner alone was nothing to be afraid of. There's more than one level 9 demonic human, Wang Ye said. Zhao Qi nodded. That's normal. The 4 leaders have been around for a long time. During this period, new level 9 demonic humans would surely emerge. No one thought too much about it. After all, demonic humans who had just stepped into level 9 had limited strength. No matter how strong they were, they would not be stronger than the 4 leaders. Otherwise, according to the rules of the demonic human organizations, they would have long replaced the original leader's position. Charge! Song Shirwei shouted and led the charge. Her strong fighting spirit and morale were infectious. With that, the group of ace rescuers launched a final assault on Stone Ocean's encampment. They had to remove it from the roots. Today would be the end of Stone Ocean. It's a little too quiet. Wang Ye was a little puzzled. However, the arrow was already on the bowstring and had no choice but to be fired. He stayed at the back of the team and observed the place as they rode the flying raft. As he approached the encampment, his senses gradually became clearer. 3 level 9 demonic humans. Fortunately, it was still within the controllable range. The only thing that made Wang Ye uneasy was that Stone Ocean was too calm. To be more precise, Aiza was too calm. She might not have known that the encampment had been discovered, but as an evil demon, she should have reacted to the 15 ace rescuers entering Stone Ocean's encampment. She should know very well that Stone Ocean's current combat strength was far inferior to theirs. Under normal circumstances, she would definitely escape. Plus, since she could fly, the chances of her escaping were very high. Of course, he had already told the experts of the Future Center to wait by the lake. Fight to the death? It didn't match Aiza's personality. Without any time to think, Song Shirwei, who was leading the way, opened up a path with her golden hammer and entered the encampment in the blink of an eye. The advanced demonic humans of Stone Ocean were terrified. They had never thought that their encampment would be attacked. Their furious roars shook the island, and a chaotic battle instantly erupted. A one-sided massacre. The 15 ace rescuers from the 4 ace rescue teams were like tigers in a flock of sheep, unstoppable. Especially today, Song Shirwei, who was full of fighting spirit and in her max state, was like a female god of war. Her heavy wave golden hammer was like a road roller. Wherever it passed, not even a complete corpse of the advanced demonic humans was left. Simply tyrannical. This was a peak level 9 expert. Wang Ye was at the back of the team. He raised his saber and slashed down, killing the level 7 blood demons that were charging at him. On the one hand, he had to preserve his strength to deal with the unknown. On the other hand, the other ace rescuers needed to release their emotions, especially Sister Rue. Ever since Captain Chaoyue was killed, she had been holding back her anger for too long. She needed to vent it. Boom! 3 level 9 demonic humans charged out at the same time. The group of advanced demonic humans blotted out the sky and covered the earth. Stone Ocean came in full force. The level 9 blood demon in the lead was 3 meters tall. His body leaned forward like a giant lizard and his cold eyes were filled with madness. Prisoner. He swung his fist at the Windstorm rescue team and instantly clashed with the captain, Zhao Qi. The latter's expression turned serious. His spear shook and his arm went numb. He retreated repeatedly. Prisoner was stronger than he had expected. Boom! Boom! The other 2 level 9 blood demons charged towards Huajinsher and Chen Jizong respectively, picking on the weak ones and subconsciously avoiding the crazy Song Shirwei. The densely packed advanced blood demons instantly drowned out the ace rescue teams. Behind the advanced demonic human, a long-eared and devilishly beautiful evil demon slowly appeared. There was a smile on her face, and no one could tell what she was thinking. Aitza! Song Shirwei's eyes reddened. The enemy who had killed her captain was right in front. The heavy wave golden hammer was like a whirlwind, sweeping across the surrounding advanced demonic humans and attacking Aitza. A short distance away, Aitza still had a smile on her face, seemingly not even planning to use the gravity spell. At this moment, a black shadow suddenly appeared. It was as fast as lightning, and a sharp cold light cut towards Song Shirwei who was attacking Aitza. A perfect semicircle. The strong air-piercing force and the palpitating attack power seemed to be able to cut everything in the world. Thud! Song Shirwei felt as if 1,000 kilos were weighing down on her as the gravity spell was cast on her. Faced with the sudden attack, she had no way to dodge. All the hair on her body stood on end as if she had fallen into an abyss. Bang! A shield appeared in front of her and shattered instantly. Half of the semicircular attack was deflected, and the remaining momentum landed on Song Shirwei's armor, causing her to retreat with a muffled grunt. Aitza let out a soft cry of surprise, and her gaze fell behind Song Shirwei. Stomp! Wang Ye walked out. He reached out and blocked Song Shirwei behind him. Their eyes met, and a strange light flashed in Aitza's blood-red eyes as she smiled. It's been a long time. Wang Ye glanced at her and looked behind her. Come out. Gagaga. The other party's laughter was sharp and hoarse, like a rooster that was clucking with a broken throat, giving people goosebumps. A tall and thin figure appeared behind Aitza. He was covered in scales, and the mouth on his ugly face was twisted. His eyes were long and narrow, and his blood-red pupils were filled with malevolence. There were green flesh horns on his forehead. The most terrifying thing was that his hands and feet were as sharp as sabers. His entire person was like a killing weapon, invincible. However, there was a terrifying scar on his chest. Black flesh could be seen, and it seemed that it had not completely healed. True demon Inran. Wang Ye blocked Song Shirwei's right hand and quickly enchanted the heavy wave golden hammer. Am I that famous? Even a little fellow knows me, he. True demon Inran laughed in an ugly and unpleasant manner. The entire Huaxia knows you. You were defeated by God He and returned unwillingly. Then you were beaten up by Xia Wuguang and fled like a rat, hiding everywhere. You're known as the weakest true demon in the world, Wang Ye said. Bullshit. True demon Inran's eyes almost popped out. When did I hide? Don't fall for his tricks. This kid is very cunning. Don't waste your breath on him. Just kill him. Aiza interrupted with a smile. She's ordering you. The weakest true demon in the world. Wang Ye laughed. True demon Inren glared at Aiza. Are you teaching me how to do things? Aiza was speechless. What true demon? Go to hell. With a roar, Song Shirwei charged out. A look of disdain appeared in true demon Inren's eyes. He raised the sharp saber in his hand, but his body suddenly became heavy. Yes, Aiza. Kill him together with us. Wang Ye roared and charged at true demon Inren at the same time. True demon Inren? It wasn't me. Aiza quickly distanced herself from true demon Inren, afraid that this brainless fellow would suddenly attack her. Suddenly, her expression changed. Wang Ye, who had been charging toward true demon Inren, suddenly changed his direction. As if he had already expected her actions, he attacked with his saber. Advanced gravity spell. Aiza's reaction was extremely fast, and Wang Ye's movements were instantly slowed down. However, the saber light had already arrived, and the triangular light was blooming to the extreme. Electromagnetism gathered in the hands of Aiza, and a strong explosion sounded. Amidst the violent explosion, Aiza's face turned pale as she retreated rapidly. Her eyes filled with disbelief. He was much stronger than the last time they fought. Even though Aiza was injured, she remained calm. She used the gravity spell again and quickly pulled away from Wang Ye. She might currently not be as strong as the other party, but it didn't matter. There was true demon Inren. She only needed to create a safe distance and wait for true demon Inren to kill. Aiza's expression instantly changed. It was too fast. Wang Ye, who had just been under the effect of the gravity spell, suddenly accelerated and appeared in front of her. It was completely unexpected. It was as if the gravity spell had failed. No, he also knew the gravity spell. It was the gravity spell that had been cast on true demon Inren. Aiza widened her eyes and frantically activated her ability. Majestic electromagnetism condensed into a ball, making sizzling sounds as she tried her best to block Wang Ye's attack. Boom! Wang Ye's combat power erupted. The backlash was extremely strong, and his hands were paralyzed by the lightning. However, this slash also broke through Aiza's defense and severely injured her. Wang Ye stomped and stopped himself from retreating. His eyes were filled with killing intent, and the Max Moon Saber was shining brightly. With 2 slashes, Aiza was heavily injured. Compared to back when they were by Lu River, his strength had already undergone an earth-shattering change. Gravity spell? He had also cultivated it to the advanced rank. No! The expression of Aiza finally changed, revealing a look of fear. With nowhere to hide, she could only watch as Wang Ye's saber came at her. The 2 consecutive waves of impact had made her use the electromagnetic force twice, which consumed far more ability than the gravity spell, almost exhausting her ability. At this moment, a strong lizard-like figure suddenly appeared in front of her. He roared and waved his fist at Wang Ye. Prisoner. Seeing that Aiza's life was in danger, Prisoner had rushed over without caring about anything else. He even exposed a flaw in his defense, allowing Zhao Qi to break through his defense and pierce a heart-wrenching bloody hole. Boom! Wang Ye forced Prisoner back with 1 slash. The power caused Prisoner to suffer even more injuries. Leave this to me. You go help Captain Song. Wang Ye shouted at Zhao Qi. He didn't stop at all and attacked Prisoner. He didn't expect that this level 9 blood demon, whose combat strength was close to that of Priest, loved Aiza so deeply. Unfortunately, the other party was a demonic human. 240% strengthening. Wang Ye went all out, his physical fitness soared, approaching the limit of level 9. The gravity spell fell on Prisoner. A head-on clash against true demon Inren, Sister Rue coupled with Captain Zhao might not be able to hold on for long. He had to kill Prisoner and the other 2 level 9 blood demons as fast as he could. Only by gathering the strength of the 4 captains would there be hope. Boom! 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 Prisoner's face was distorted as he continuously blocked and retreated. The saber light continued to burst out. The human's combat skills were too terrifying. The same gravity spell as Aitza made it difficult for him to move. The explosive force was comparable to the peak of level 9, and coupled with the strange and fast double sabers, it was difficult to resist. Pooh! 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 Blood splattered everywhere, and prisoners' wounds increased one after another. Wang Ye's attack speed was extremely fast. In less than 10 seconds, he had already severely injured prisoner and greatly reduced his combat strength. Chi! Chi! The Max Moon saber burst out with a blinding light and sliced off prisoner's arms. The gravity spell burst out again as Wang Ye locked onto prisoner. Boom! A clean slash. Killed. Chapter 110. He's mine. Translator. Nioibo Studio Editor. Nioibo Studio. After killing prisoner, Wang Ye didn't slow down. He quickly charged at the other 2 level 9 blood demons. Zhao Qi was right. These were 2 demonic humans who had just entered level 9. Their strength was inferior to the 4 leaders. He quickly took over the fight, fighting 1 against 2 while also taking on the surrounding attacks of the advanced demonic humans. Hua Jinshi and Chen Jizong were instantly freed up. Whoosh! Whoosh! The 2 of them quickly charged toward True Demon Inren and attacked him from all sides. Boom! Limit break skill. All around. Wang Ye activated the clearing mode. Compared to the 2 captains of the Ace Rescue Team, his efficiency and advantage were obvious. The gravity spell was a powerful weapon to kill enemies, and even the powerful level 9 demonic humans were no exception. Wang Ye didn't use the shocking thunder absolute saber technique. Although the saber technique was powerful, it was very taxing on the body and was more suitable for a one-on-one battle. In a group battle, the most suitable ones were still the 3 basic limit break skills: comprehensive saber technique, triangle saber technique, and all around. Combined with the unique rhythm of the dual blade style and the strengthening spell, the attack power was more than enough. Boom! 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 Corpses littered the ground. Wang Ye quickly killed a bunch of blood demons. Even the powerful level 9 blood demons were no exception after being hit by the gravity spell. They were soon slaughtered and fell into a pool of blood. The number of demonic humans in Stone Ocean's encampment gradually decreased, and the pressure on the other ace rescuers was greatly reduced. The few ability users immediately supported the 4 captains. Wang Ye alone was comparable to an ace rescue team. Clang! 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 True Demon Inren displayed his might, attacking with his hands and feet as if he had 3 heads and 6 arms. Even though he was surrounded by 4 captains, he was still able to deal with the situation with ease. He even let out unpleasant cackles. Among the 4 captains, Song Shirwei's battle intent was the strongest, and she was also the most heavily injured. However, she did not retreat. She only pressed forward. Heavy wave hammer technique. Song Shirwei's fighting spirit was high, and her eyes were filled with determination. Ever since the day her captain died, she had thrown life and death to the back of her mind. She would avenge her captain. She would kill all the demonic humans in the world. She had never been afraid of death. Song Shirwei, who was bathed in blood, fought to the peak. Every attack was done with all her strength and erupted with the strongest power. Her armor was damaged everywhere. True Demon Inren's blade was extremely sharp, unable to be blocked. Boom! 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 The power of the heavy wave golden hammer was monstrous. Facing the attacks of the 4 captains and the ability users, True Demon Inren's defense was finally broken through, and black blood flowed out. His face was instantly filled with anger, and his blood-red eyes were filled with killing intent. Injured. He was injured again. Go to hell! True Demon Inren erupted, his arms waving like sickles at extreme speed as he attacked Song Shirwei. Blood splattered everywhere, and Song Shirwei's armor was shattered. She was heavily injured. Chi! Boom! Zhao Qi's spear and Hua Jinshi's battle axe arrived and were blocked instantly. No one could stop True Demon Inren, other than... Boom! The massive gravity spell was cast on him once again. True Demon Inren gritted his teeth and glared fiercely at Wang Ye, who was speeding toward him from afar. Annoying fellow. Furious thunder. The moment Wang Ye attacked, it was explosive. The saber energy exploded forth, and rumbling sounds rang out non-stop as an extremely ruthless blow was delivered to True Demon Inren. Boom! After forcing back True Demon Inren with a single saber strike, Zhao Qi and the other two quickly surrounded him. Wang Ye took out the HF3 healing potion and gave it to Song Shirwei. Behind him, weapons clashed. True Demon Inren was enraged. Facing the three captains' attacks, he quickly forced them back. Chi! Chi! Two blades flew toward Wang Ye from the left and right. All around, Wang Ye was as steady as Mount Tai as he protected Song Shirwei behind him. With the dual blade style's solid defense, the Thunder Saber was unleashed once again, fiercely landing on True Demon Inren's sharp blade, causing a huge tremor. Wang Ye's arm trembled slightly. He retreated and fired a power bullet at True Demon Inren. Bang! True Demon Inren saw stars. He was filled with rage, and the three captains once again surrounded him. Wang Ye didn't stop. He used the gravity spell while waiting for another opportunity to attack. Clang! 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 This was Wang Ye's first time fighting a true demon. With an extremely strong body, astonishing defense, and extraordinary attack power, a true demon was shockingly strong. Moreover, the other party could fly. Ants, you've angered me. True Demon Inren hovered in midair, gnashing his teeth in anger as he glared at Wang Ye and Song Shirwei, especially these two. Whoosh! As fast as lightning, True Demon Inren ignored the gravity spell on him and attacked Wang Ye from the sky. Unconcealed killing intent. He would first kill the woman who injured him, then kill the brat who used the gravity spell. Pa! A layer of ability net blocked his path. Manifestation spell. Wang Ye naturally wouldn't let True Demon Inren attack the heavily injured Song Shirwei. He used the dual blade style. With one hand, he built an impenetrable defense, and with the other hand, he attacked with the triangle saber technique, meeting True Demon Inren's attack head-on. Do you want to die first? 1 foot 11 inches grant you your wish. True Demon Inren's voice was sharp and furious. Boom! 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 The attacks were like a storm. No matter how tight the defense was, the power of the impact still got stronger. A powerful blade force even broke through the defense and cut through Wang Ye's combat suit and skin. Cosmic energy. True demons called it demonic energy, while perfection evolvers called it combat energy. They were essentially the same, the cosmic energy that had fused into one's cells. This was also the reason why true demons and perfection evolvers could fly. He couldn't block it. Let's go all out. Wang Ye's Thunder Saber secretly accumulated power and frantically mobilized the strength of his body to block with absolute attack power. Thunderclap, Thunder Rush, Furious Thunder. 3 consecutive moves. Boom, boom, boom. Even one as strong as True Demon Inren was beaten to the point where his blood was boiling, and the wound on his chest split open again. The killing intent in his eyes intensified. He wanted nothing more than to skin Wang Ye alive and tear his bones apart. His attack speed raised to the limit, and a sharp sound pierced through the sky. Pong! He blocked the attacks of the other 3 captains once more. True Demon Inren and Wang Ye clashed head-on as if they had gone mad. Go to hell, brat! True Demon Inren was burning with rage, and he ignored the other attacks. Boom! A giant golden hammer came down from the sky and landed fiercely on True Demon Inren like Mount Tai. The same hammer technique had a different force. Song Shirwei, with her short hair flying in the wind, had a tenacious and unyielding look in her pale eyes. There was blood at the corner of her mouth, and her body was covered in injuries, but she was still tenacious. Her endless fighting spirit was burning. She seemed to be flickering with light. He's mine. Song Shirwei enunciated each word. Her eyes were as red as a blood demon's, and she was extremely domineering. No one is allowed to hurt him. With a thunderous roar, Song Shirwei charged towards True Demon Inren. The heavy wave hammer technique changed. From the initial individual hammer strikes, the attacks turned into rolling waves. They became one. Every strike seemed to be connected by an invisible line, merging into one and increasing in power. Song Shirwei's aura also became completely different from before. Chi. Layers of airwaves with wisps of energy shot out through the heavy wave golden hammer. Combat energy. Perfection rank. Wang Ye was happy for Sister Rui. She had broken through her limits and unleashed her strongest combat strength in the battle. But what did Sister Rui mean that he was hers? It should be that she was his. Wang Ye quickly cast the gravity spell as support. Facing Song Shirwei's sudden outburst, True Demon Inren was caught off guard. Waves of combat energy tore through his defense. Although his attacks also landed on his opponent, the layer of ability offset some of the force. True Demon Inren's wound burst open and black blood flowed out. The more True Demon Inren fought, the more frightened he became, and he felt defeated again. There were too many experts in Huaxia. Even if there was only one perfection evolver left, there were still many talented advanced evolvers. First, there was Xia Wuguang with terrifying combat strength. Now, there was a female genetic warrior who could use combat energy, and there was also, where was he? True Demon Inren suddenly realized that Wang Ye had disappeared. Suddenly, the giant golden hammer in front of him struck again, forcing him to retreat. At the same time, a terrifying force appeared behind him. The cosmic energy was dense. Bastard! True Demon Inren was attacked from both sides and was in a sorry state. He abruptly turned his head and his eyes widened. Ability Blade. Wang Ye's ability condensed into the Thunder Saber, and endless power gathered. The strengthening spell was instantly activated to its limit. Wang Ye's muscles were trembling. He gritted his teeth and his eyes were filled with killing intent. Raging thunderbolts condensed into a beam of light that shone brightly. 5 times explosive power. Limit break skill. Thousand Thunder. Boom! Wang Ye unleashed his strongest attack to date. He went all out. Ow! True Demon Inren let out a hysterical cry. The sharp blade in his left hand blocked the attack frantically, while a cold light flashed in his right hand as he attacked Wang Ye. Bang! Absolute power, frontal assault. Wang Ye ruthlessly tore apart True Demon Inren's defense. The ability blade cut a terrifying wound from top to bottom, deep enough to see his bones. Black blood flowed non-stop, and the sharp blade on his left arm was cut in half. True Demon Inren's attack also tore through Wang Ye's combat suit, but he only suffered minor injuries, because he had comrades. The ability user Feng Hanwen's manifestation spell came at the right time and helped him to deflect most of the attacks. Zhao Qi's long spear was impenetrable, blocking the attack of True Demon Inren for him. Boom! Song Shirwei was in a killing frenzy. Her terrifying hammer smashed down on True Demon Inren's body. The combat energy tore apart his scales and smashed the already injured half of his body into a bloody mess. It was extremely domineering and directly sent him flying. Flee! True Demon Inren's face was filled with fear as he panicked. He was only here to recruit Aitza and also to take over the Stone Ocean. He had never thought that he would encounter such a situation, nor did he expect that he would be injured even more here and be trapped on the spot by a few ants. Damn it! When he recovered, he would come back for revenge. Swoosh! True Demon Inren, who was slowly taking off, looked at the group of ants below him, his eyes filled with anger and humiliation. He was one of the 5 true demons of demonic awakening. Looking at his severed left hand and the heart-wrenching wound on his chest, True Demon Inren ground his teeth. Gah! I will be back. True Demon Inren's eyes were bloodshot as he roared. Then, I will chop you into pieces one by one. Bastards! Just you wait. Whoosh! A cold wind blew past. The air froze. At the same time, True Demon Inren's expression froze as well. He twisted his neck in horror and looked at the white-haired girl in white clothes not far away. She stretched out her delicate arm to him, and in an instant, boom! The overwhelming cold drowned him. In the air, True Demon Inren's ugly and shocked face turned into an ice sculpture, his eyes filled with fear and trembling. The white-haired girl's hand shook slightly, and the ice sculpture shattered into pieces, turning into shattered ice pieces that fell. True Demon Inren was dead. Wanna gift the story? Try one. Chapter 111. returning in triumph. Translator. Nioibo Studio Editor. Nioibo Studio. Wang Ye looked up at the sky. Shuling, in white, was like a girl who had walked out of an animation. She was very beautiful and very strong. He had sensed the arrival of a powerful aura just now and guessed that it was her. Otherwise, true demon Inren wouldn't have been able to escape. At this point, even if he had to suffer heavy injuries, Wang Ye would still do everything he could to kill true demon Inren here. With the gravity spell and the manipulation spell, how could true demon Inren escape? Unfathomable. This was Wang Ye's evaluation of Shuling. Although it was just a glimpse, the feeling Shuling gave him was not inferior to Yao. The two of them were like extremes. One was extremely firm and the other was extremely soft, but they were both powerful. She was far more powerful than her ranking on the combat power rankings. Thud. Something dropped like a stone. Wang Ye abruptly turned his head. Song Shirwei, who had been like a war goddess just a moment ago, had fallen to the ground. She was covered in blood and unconscious. Captain Song. Huajinshe ran over. Pa! A wall of ability blocked him. Wang Ye appeared beside Song Shirwei and reached out to check her heartbeat. It's fine. Sister Rue is just seriously injured and exhausted. So she fainted. Clang. The Max Moon saber floated in the air. Wang Ye picked up Song Shirwei and jumped onto the saber. He swept his gaze across the crowd. I'll leave the rest to you. Don't worry. Zhao Qi nodded. All right. Chen Jizong smiled weakly. Huajinshe looked at Wang Ye. Whoosh! The moon saber tore through the air. Wang Ye flew past Shuling. Their eyes met and he nodded. So cool. Chen Jizong sighed. When I become a perfection evolver and my brain opens up, I want to learn the manipulation spell too, Huajinshe said enviously. Zhao Qi glanced at him and said, You would be able to fly by then. Huajinshe was speechless. Wait a minute. Chen Jizong suddenly thought of something and said, If Wang Yi leaves just like that, what should we do? Zhao Qi looked at him. Kill the remaining demonic humans, and then dash. The three of them widened their eyes at the same time. They looked in the direction that Wang Yi had disappeared without a trace and suddenly felt an inexplicable sense of desolation. They were trapped on the island and couldn't go back. Asterisk. Asterisk. After sending Song Shirwei to the medical cabin in the defense area, Wang Yi returned to Li Lake and pulled everyone back. How could he not be involved in the shakedown? He became a porter and transported all the wealth and equipment from Stone Ocean's encampment out of the island. Along the way, he accidentally dropped a few boxes of gold. They returned in triumph. All the evolvers in the evolution camp welcomed him, their eyes full of admiration. Stone Ocean, which had dominated the eastern part of Huaxia for 2.5 years, was finally uprooted and annihilated. All of this had been done in less than 10 days. The new commander, Wang Yi, was simply outstanding. You guys killed true demon Inren. The chief was a little confused, and his head was filled with question marks. Weren't they going to sweep through Stone Ocean's encampment? Why was true demon Inren involved in the picture? And he was even killed? How? Not us. It was Shuling. Wang Yi didn't take credit for it, and it was indeed Shuling who killed the other party. Besides, there was no benefit to taking the credit. Once it was spread on the forums, demonic awakening would probably immediately target him. Is that so? The chief was overjoyed. Wang Yi, you're too humble. Zhao Qi laughed. Without your attack that heavily injured true demon Inren, Shuling wouldn't have been able to trap him. That fellow's strength is average, but he's especially cunning. Even people as strong as God He and Xia Wuguang couldn't stop him from running. Everyone contributed, Wang Yi said modestly. We couldn't have done this battle without your cooperation. Sister Rue was the main attacker, and the other ability users helped. Everyone contributed greatly. Everyone looked at each other and smiled. They were very happy to hear that. In the future, they could brag when they went out. The chief was smiling from ear to ear. Great news. No matter who killed him, that was a true demon. Not only was it a huge boost to the morale of the Huaxia Evolver, but it was also a heavy blow to demonic awakening. Only 3 of the 5 true demons remained. Furthermore, true demon Vajra had been heavily injured by God He, and true demon Longyang had been defeated by Xia Wuguang. Demonic awakening had fallen into a huge predicament. Unfortunately, Aitza took advantage of the situation and ran away, Zhao Qi said regretfully. Yes. Wang Ye nodded. The other party had been severely injured by his 2 slashes but escaped under the protection of prisoner. She's just a level 8 evil demon. Now that Stone Ocean is gone, she won't be able to cause much trouble. Chen Jizong laughed. Maybe she used up all her ability and fell into the lake to be eaten by the monsters. Hua Jinsher smiled. If she is still alive, we will meet again. Next time, she won't be so lucky, Wang Ye said. Aitza was indeed a difficult enemy. But if he could defeat her once, he could defeat her twice and even thrice. Most importantly, his strength was still increasing rapidly. He had fought against Aitza twice. During the first time, they were evenly matched. The second time, she had been severely injured by his 2 slashes. Next time, she would not even have the chance to escape. The joint operation entered the final stage. They had gathered many clues in Stone Ocean, including the locations of various affiliated intermediate demonic human organizations. Under Wang Ye's command, the 4 camps didn't rest and immediately split up. Speed was the most important thing in war. Taking advantage of the fact that the intermediate demonic human organizations had yet to react, they led the elite rescue teams to launch sudden attacks. Wang Yi and Bao Yuanding led the teams from the West Camp. They were extremely efficient. Wang, Captain, should we continue? Tong Wu was still not used to the new form of address. It depends on you. If you still have energy left, we'll continue. If not, we'll hand the mission to the other rescue teams. After today, Wang Yi said with a smile, the intermediate demonic human organizations around the eastern base city will either be wiped out or run away. It will be a long time before we can receive any Class B demon exterminating missions. Continue. Su Yihan's eyes were sharp. Same. Yu Shuiqin's voice was gentle and firm. Then let's continue. Wang Yi snapped his fingers. Xiao Wu drive. Yes. Captain Wang. Medical treatment cabin. Song Shirwei woke up slowly and looked at the ceiling with her eyes wide open. Suddenly, her pupils constricted and she straightened up abruptly. The violent movement made the bed thump, and blood instantly appeared where the 4 needle in the back of her hand was. Pa! Song Shirwei took a look and crushed it. As soon as she got up, she felt a sharp pain and weakness in her body. The world was spinning. Clenching her fists tightly, Song Shirwei's eyes widened as she shouted, Pa! The door swung open, and Song Shuyi and the doctor entered. Sis, you're finally awake. Song Shuyi's nose was dripping with snot and tears were flowing down her face. She was crying tears of joy. Captain Song, you just finished the surgery. Be gentle, the doctor said hurriedly. It's fine, it's fine. Song Shirwei put on her combat boots and her movements were clean and neat. What's the situation now? Why am I in the hospital? The operation is over. Sis, Stone Ocean is gone. Brother Yi was the one who sent you to the hospital and informed me to come over and take care of you, Song Shui said immediately. Bah! Song Shirwei glanced at her sister. Why would I need you? You stupid sister. Wang Yi. Where is Wang Yi? I don't know. Song Shui shook her head. I'll go find him. Song Shirwei rushed out of the door like a tiger. West Camp, defense area. Wang Yi led the elite team number 7 and swept through 2 intermediate demonic human encampments. Although the team members were still very energetic, there were no more demonic humans. The other camps had acted rather quickly. After all, they had been suppressed for too long. The demonic humans living in the wild had no fixed encampment and often ambushed evolvers. They had always been a source of trouble. They were mortal enemies to begin with. Now that there was such a good opportunity to capture the demonic humans in one fell swoop, the evolvers naturally did their best. Especially since the joint operation had just ended. Everyone's morale was high. What were demonic humans? The entire Stone Ocean had been uprooted. They killed to their heart's content. Wang Yi. Song Shirwei pushed open the door and entered in a hurry, giving Wang Yi, who was studying Stone Ocean's information. A fright. You're discharged so soon? Wang Ye was stunned. How did it go? How's Stone Ocean? Where's true demon Inran? Song Shirwei's eyes were wide as she panted. It's over. They're all dead. Wang Ye glanced at her. In an instant, Song Shirwei's body trembled slightly. Tears rolled down her widened eyes as she slowly loosened her clenched fists. The scenes in her mind seemed to have disappeared. Captain Chaoyue smiled and waved at her. It's over. Wang Ye's figure appeared in front of her. At that moment, Song Shirwei's heart trembled violently. Looking at the familiar face, her lips moved slightly, and her emotions burst out like a flood. Sob! Wang Ye didn't say anything. He just gently opened his arms and hugged her hot body. She was tired. This knot in Ruerue's heart had been there for too long. He understood this feeling. After crying for a long time, Song Shui suddenly reacted. Why are you hugging me? No, you're the one hugging me. Look at my waist. It's been flattened into a piece of A4 paper by you, Wang Ye said seriously. Is that so? Song Shirwei said apologetically. I'm sorry, I'm a little emotional. Are you feeling better now? Wang Ye asked with concern. Yes, thank you, Wang Ye. Song Shirwei stared at Wang Ye. Till repay you. All right. Just as Wang Ye was about to ask how he could repay her, Song Shirwei beat him to it and said, After I recover, I'll spar with you in actual combat. How about we have a few real fights? Thank you, but no thanks. Wang Ye refused without hesitation. What a joke. True demon Inran was almost smashed to pieces by her. How many hammer strikes could his body withstand? There's no need to be polite with me. Song Shirwei patted Wang Ye's shoulder and laughed heartily. Suddenly, she lowered her head to look at herself and was slightly stunned. Oh right, Wang Ye, where's my combat suit and clothes? My sister said you sent me to the hospital. They were all shattered. Some of the combat suit fragments were embedded in your flesh. You lost too much blood and your body was covered in wounds. Your clothes were stuck to your wounds. It was also quite a distance from Li Lake to the defense area, so I gave you first aid first and got rid of them, lest your wounds got infected and your injuries became worse, Wang Ye said seriously. I see. Thanks. Song Shirwei was moved. You're welcome. Wang Ye smiled. After sending Ruerue away, Wang Ye looked at the time. It was 1935. He had an appointment with Shuling at night. It's almost time. After tidying himself up a little, Wang Ye went out. Chapter 112, Xueling. Translator. Nioibo Studio Editor. Nioibo Studio. Eastern Base City, detached villa area. It was not far from East Noi. Your sister lives alone? Wang Ye and Yu Shuiqin came together. They held hands in the moonlight and strolled along the forest path, just like a pure, loving relationship between students. Yes, she has always liked to be alone since she was young, Yu Shuiqin said. She draws alone, plays chess alone, tells stories alone, plays house alone. Her image was gradually becoming abnormal. What about you? Wang Ye was curious. Yu Shuiqin pursed her lips. Ever since I could remember, my schedule was packed. One was busy learning piano, English, dance, calligraphy, painting, swimming, snowboarding, equestrian. I rarely had the time to accompany Shuling. What a packed childhood. He covered his face. Moreover, my sister has been weak and sickly since she was young. She's often in the hospital, so we don't see each other much. Yu Shuiqin recalled the past and sighed softly. After she awakened as an ability user, she has been staying in Moonweb all year round. If Moonweb has a timer, my sister's time must be leveled first, at least twice as long as others. An internet-addicted girl? Still, wasn't twice as long a little exaggerated? She's a little different from ordinary people. You'll know soon enough. Yu Shuiqin's smile had a hint of craftiness. Okay. Wang Ye didn't mind. We're here. One won't go in. Yu Shuiqin stopped. Her two soft hands gently held Wang Ye's hands, and her eyes were filled with reluctance. Wang Ye skillfully lifted Xiao Qin's chin and lowered his head. Under the moonlight, Two figures overlapped as birds seemed to be chirping. Ring. Crack. Wang Ye had just pressed the doorbell when the door opened by itself. Wang Ye opened the door in surprise and gasped. Good heavens! Was he in another world? It was a snow-white world. There were no other colors in the room, and all the furniture was also pure white. Rather, there was not much furniture at all. The room was empty. There wasn't even a table or chair. Was this the legendary minimalist style? Hee. On the railing on the second floor sat a pure and flawless girl in a white Chinese costume. Her white hair was extremely eye-catching, and her bright eyes were smiling at Wang Ye as she let out crisp laughter. The secret room kind of setup was inexplicably terrifying. Good evening, Wang Ye greeted. Good evening, brother-in-law. Shuling jumped down from the second floor and landed lightly. Her hands were behind her back, her small head was slightly tilted, and her delicate chin was raised. She was only a little over 1.5 meters tall, and her figure was as thin as paper. It's my first time meeting you. Wow, you're so handsome. Shuling's eyes sparkled as she sized up Wang Ye. Did she have the memory of a fish? Didn't they just meet this morning? Shuling was a little different from what he had imagined. You're also very beautiful, Wang Ye praised. Hee, brother-in-law, you speak so sweetly. Don't tell me you're interested in me? Shuling smiled like a little devil. Wang Ye was speechless. Shuling's slender finger pointed at Wang Ye's chest and goosebumps instantly appeared on the latter's back. No, I'm not interested in those who haven't developed yet, Wang Ye said righteously. Your words don't match your heart. Shuling pursed her lips and lowered her voice. I'm an adult. One have everything I should have. Nonsense. If she didn't, what would that make her? No wonder Shao Qin said that she was eccentric. He felt that this evaluation was not accurate enough. Let's get down to business. Why are you looking for me? Wang Ye went straight to the point. Can't we just chat? Shuling blinked her eyes like a demon and looked at Wang Ye with a sullen expression. She said aggrievedly, It's late at night. I'm very lonely alone. Flirt. Keep flirting. As long as her chest was not big enough, she wouldn't be able to seduce him. Wang Ye sneered in his heart and didn't move. All right. Shuling pouted and looked at Wang Ye resentfully. You're the same as my sister. You don't like to play with me and only like to talk to Shui. Wang Ye was stunned. Suddenly, Shuling closed her eyes and opened them again. Swoosh! A bright light flashed. Shuling's temperament suddenly changed. Her white hair fluttered in the wind, and even the surrounding air became much colder. The devilish smile on her face had disappeared. Shuling's beautiful eyes looked over and her voice was gentle and calm. We meet again. Ha! Split personality? Wang Ye was stunned for a while. That was... She is Lingling and I am Shui. We live together and cultivate together. Shuling said softly. We've been best friends since we were young. Wasn't this cheating? The two of them trained on the same account. Wang Ye finally understood what Shao Qin meant when she said Shuling spent twice as much time on Moonweb as others. Thank you for your help. Shuling looked over. I've been chasing after True Demon Inrun for a long time. He's too cunning, and he always manages to escape. This time, I finally killed him and severed one of Demonic Awakening's arms. It's nothing. Wang Ye couldn't adapt to the change just yet. Shuling said, Demonic Awakening is very ambitious. They have the world's strongest true demon owl, which allows them to intimidate the evil demon cult and the Salvation Group. They also have abundant resources and a large army, and they dream of ruling the world. Wang Ye was curious. How strong is True Demon Owl? Unbelievably strong, Shuling said. He's the only level 7 true demon. Wang Ye was deep in thought. How about humans? Currently, the strongest is a level 8 perfection evolver, Shuling said. Wang Ye's eyes lit up. And the cosmic monsters? They're all at the peak of level 9, Shuling said. All of them? Wang Ye thought carefully. Shuling nodded. It was indeed strange. The appearance of the surprisingly consistent levels at the same time. All of it seemed to have been arranged. What do you think of Moon Web? Shuling looked at Wang Ye and suddenly asked. It's as strange as the existence of cosmic monsters. Wang Ye thought about it. Shuling smiled. It appeared at the same time as the cosmic monsters. How did you know? Wang Ye suppressed the shock in his heart. Shuling didn't answer. I've studied Moon Web for a long time and I can almost guess what's going on. But this is probably an unsolvable problem. So you came to find me for this. Wang Ye looked at Shuling. That's right, Shuling said, revealing more shocking news. Killing Cosmic Monster number 9 was the result of my discussion with Yao because we wanted to confirm one thing. 2. Is it confirmed? Wang Ye asked. Shuling nodded. Let's wait a little longer. 1 foot 11 inches go and confirm another result. Then you will disappear too? Wang Ye understood what she meant. 2. If that day really comes, 1 foot 11 inches leave Huaxia to you. Shuling smiled. Why me? Wang Ye was curious. Shuling's beautiful eyes flashed with wisdom. You're very outstanding. You have the talent for cultivation, outstanding brains, and the foresight that Yao and I don't have. If there's one person who can solve this unsolvable problem in the future, it's you. This shower of praises. More, please. Other than being a playboy and being a little lecherous, you don't have any major flaws. Shuling continued. Wang Ye was speechless. He wanted to chat with Lingling. This is nothing. Father also has 3 wives. People with ability often desire more. Shuling looked at Wang Ye. The most important thing is that you have a sincere and kind heart. You're a man with lofty ideals. You're a true man with an indomitable spirit. Come, tell him more. You should go to Xia Wuguang first. I'm still lacking a lot. Wang Ye thought for a moment and said, He. Shuling's expression was a little complicated. He is the most talented evolver I have ever seen. There is no other like him. But in other aspects, it's hard to say. 2. TSK. To be able to make Shuling, who was almost monstrously smart, suffer a setback, Brother Xia was indeed capable. I actually relied on the awakening fruit to cultivate so quickly. Wang Ye sighed and blinked. It's just that there's no more awakening fruit to get from an advanced evolver to a perfection evolver. The air was quiet. After a long time, I understand. Shuling looked at Wang Ye deeply. One forgot to tell you just now. You're really thick-skinned. Thank you. This is a compliment to me. Wang Ye laughed. The super awakening fruit. It only existed in one place, on one of the top 10 cosmic monsters. The giant tree that was as tall as a skyscraper and had strange fruits growing on it. It was extremely difficult to become a perfection evolver. This was the only shortcut. Wang Ye understood a lot after meeting Shuling. He also had a better understanding of her. To think she had 2 personalities. This was too awesome. Lingling was the devilish type while Shui was the smart type. Killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Asterisk. The joint operation was over. The heavy responsibility as a commander was removed from Wang Ye's shoulders, and he started his holiday, cultivation, mode. The last time he went to Li Lake and destroyed Stone Ocean's base, he discovered a new world, the islands in the lake. The density of monsters on the islands was even higher than the lakeside. Even a small island would usually have 2 or 3 hell-level monsters. On the first day, he obtained 5,500 potential points. On the second day, he gained another 4,800 potential points. On the third day, he gained 4,200 potential points. After a round of sweeping, the islands outside the central area of Li Lake were basically cleaned up. In addition to his potential points, the large number of hell-level monster corpses also allowed Wang Ye's net worth to grow rapidly. Added to the few boxes of gold he had obtained in the shallow lake area near the Stone Ocean's encampment, his net worth had exceeded 500 million. At night, he returned from Annabella's house after half an hour of planking. The latter was tired. Wang Ye opened his interface. Level 8 ability user, 0%. It had risen. The effect of the F8 body stimulant was almost exhausted. His consciousness landed on the plus. Do you wish to spend 10,000 potential points to raise the level of the advanced star evolution technique? Yes. In an instant, Wang Ye entered the space of consciousness. He transformed into a huge star, cultivating the advanced star evolution technique while absorbing the endless cosmic energy. Time flowed at a speed 10 million times faster. He comprehended the star evolution technique and completed the final transformation and evolution. Perfection. Whoosh! Cosmic energy penetrated his body. Wang Ye's eyes were bright. His cells transformed, and the energy in his psyche surged like a wave. He broke through the shackles of a level 7 ability user in an instant. Overall, he had greatly improved. Level 8 genetic warrior 30%. Level 8 ability user 23%. Chapter 113. Getting on the rankings easily. Translator. Nioibo Studio Editor. Nioibo Studio. Do you wish to spend 100,000 potential points to upgrade the star evolution technique? It was here. Another upgrade. Wang Ye looked at the perfection stage advanced star evolution technique and sighed with emotion. The last upgrade had been from the life evolution technique to the star evolution technique. A leap in life level. It was very difficult to go from an advanced evolver to a perfection evolver. Wang Ye had asked Shuling how she broke through, and the answer he got was concise. I broke through while cultivating. What about Yao? He seemed to have done so by killing super monsters. After he killed one, he drank the monster's blood. Then he killed another and drank its blood. Then, he broke through. A madman. The demonic humans would hail him as a professional. Every perfection evolver's evolution method was different, so there was no accurate conclusion yet. They were all fumbling around. However, Wang Ye believed that it was quite possible that the awakening fruit from the cosmic monster was a way to become a perfection evolver. The other was the BL blue blood potion. However, compared to the awakening fruit, the effects of the potion were more uncontrollable. Furthermore, the blue blood potion was still in the testing stage, so everything was unknown. Let's see how Brother Xia will break through. Wang Ye was quite confident in Xia Wuguang. The other party was a true cultivation genius who could perhaps be a very helpful reference. Maybe. Early morning. The house was decorated as Wang Ye's family was busy with preparations for Wang Yang's wedding. After Wang Ye finished his breakfast, he did some morning exercises with Annabella to stretch his leg muscles. After that, he set off for the Gene Park. He retrieved his personal combat suit that had been repaired and took a Max Meteor Saber for free. He also asked Xiao Cheng some questions about the custom-made S-grade equipment. Most of the materials could be found in the country's treasury and could be bought with achievement points. Those materials mainly came from the corpses of super monsters, which were largely contributed by Shuling and Yao. The achievement points for the joint operation had not been distributed yet, but Wang Ye knew that he must have earned a lot. After all, he had destroyed Stone Ocean, killed Priest, and wiped out a series of intermediate demonic human organizations. Added to his achievements as the commander of the joint operation, even if he didn't get enough achievement points to afford a set of S-grade equipment, he would surely have enough to get half a set. Wang Ye went to the research lab to get the N3 brain activator. The application had been approved. As for the BL blue blood potion, the application had yet to be approved since it was still in the research stage and not much had been extracted. It needed some time. He chose to absorb the brain activator as the effect of the F8 body stimulant had reached its limits. The N3 brain activator was next to increase his level as an ability user. At night, Wang Ye entered Moonweb's combat area. He pressed his hand on the crystal ball on the right and found that the rankings had changed. 1 a.m. The Death God. 2 Undying Phoenix Power. 6 Your Brother Xia is the strongest in the world. 7 Barbara the Great Beauty. 8 Gilbert. 9 Snow. 20 Kill all the demonic humans in the world. The top few remained the same, but Brother Xia had risen in rank. He had surpassed the White Eagle Federation's ability user, Barbara, who was also the second strongest ability user in the world. His upper limit was too high. It was hard to imagine what level his combat strength would soar to after he became a perfection evolver. Wang Ye looked at Shuling, who was ranked 9th. After witnessing how she killed True Demon Inran instantly and interacting with her, he no longer believed Shuling's ranking. Her true combat strength was very likely to be ranked in the top 5. Her current ranking in the combat area was only because she was not interested in challenging it or for other reasons. As for the newly added 20th place, kill all the demonic humans in the world. With such a crude name, it was a no-brainer that this was Ruerue had broken through during the battle with true demon Inrin. Her comprehension of the heavy wave hammer technique had reached the perfection stage, which allowed her to have a burst of combat energy, so her strength had increased greatly. I wonder if my current strength can make it onto the rankings. Wang Ye really wanted to know. He could give it a try. So, he placed his hand on the shining pillar of light in the middle. He sank into it instantly and entered a strange world. Light particles flowed rapidly in front of his eyes as if he was teleported. Soon, he entered a wilderness area. It was as if he was really there. Everything felt so real in the wilderness. The first level. Roar! Not far away, there was an enraged hell-level rhinoceros monster. It had skin as hard as a rock, and it looked like a weathered rock with sharp horns that glinted with sharp cold light. It was also larger than the other hell-level monsters. A level 8 monster. Thump, thump, thump. Following the hell-level rhinoceros monster's roar, 10 level 7 monsters of different appearances in the surroundings swiftly attacked. Wang Ye brandished the moon saber in his left hand and the meteor saber in his right. Chi! Chi! With light and concise steps, he killed roaring monsters with each slash. Killing these brainless monsters was much easier than killing a level 7 demonic human. He slashed continuously and none were a match for him. Fresh blood splattered everywhere, and a foul smell infiltrated his nose, making Wang Ye exclaim in amazement. This was too real. Even the most advanced VR could not achieve 10% of the effect. No wonder it was said that the combat area could quickly increase one's combat strength. It was almost equivalent to actual combat. 100% strengthening. Wang Ye tried to use his ability, and his physical abilities rapidly improved, stepping into level 9. Facing the level 8 hell-level rhinoceros monster's truck-like charge, Wang Ye easily dodged it, and the saber in his hand lit up. Boom! The hell-level rhinoceros monster fell to the ground, twitching violently. Wang Ye added another stab. Swoosh! The scene in front of him suddenly changed again as he returned to the teleportation staircase. The light particles accelerated, and soon, he landed in a new area on a steep mountain peak. Phew! A violent wind sounded. A huge level 9 vulture monster circled the sky. Its gray wings were spread out, covering the entire sky. With a high-pitched vulture cry, birds and beasts appeared from all over the mountain. The second floor, with 10 level 8 monsters and 1 level 9 monster. All of you come down. Wang Ye activated the ability in his psyche, turning it into an endless gravitational force that rumbled as it landed on the mountain peak. The originally valiant hell-level vulture monster suddenly felt as if it weighed 1,000 tons. It roared as it fell from the sky and attacked Wang Ye angrily. 200% strengthening. Wang Ye quickly executed the dual blade style. With the help of the gravity spell, the level 8 monsters were killed one by one. He didn't dodge the violent attack of the level 9 vulture monster and took it head-on. Boom! His injuries were not light. Wang Ye grinned. He ignored the tearing pain all over his body and killed the level 9 vulture. The scene in front of him changed and he returned to the teleportation staircase once more. My body and abilities have all recovered. Wang Ye felt the changes in his body. His combat strength had returned to its peak. The combat area can simulate injuries in battle, which is quite helpful. Wang Ye savored it carefully. He felt as if he had returned to the training camp. However, his current strength was no longer the same as before. The third floor. Once he passed this floor, he would be able to enter the combat area's rankings. Wang Ye wasn't interested in the rankings, but he wanted to see how strong the super monsters were. Previously, when he unleashed his full strength, he could already kill a level 9 blood demon at its peak. What was his limit now? In a scorching valley, the earth shook as huge level 9 monsters appeared. It included hell-level tiger monsters, bear monsters, bat monsters, and many more that were rarely seen outside the eastern base city. High-grade hell-level monsters were mostly sea creatures. In the past 3 days of cleaning up the Li Lake, he had only encountered 2 of them. Now, 10 of them had appeared at once. Where was the super monster? Wang Ye abruptly turned around and saw a snake demon with a human face and a scaled tail. Its greenish-brown long tail was more than 10 meters long, and its majestic upper body stood tall. Its grayish face was bewitching and strange, and it had the vertical pupils of a snake that was filled with killing intent. It hissed, which revealed its slender tongue that had a forked tip. It was not a giant beast but a demon with special abilities. Whoosh! The bewitching snake demon was extremely fast. It literally took off from the ground and attacked first. At the same time, the high-grade hell-level monsters charged at Wang Ye like a well-trained army. Hoo! The beautiful snake demon let out an ear-piercing sound. A blast of strong wind, accompanied by vicious poison, blasted toward Wang Ye. There was nowhere to dodge. Whoosh! A tough ability shield covered Wang Ye's body. No matter how the poison attacked from all directions, it couldn't hurt him at all. Advanced Manifestation Spell. These days, his strength had been improving. Strengthening Spell, 200%. His physical abilities were over the roof. With a current physical strength of 65,000, he was much stronger than the 50,000 physical strength he had when he was fighting against Priest. The improvement of his foundation brought about a tremendous change in the effects of the strengthening spell. His strength instantly soared to the peak of level 9. Boom! With a thunderous slash, Wang Ye's eyes were sharp as he attacked the snake demon. Even though demons with abilities were stronger than giant beasts of the same level, to him who had mastered many ability spells, they were even easier to kill. East Noel, room 702. An earthquake-like sound was suddenly heard. Song Shuyi, who was taking a shower, stuck her head out and glanced at the quaking independent cultivation room before shrinking back. She was used to it. As long as the house wasn't torn down. Who is this question mark? He's hiding his face and doesn't even dare to reveal his name. Song Shirwei, who was holding the heavy wave golden hammer, was dressed in a vest and hot pants, and her almond-shaped eyes were wide with anger. She had spent a lot of effort to get past the 3rd floor of the combat area and get a ranking of 20th. Who would have thought that she would be kicked to 21st place in less than half an hour? It was as if the other party was deliberately targeting her. This was too infuriating. On top of that, the other party's name seemed to be mocking her. Above her nickname, "Kill all the demonic humans in the world," it read. Damn it! Just you wait. Song Shirwei, who refused to admit defeat, once again charged into the combat area. Asterisk. Demonic Awakenings Encampment. You are the evil demon Aitza? True demon Longyang sat on a leather chair, his expression cold as he stared at the smiling long-eared handsome evil demon. Yes. Aitza smiled and nodded. A sharp light flashed in true demon Longyang's blood-red eyes. You made Inran die, yet you still dare to appear in front of me? Are the words of humans trustworthy? Aitza's voice was soft. True demon Longyang stretched out his demonic claws and grabbed her neck. The words of humans can't be trusted. But can the words of an evil demon be trusted? Inran died in Stone Ocean's encampment, right? If you kill me, you will regret it. Blood seeped out from the corner of Aitza's mouth, but a terrifying smile still hung on her face. Oh! True demon Longyang released his demonic claws and looked at Aitza as if she were an ant. He stared at her coldly and said, "Give me a reason not to kill you." Aitza smiled, her voice full of confidence. "Introduce me to True Demon Owl, and I'll become his think tank to help him achieve his ambition. Unifying the World." Chapter 114. Combat Energy. Translator. Nyoibo Studio Editor. Nyoibo Studio. In the independent cultivation room. How magical! Wang Ye left the moon web. It was as if he had really fought a life-and-death battle just now. The feeling of being on the verge of death was too real. He stopped on the 4th floor, where he faced 10 level 1 supermonsters and 1 level 2 supermonster. Their offensive power was quite terrifying. Even though he fought with all his might and killed one of the supermonsters, he was soon buried among the giant beasts. He lacked some experience. With my current strength, one can't take them head-on, but I can kill some of them. Recalling that battle, Wang Ye pondered carefully. To take on the strongest level 2 super monster first would not work. Once he was kept busy, he would be in big trouble. The limit break skill all around was not omnipotent. The main problem was that his physical foundation was still a little weak. His current physical strength was 65,000. The limit for a level 9 avoiver was 100,000, while it was 200,000 for a peak level 9 avoiver and 300,000 for a perfection avoiver. Super monsters of the same level had stronger bodies. He had reached the proficient stage for the advanced strengthening spell, which could bring about 260% explosive strengthening, allowing his body to surpass the limit of level 9. But compared to the super monsters, there was still a gap. Plus, using the advanced strengthening spell would exhaust his ability in a short while. The strengthening spell is a powerful technique that defeats enemies with physical strength. Human evolvers should be strongest in terms of combat skills. I'll cultivate the meteor descent saber technique to the peak first. Wang Ye looked at the proficient stage meteor descent saber technique and recalled Ruerue's heavy wave hammer technique. After she had comprehended it to the perfection stage, she could unleash combat energy, which increased her combat strength by a large level. The meteor descent saber technique was the same. Combat energy was something only perfection evolvers could possess. That being said, some genetic warriors with peerless talent could comprehend it long before that. For example, himself. From the proficient stage to the mastery stage requires 2,000 potential points, while the perfection stage should require 5,000. Wang Ye looked at his 1,200 potential points. He was still short of 5,800. Tomorrow, I'll go deep into the islands in the center of Li Lake. The next morning, the house was filled with joy and excitement as they prepared for the wedding tomorrow. Wine, cigarettes, flowers, gift boxes, and posters were everywhere. The parents of both parties gathered, their faces full of joy. They discussed the process of picking up the bride, the arrangements for the guests, the banquet, and so on. All Yi, is one table enough for you? Chun Tingyu asked when she saw Wang Ye preparing to leave. Yeah. Wang Ye nodded. He had no intention of asking his brothers from the rescue team to attend the wedding, which was a family matter. However, he had to invite Xiao Qin. After all, she knew about his brother's marriage. If he didn't invite her, she would think that he didn't treat her as a girlfriend. Forget about the others. There was no need to steal his big brother's limelight. Wang Ye set off for Li Lake, prepared to gain a huge harvest today. But first, he went to Annabella's house to help her practice her legs. Her legs were too thin and lacked muscle, so she needed to exercise regularly, including but not limited to yoga, air splits, deadlifts, and so on. The Evolver Forum was filled with heated discussions. Have you seen the combat area rankings? 2 new names suddenly appeared. Kill all the demonic humans in the world should be from Huaxia, right? Which country is the 3 question marks from? Kill all the demonic humans in the world is easy to recognize. She must be the captain of the Evolution Camp's rescue team, Song Shirwei. She broke through during the battle against True Demon Inrin. This name is simply her style. As for the 3 question marks, God knows. However, the 2 of them seem to be competing for the rankings, and it's quite intense. Well, Song Shirwei is still stronger. She was overtaken at the start, but she's now catching up again. Huaxia's ace rescuer is really awesome. As expected of the Beyond Rescue team, she easily went beyond. Easily? She had been fighting all night. Song Shirwei lay on the bed, exhausted. Her eyes were red and her limbs were weak. The 4th floor was too difficult. She tried her best and tried countless times before she managed to kill a weaker cosmic monster. With that, she barely surpassed the detestable 3 question marks and avoided the bad fortune of being at the bottom. Haha, you can't surpass me now, right? Although she was tired, Song Shirwei was still in a good mood. She imagined how enraged the 3 question marks would be when he entered the combat area and he saw that he was at the bottom of the rankings. Then, the image of the other party trying his best but being killed by monsters again and again played out in her mind. Song Shirwei revealed a satisfied smile. Hoo-hoo, Li Lake's central island. Wang Ye felt as if he had entered an uninhabited place. The two sabers flew at the same time, killing hell-level monsters one after another. After experiencing repeated battles with super monsters in the combat area, these hell-level monsters that were only slightly larger than cars were nothing. Killed level 8 monkey monster. Potential points: 1850 carat, 2050. Level up. Wang Ye's consciousness fell to the plus. The meteor descent saber technique was played out in his mind, and the essence of each saber strike was carved deep into his heart. Star pivot, star jade, star pearl, sky star, frost meteor tie, descent, and destruction. The 7 moves of the saber technique were connected into a single line, and he comprehended the profoundness within them, raising his realm to a whole new level. Meteor descent saber technique, proficient, mastery, chi. The saber light was like a meteor. Wang Ye's combat strength increased rapidly. With this, he did not need to rely on the strengthening spell. With his level 8 genetic warrior body, coupled with the attacks of the dual blade style and the meteor descent saber technique, he was already invincible on Li Lake Island. Soon, the monsters on the island were slaughtered. The area was cleared. After resting for a while, Wang Ye set off for the next island. The second, the third. His efficiency had increased. After his combat skills had been improved, he no longer needed to use the strengthening spell, thus saving him a lot of time that would have been spent to recover his ability. His mastery over the manipulation spell was perfect, and he soon arrived at the 4th island. This island was bigger than the previous 3. There are quite a few hell-level monsters. Wang Ye's consciousness sensed the surroundings, and he moved faster. Like a sharp knife, he stabbed into the center of the island and tore it apart. In an instant, the island was filled with the angry roars of monsters. Whoosh! 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 A pale yellow spider demon with black stripes scuttled. It kept spitting out gray silk from its large and plump tail. The thread was tough and powerful, and it whipped the ability shield like a whip. A level 9 spider demon. Its face was almost humanoid, but it looked particularly demonic. There were round spots on its head, and its 8 legs were like 8 arms, sharp as sickles. Its huge tail could make the blood of a furry pervert boil. Star pivot, star jade, star pearl. Wang Ye's ability shield protected him, and meteor saber in his hand moved like lightning. Its speed accelerated as if rushed down like a stream. Light and shadow flashed as the level 9 spider demon roared in anger, its eyes filled with fear. Sky star, frost meteorite, descent. The 7 moves of the meteor descent saber technique accelerated as its power stacked, until the final strike. Destruction. Boom! Extreme speed, extreme power. The meteor saber whooshed, killing the level 9 spider demon. Wang Ye landed. The ability shield disappeared and he was unharmed. Killed level 9 spider demon. Potential points: 39 60 carat 51 60.1. He would obtain 1.5 times the potential points if he killed monsters above his level, and 2 times the potential points if it was an awakening type monster. 1200 potential points. Acquired. Swoosh. Wang Ye opened his interface and his consciousness fell on the meteor descent saber technique. 5,000 potential points were consumed. In his consciousness, he practiced the saber technique diligently. Time was accelerated by 1,000,000 times as the memories in his mind became increasingly profound, and his comprehension became clearer and clearer. The meteor descent saber technique's cultivation had reached its limit, and he had learned the truth behind it. Boom! He was enlightened. Perfection. Wang Ye opened his eyes, and they were bright. In the distance, a low-level hell monster fled in panic when it saw that the level 9 spider demon was killed. The max meteor saber flashed. Star pearl. The blade light was like lightning as the energy of the cells in Wang Ye's body was extracted. An invisible saber energy was released along with the attack, streaking across the sky with a dazzling light. Whoosh! It instantly tore through the hell-level monster's vulnerable body and exploded in the distance. Combat energy erupted. Asterisk. Asterisk. At night, East N0.1. I have recovered. Song Shirwei, who had slept for 8 hours, was full of energy. Her injuries had basically healed. After eating 3 big bowls of rice, she entered the individual cultivation room. Today, she was not going to hone her combat strength. She would cultivate her evolution technique instead. Although she didn't know how to break through and become a perfection evolver, so be it. The cart will find its way around the hill when it gets there. Why think so much? Opening the evolver forum, Song Shirwei revealed a smug smile, happily enjoying everyone's praise for her. It was fine if she was recognized online. She didn't care about these things at all. Rather, she preferred to be known. Song Shirwei was upright and open. Why would she be afraid of being exposed? She vowed to kill all the demonic humans in the world. Suddenly, haha, I'm dying of laughter. Kill all the demonic humans in the world is at the bottom again. A post marked new suddenly appeared in front of her. Song Shirwei's eyes widened. When she opened the post, she felt as if blood was rushing straight to her brain. Then, with a shout, she charged straight for the combat area. 19 being big makes up for all ugliness. 20 the old sophomore. 21 kill all the demonic humans in the world. She was at the bottom again. However, this time, who had pushed her out of the rankings previously was gone. Where did he go? Song Shirwei looked up and was stunned. 13? Rank 13. Impossible. How could he be so fast? Yesterday they were still neck and neck, but today she wasn't even near. Song Shirwei was dumbfounded. No, she must surpass him. Song Shirwei, who never admitted defeat, instantly exploded with fighting spirit and rushed into the combat area aggressively. 5 minutes later, she had killed 2 super monsters this time. Her condition was excellent. 20th. Song Shirwei was pleasantly surprised to see that she was no longer at the bottom and had surpassed the senior above her. Just as she was about to charge again, she suddenly realized that the rankings had been refreshed once more. 11? Who's the 3 question marks? Is he crazy? How did he get to 11th place? Who gave him a rocket? It's F*King ridiculous. Didn't he just get on the rankings yesterday? It's too terrifying. Could he be a new perfection evolver? Impossible. If there is a new perfection evolver, the Blue Planet Alliance would have sent out a global notice. The second Xia Wuguang. He's so awesome. He must be an evolver from Huaxia. *T. That might not be the case. Wang Ye looked at the exploding forum. When he got home, he went to the combat area to give it a try. The first 2 times, he lacked experience. On the 3rd time, he finally passed the 4th floor. Finally, he stopped at the 5th floor and was ranked 13th, which was Brother Xia's previous ranking. My current combat strength should be about the same as Brother Xia's. Wang Ye made a comparison. It was just that Brother Xia was already a level 9 genetic warrior back then, while he was only a level 8 genetic warrior now. The ranking was about right. He could not pass the 5th floor for the time being. He would have to wait until he reached level 9 before he tried again. Next, he would cultivate the advanced star evolution technique. Wang Ye was about to close the forum when a new post appeared. He was slightly stunned. Quickly go and take a look at the movements of Cosmic Monster number 5. It's here for revenge. Chapter 115, Happy Wedding. Translator. Nioibo Studio Editor. Nioibo Studio. Wang Ye entered the Evolver Information Center. Of the 9 red dots, 2 were closest to Huaxia. One was 1,900 kilometers away from the northwest base city, and the other was 3,600 kilometers away from the south base city. Cosmic Monster number 5 was the one that was 1,900 kilometers away. The demon baby. It was about 1.4 meters tall, with fleshy hands and feet that were covered with demon skin. It looked like a true demon that had not grown up yet. There were a few sparse strands of hair on its bald head, and its big black eyes glowed with a blood-red light. The corners of its mouth were opened strangely, and it would occasionally let out terrifying laughter. It was extremely fast. Previously, it was still 2,000 kilometers away, but in less than an hour, it had already shortened the distance by 100 kilometers, which was comparable to a few days' journey for the giant turtle. It was very sudden. The direction it's heading towards isn't straight at the northwest base city. Wang Ye stared at the red dot for a while before returning to the forum. In a short time, the forum was flooded with posts, with all information focused on Cosmic Monster Number 5. Hot news, Cosmic Monster Number 5's clip. Wang Ye clicked on the hottest post and saw the demon baby giggling in the video while floating in the air. It raised its fleshy arms, and the entire city collapsed with a rumble. Pointed, bang, bang, bang. Explosions sounded continuously. The attacks of advanced evolvers could not hit it at all. They were blocked by an invisible ability net. The demon baby cackled evilly as it clenched its fist, and the ability net instantly tore the advanced evolvers into pieces. A true demon with an ability. Wang Ye quickly made a judgment. The other party's ability was something between the transformation and release types, but its ability was quite abundant. This could be seen from the gravity spell that it used. Not only did the spell cover a huge area, but the collapse it caused with the gravity force was at least 10 times stronger. Plus, the spell had lasted for a long time and the demon baby had continuously attacked and destroyed without feeling any burden. A true demon at the peak of level 9. He had learned from Shuling about the strength of the cosmic monsters. They were simply no match. Once the demon baby launched an attack on the base city, the people would be plunged into misery and suffering. There was only one person in Huaxia who could kill it, Shuling. What do you plan to do? Wang Ye sent a message to her. There was no reply. The internet-addicted girl was probably on Moonweb. Wang Ye turned off his phone and entered the independent cultivation room. Cultivate. The next morning. Level 8 Genetic Warrior 32%. Level 8 Ability User 31%. Wang Ye ended his cultivation. The advanced star evolution technique progressed quite fast. Compared to the advanced evolution techniques of the same level, its efficiency was twice as high. After consuming the N3 brain stimulant, his progress as an ability user gradually caught up to his progress as a genetic warrior. According to his current progress, he would reach level 9 in about 2 months, which was almost twice as fast as Brother Xia. He was going to break the training camp record again. Wang Ye turned on his phone and looked at Cosmic Monster No S's movements. Fast. It was too fast. It had been 1,900 kilometers away yesterday, but it had shortened the distance to 1,200 kilometers in one night. At this speed, it would arrive tomorrow at Northern Base City? Wang Ye was slightly stunned. He had found the cosmic monster's direction a little strange yesterday. It wasn't traveling in a straight line toward the northwest base city, but taking a roundabout route. Now, it seemed that the demon baby had not been taking a roundabout route, but that its target was the northern base city. Why? There was no reason for Cosmic Monster Number 5 to target a city further away. Something seems fishy. Wang Ye browsed the forum and sorted out some clues. His thoughts became clearer. After leaving the Evolver Center, Wang Ye looked at his messages. The internet-addicted girl replied in the morning. Happy wedding. What the hell? He had asked her what her plans were, and she replied with these words? Besides, he was not the one getting married. Ding. Your digital currency account income. 155 million yuan. Wang Ye glanced at it. Yesterday's income was transferred to his account. The demon core of a level 9 spider demon was more expensive, and with the corpse it was already more than 100 million. As for the materials from the other hell-level monsters, they were sold for tens of millions. The balance in his account had already exceeded 700 million. To him now, money was just a number. It could at most be used to buy a villa where Shao Qin lived, which would cost about 200 million yuan. The precious materials, potions, and treasures used by evolvers could only be exchanged with achievement points. Counting the time, tomorrow was exactly a week since the joint operation, and it was about time he would receive the achievement points. East Number 1. The atmosphere was festive. A red carpet was laid out downstairs with the character of double happiness pasted on it. The sound of firecrackers rang out. Song Shirwei, who had just fallen asleep, opened her eyes in a daze and opened the window to take a look. Her mind was filled with question marks. Sis, our neighbor is getting married. Song Shui shouted as she ran in, overjoyed. Our neighbor? Since when did someone live next door? Song Shirwei was at a loss. I don't know. Song Shui tilted her head and thought about it. It's not important. Let's go, sis. Let's go join in the fun. Oh, okay. Song Shirwei's eyes lit up. This was the first time she had seen someone get married. The two sisters opened the door and looked curiously at 701. The place was red. What a festive color. The two girls were inexplicably envious. Getting married must be fun. The two girls suddenly saw a familiar figure from the opposite door. A big question mark could not help but appear on their heads as they looked at each other. Wang Ye, East Continent Hotel, a very ordinary 5-star hotel. Today, all the managers, greeters, and waiters were on high alert. Cold sweat broke out on their foreheads as they busied themselves. 11. Hello, this way please. Yes, it's here. I'll bring you there. Yes, right away, as soon as possible. They were flustered. No one would have thought that an ordinary wedding would welcome a group of big shots from the eastern base city. When off-road vehicles with custom-made license plates stopped outside the hotel, everyone in the hotel panicked. Even the boss quickly put on his pants and ran over. These were the legendary ace rescuers. Any one of them would be extremely revered. Now, there was a whole team. There were even some powerful figures in the eastern base city, big shots that they had only seen on television, like the chief of the evolution camp. They were so frightened that their legs went weak. These big shots seemed to have only come for one person, the younger brother of the groom. Many of the waitresses stole glances at the tall and handsome figure while they were busy, and their hearts thumped. He was so young, promising, and handsome. If she could be with him, even for one night. Unfortunately, a young and talented man like him surely valued his purity. They wouldn't be able to even get his contact information. At the thought of this, the beautiful waitresses walked away in disappointment. What brings you here, Chief? Wang Ye didn't know whether to laugh or cry. From the moment Sister Rue saw him, the situation was completely out of control. He had truly experienced what it meant when they said sisters were alike. The two sisters' mouths were like horns. The news spread like wildfire. Never mind the ace rescuers who had fought side by side with him. Even the 4 commanders and the chief had come, scaring his big brother, sister-in-law, and the other guests. It's also a happy occasion for you. We're just here to take a look. The chief chuckled and took out a thick red packet. He placed it on the table where the bridesmaids and groomsmen were in charge of receiving the gifts and wrote his name on it. Then one won't stand on ceremony. Please come in, Wang Ye asked with a smile. It's all right, the chief smiled. I still have things to deal with, so I won't be staying for dinner. Northern Base City? Wang Ye asked. The chief's eyes flashed. You noticed? Yeah. Wang Ye hummed. We'll talk about it later. All right. The chief patted his shoulder and smiled. Happy wedding. Wang Ye was speechless. He was not the one getting married. Fortunately, there was a spare table. Wang Ye called the ace rescuers to their seats. At his table, Song Shirwei and Song Shui were dressed in home clothes. They did not treat themselves as outsiders at all. They did not even give any gifts and were just eating heartily. Bao Yuanding, Tong Wu, Sui Han, and Huang Zirwei were all here too. Suddenly, he realized that there was an empty seat beside Xiao Qin. Could it be? The atmosphere in the meeting hall instantly quieted down. Especially the ace rescuers' table. Everyone was staring at the door in a daze. A young girl dressed in snow-white clothes with stunning white hair stood there. She wasn't tall, but she had an aura. Her appearance froze the air. Shuling, the only perfection evolver in Huaxia. Why was she here? Tong Wu and Huang Zirwei were dumbfounded. They watched as Shuling sat beside Yu Shuiqin with a smile and then looked at Wang Ye. When did their captain meet Shuling? Are you Lingling or Shui? Wang Ye looked at her. Hee. What do you think? Shuling blinked her eyes and looked at the couple on the stage. She suddenly said, I'm so envious of them, brother-in-law. Brother-in-law? Everyone's gazes instantly fell on Yu Shuiqin. Song Shirwei and Song Shui were still busy wolfing down their food. Whoosh! Yu Shuiqin's face was red. No, we're not at that stage yet. What stage? Su Yihan teased. This won't do. Shaoqin, captain, is in high demand. You have to hurry up. There are some things that you can try. What if you get addicted? Sister Han. Really? Well said. Wang Ye couldn't agree more in his heart. Shaoqin was quite conservative. The comber of Huang Zirwei's mouth twitched slightly as he poured himself a glass of wine without saying a word. Swoosh! The lights dimmed. When the music started, a dazzling MC appeared. Her delicate face seemed to have been carved out of jade, and her slender waist showed off her graceful figure. Her appearance caused a commotion. Zhang Wenwen, in particular, was in disbelief. She covered her mouth in shock and tears of joy welled up in her eyes. Annabella, her favorite female celebrity. So this was the present that her brother-in-law had said he would give her. She loved it. Hello, everyone. Today is March 14, 2051, the wedding of Mr. Wang Yang and Ms. Zhang Wenwen. I am today's MC, Annabella. With a charming smile on her face, Annabella easily hosted the wedding. The guests below the stage were pleasantly surprised. Shuling's big, shining eyes looked at the stands and suddenly turned to Wang. Brother-in-law, Annabella was looking at you lovingly when she was talking. Heh! Wang Ye gave a fake smile. He finally knew why Shaoqin liked to talk to Shui. Why was she spouting the blatant truth? Brother-in-law? He's not here. I want to get married too. She could marry whoever she wanted. And then have 2 daughters, okay? What did it have to do with him? Brother-in-law? Hey, brother-in-law, where are you going? Chapter 116, Unshirkable Duty. Translator. Nioibo Studio Editor. Nioibo Studio. The wedding ended in a lively manner. For Wang Yang and Zhang Wenwen, this was definitely an unforgettable wedding. Normally, they might be able to see so many big shots in their lifetime, but today all of those big shots witnessed their love at the wedding. What they remembered the most was a pair of sisters. The sisters ate like crazy since the wedding started, and even took the leftovers after the wedding. The 2 of them finished 5 tables worth of dishes. Then, when they returned home, they even met them at the door. The latter seemed to be talking about how the food today was not enough. Ace rescuers were really extraordinary. Shuling's house was a snow-white world, as usual. You know this is a trap. Wang Ye looked at Shuling. Yeah. Shuling's eyes flashed with wisdom. Don't worry. I'm not that stupid. 1 foot 11 inches, just defeat Demon Baby and drive it away. 1 won't kill it. He knew it. The white-haired girl who was using a cheat to train her account was definitely not only ranked 9th on the combat power rankings. Besides, I might not be able to kill it. Shuling smiled. We're both ability users and its ability counters mine a little. If I insist on killing it, it's likely that both sides will suffer. Heh, so humble. I'll wait for your good news. Wang Yi nodded. It was easy to talk to Shui. She was very smart. Can you already kill level 2 super monsters? Shuling suddenly said. It depends on luck. I failed twice on the 5th floor. Wang Yi didn't hide anything. With Shuling's intelligence, she should have guessed that? Was him. Is that so? That's very impressive. Shuling smiled and suddenly said, if one day I'm no longer around, don't hide and continue to rise. I understand. Wang Yi looked at Shuling and asked curiously, if you go all out for the combat power ranking, what's your ranking? Take a guess. Shuling set off. With her speed, she would arrive at the northern base city by dawn. Cosmic Monster number 5 was now 750 kilometers away from the northern base city. It was expected to reach tomorrow morning. To the people of the northern base city, this was going to be a sleepless night. Wang Yi looked at his phone and headed to the evolution camp headquarters. The chief and the 4 commanders were having a meeting. What's the current situation? Wang Yi was straightforward. Not very ideal. The chief's expression was solemn. The situation in the northern base city is more severe than what we've encountered before. The main reason is that we don't have enough time to deal with it. Currently, only a small portion of the people have been evacuated. Wang Yi nodded. The previous attack of Cosmic Monster number 9 had given the eastern base city enough time to evacuate in an orderly manner. In addition, the preventive mission and the protection mission had been launched at the same time to minimize the losses. But now, the northern base city only had 1 day to deal with the situation. The urgency and danger could be seen from the exploding forum. Shuling has already set off. It shouldn't be a problem for her to deal with cosmic monster number 5. Wang Ye's voice made the chief's eyes light up. He was overjoyed. Is she confident? Yes. Wang Ye nodded and carefully read the information. The only problem we have to solve is the monster siege. The monsters around the northern base city are not a problem, but the attack of cosmic monster number 5 will attract the monsters in the vast grassland north of the northern base city. The northern plains had the largest monster horde on land. There were countless hell-level monsters, as well as nearly 10 known super monsters. The chief nodded seriously. That's right. Currently, the estimated size of the monster siege that will arrive after cosmic monster N0.3 is S3. S3. It meant that either level 3 super monsters or a few super monsters of level 2 and above would attack the city. The northern base city has sent us a request for help. The 3 major organizations are urgently sending evolvers over. The chief looked at Wang Ye. How about it, Commander? 1 foot 11 inches go. Wang Ye didn't hesitate. The stronger the ability, the greater the responsibility. Unknowingly, he had become the 3rd strongest person in Huaxia, though the outside world did not know since he didn't reveal his real name on the combat area rankings. When the eastern base city needed him to take responsibility and destroy Stone Ocean, he didn't shirk. Now that the northern base city was in trouble, he wouldn't stay out of it either. He wasn't Han Rubin, who still felt that the country didn't give him enough even after living off the country's resources and growing up under the protection of the country. He might not have an honest heart, but he was definitely a person who loved his country. As far as his abilities allowed him to, he would naturally cut through the thorns and live up to his blood. He might not be able to take on cosmic monster number 5, but the monsters and super monsters attacking the city, did they want to take down the northern base city? They would first have to step over his dead body. And hurry up, TL. Go, go, go. Haha. Our commander is here. At the evolution camp's headquarters, the group of ace rescuers were excited. Wang Ye looked at the crowd and felt a surge of warmth in his heart. He did not regret joining the rescue team. Here, he met many like-minded comrades. Just like him, their body was flowing with hot blood. Are you ready, brothers? Wang Ye looked at the ace rescuers who had fought side by side with him to eradicate Stone Ocean. Although they were from different ace rescue teams, they stood together through storm and stress. I was just waiting for you to give the order, Commander. Kill the demonic humans. Are you stupid? This is a rescue mission, not a demon exterminating mission. Ha ha ha. It's all the same. Kill the monster. Asterisk. Asterisk. 4 off-road vehicles drove towards the northern base city overnight. Wang Ye sat in the front passenger seat and looked back. Sister Rue leaned her head against the seat and was already fast asleep. Her sleeping posture was extremely unsightly, and there was saliva at the corner of her mouth. Has Sister Rue been working very hard recently? Wang Ye asked curiously. It's mainly because she's been very agitated these past 2 days, Bao Yuanding said as he drove. Didn't you see the combat area? Captain has been competing with the question mark for the rankings for the past 2 days. In the end, she lost miserably. He and Sister Rue were competing for the rankings? That wasn't happening, right? She wants to fight to the death with the question mark to see who is stronger. But after asking many people, no one knows who it is. Bao Yuanding laughed. Fortunately, he did not reveal his real name. Wang Ye sighed. Wang Ye, do you know who the question mark is? Bao Yuanding asked casually. I never look at the combat area, Wang Ye said seriously. Is that so? The brothers are all guessing, Bao Yuanding said cheerfully. If it weren't for the fact that you can't release combat energy yet, we would have locked onto you long ago. Wang Ye chuckled. They wanted to backstab him? Fortunately, Brother Bao was stupid, no, righteous. Right, he had to be careful during this city defense rescue mission. He couldn't let anyone find out that he could already unleash combat energy. Otherwise, Wang Ye looked at Song Shirwei, who was still clenching her fists in her sleep. His single-cell captain could spar with him till the end of time. It was 2,000 kilometers from the eastern base city to the northern base city. The journey would take at least 24 hours. As the overall commander of the joint rescue mission, Wang Ye was constantly paying attention to the movements of the number 5 cosmic monster and the northern base city. Similar to the previous monster siege in the eastern base city, the monsters in the northern base city started to attack the city after night fell. However, with the defense system and the Evolver's protection, the first wave of attacks was blocked. The nearby capital base city also sent reinforcements to the northern base city. It was not a big problem. Although there were a lot of hell-level monsters, the Evolvers had the advantage of being high-level. After the rescue team from the capital base city arrived, they would be able to hold on. The key was still Cosmic Monster number 5 and the Super Monster Horde. 2 consecutive waves of huge attacks. Why isn't there any news from Brother Xia? Wang Ye suddenly had a bad feeling. With Brother Xia's abilities, the forum was probably flooded with praise for him. After all, he had left the others in the dust during the last monster siege. He had defended the North Gate alone and killed dozens of invading hell-level monsters, including 5 high-grade ones. At that time, he was only a level 8 genetic warrior. Now, he was already ranked 6th on the combat area rankings. Could it be? Wang Ye's mouth twitched. Based on what he knew of Brother Xia, it was really possible that the latter would do such a brainless thing. 300 kilometers. 200 kilometers. Cosmic Monster number 5 got nearer and nearer to the northern base city. The grassland monster siege behind it was also gradually growing in size. According to the information he received, there were already 3 super monsters following Cosmic Monster number 5 close. 1 level 1 super monster, 1 level 2, and 1 level 3. Just as predicted, an S3 monster siege. I should have some difficulty dealing with the level 3 super monster, but the level 1 and level 2 super monsters are not a problem. Wang Ye had a good understanding of his strength. He had already cleared the 4th floor of the combat area and killed a level 2 super monster. As for level 3 super monsters, at this stage it was still a little difficult. However, he could obtain a large number of potential points during the monster siege and increase his strength. The strengthening spell and the limit break skill of the Meteor Descent Saber technique could increase his strength to a higher level, so it should not be a big problem. As long as there were no other interludes, like the strongest level 4 Gold-Horned Ox Demon on the northern plains, early in the morning, the sun rose in the east as the northern base city withstood the second wave of monster attacks. Even though the Evolvers were exhausted after a night of fighting, they held on. Still, the forum was shrouded in a negative atmosphere. Cosmic Monster N0.5 was only 100 kilometers away from the northern base city. Everyone, hurry up and escape. We can't win. That's a cosmic monster. Will Yao still appear? We want him. Please, let a miracle happen again. Damn it. I'm going to fight the demon baby to the end. Isn't it just death? What's there to be afraid of? It's an ability user too. Let's attack together and exhaust its energy. We can win. Stop dreaming. It's impossible to win unless Shuling appears. That being said, she's too weak. Wang Ye looked at the posts on the forum calmly. He was waiting for the official news and live broadcast. Shuling would definitely appear. She wouldn't just stand by and watch as Cosmic Monster N0.5 ravaged the northern base city. As expected, it's here. When Wang Ye finally received the news, he was stunned. He covered his forehead when he saw the spike-haired figure standing tall with his hands in his pockets on the live broadcast screen. No way. He knew it would be like this. Brother Xia had gone crazy. Chapter 117. The Purest Heart. Translator. Nioibo Studio Editor. Nioibo Studio. Xia Wuguang was at the limit level 9, which was completely different from the peak of level 9. There was a whole level difference. Who gave Brother Xia the courage? Even if the demon baby was an ability user and was not good at close combat, the difference of an entire level was too great. There was no chance of winning at all unless Wang Ye was stunned. Willpower? Strength? Heart? He suddenly remembered what Xia Wuguang had said before he left. The 6 words that God he had given him back then. The key to breaking through from an advanced evolver to a perfection evolver. After leaving the eastern base city, Brother Xia had killed super monsters and fought true demons, but he had not broken through. That was because he had not reached his limit. He needed the stimulation of extreme power, the will to face the brink of despair, and the heart to stand firm for Huaxia. Demon Baby could give him all of this. But this was too crazy. How could Xia Wuguang do this? Song Shiwei's angry voice came from behind. Wang Ye nodded. As the captain, Sister Rui was still very concerned about Xia Wuguang. He actually went to kill Demon Baby alone without waiting for me. Damn it! Song Shiwei gritted her teeth and her phone cracked as she clenched her fists. Wang Ye was speechless. These two wouldn't have been on the same team if they were not the same type of people. Huh. That's right. Shouldn't we do it together? Xia Wuguang. This bastard. To think he wants to show off his might alone. Bao Yuanding said angrily. Wang Yi sighed. What kind of rescue team did he join? This group of people. Weren't they too cute? It was precisely because such a group was silently protecting them that Huaxia could stand at the top of the world today. When he was with them, his blood would always boil for some reason. But at the same time he was happy. The Demon Baby was here. Different from the slow-moving giant turtle, it arrived in less than 2 days from 2,000 kilometers away. Its black demon race skin was rough and ugly, and it looked like a baby. It was about 1.4 meters tall as it floated in the air. There were a few hairs on its bald head, and its round eyes stared at Xia Wuguang curiously. Stop looking, ugly freak. Your opponent is me. Xia Wuguang stood on the ground and shouted. Buzz. The ear-piercing sound coming from the phone made everyone's ears ring. The Demon Baby's figure was blurry on the screen as if it had been angered. It stretched out its black and fleshy hands, then released its ability. In an instant, the earth shook violently and collapsed. Tsk. What a waste of ability. Xia Wuguang was under immense pressure, but he still provoked his opponent. The Demon Baby became even angrier and it interlaced its fingers. Crack, crack, crack. Xia Wuguang was tied up tightly. The ability net shone brightly as it tore through his body. Xia Wuguang laughed out loud as blood gashes appeared. He was still arrogant and unyielding. You're too weak, too weak. Gah! The Demon Baby was enraged. Chi, chi, chi. The ability net tightened, and blood splattered everywhere, seemingly wanting to tear Xia Wuguang into pieces. This idiot! What is he doing? Behind him, Song Shiwei was burning with anxiety as she shouted, Attack! Quickly attack the Demon Baby. Why isn't he attacking? Wang Ye silently glanced at her. He doesn't know how to fly. Song Shiwei opened her mouth and did not close it for a long time. She fell silent. Doesn't Wuguang know the gravity spell? Bao Yuanding suddenly said. His gravity spell hasn't reached the advanced stage yet, so he can't fly, Wang Yi said. Wouldn't it be fine if he used the gravity spell on the Demon Baby and pulled it down then? Bao Yuanding's eyes lit up. The Demon Baby's gravity spell has reached the advanced stage, Wang Yi said. Bao Yuanding also fell silent. Looking at the demoralized duo, Wang Yi said, Don't worry. They have a plan. Can't you see Brother Xia is saying words of provocation? On the one hand, he wants to attract the Demon Baby's hatred and attention, and on the other hand, he wants to use this opportunity to force himself. Song Shiwei and Bao Yuanding were stunned. An icicle suddenly appeared silently behind the Demon Baby. Poochie. In an instant, it pierced through the body of the furious Demon Baby. The Demon Baby was stunned. It looked at the icicle on its chest, and black blood splattered everywhere. Whoosh! The surrounding air was cold. Crack, crack, crack. The Demon Baby's body froze, and its round black eyes were filled with shock. In the next moment, it shattered with a bang. All the evolvers watching the live broadcast were dumbfounded. What happened? The twist of events had come too fast. Xia Wuguang was still being tortured just now, but in the blink of an eye, the Demon Baby had been killed? This move seemed familiar too. It was Shuling. We won. Song Shirwei was ecstatic. It's too weak, ha ha ha. Bao Yuanding laughed heartily. Not yet. Wang Ye looked at the two of them. Something felt off. Moreover, Shuling would not kill the demon baby. You held back. Xia Wuguang, who was covered in blood, looked at the sky. No. The ability in its demonic core is too strong. The moment Shuling's voice rang out, a fragment of the demonic core that had been frozen suddenly emitted black threads that entered the ice block. In an instant, the ice shattered, and the black threads spread like cells, quickly forming a smaller demon baby that roared angrily. Boom! 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 Its ability roared violently, and the ground collapsed as if it had exploded. The demon baby was immortal. Words flashed in Wang Ye's mind. This was the other party's talent. Whether it was the gravity spell or the manifestation spell, they were all just ability spells. This was the true talent of the demon baby. Bang! 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 Xia Wuguang tried his best to resist. The demon baby's terrifying ability attack hit him. His combat suit could not withstand it at all, and his body was instantly mangled. At the same time, the demon baby's gloomy eyes spun as it turned its head several times, looking for Shuling, who had attacked it just now. What are you looking for? Ugly freak. Xia Wuguang, who was covered in blood, smiled and revealed his white teeth. Boom! After waiting for a long time, he instantly unleashed his gravity spell. The demon baby's expression changed as it lost balance and fell. Just as it was about to stabilize itself, a huge ice hammer suddenly appeared above its head and smashed toward it. Pong! The demon baby tried to block it, but the impact smashed it to the ground. Chi! A sword light appeared. Astonishing combat energy was ignited and burst out, supplemented by the gravity spell. Xia Wuguang's attack was extremely fast. His sword light danced like stars and landed on the demon baby's ability net, shattering it with a bang. Whoosh! The sword light was sharp and enveloped demon baby. The attacks surged out like a tidal wave, unending. The demon baby was a little flustered. It rolled and crawled, and the ability net on it repeated the process of being condensed, shattered, condensed, and shattered again. Then, the demon baby's face abruptly turned vicious, and it roared furiously. Its ability exploded with it as the center. Pong! Xia Wuguang was blasted away by the violent airflow. The energy was too strong. Whoosh! As soon as the demon baby floated shakily back into the sky, another ice hammer appeared above its head and smashed it. Pong! It was smashed down again. Xia Wuguang's figure instantly appeared, his sword light sharp. The fierce battle continued. Their cooperation is too tacit. Bao Yuanding's blood boiled. Damn it! If it was my golden hammer, one would have smashed it to death long ago. Song Shirwei wished she could go to the battlefield immediately. Brother Xia's attack was obviously stronger than hers. Sister Rue seemed powerful, but her combat energy was scattered when she attacked. Wang Ye now had a little understanding. Brother Xia's combat energy was very concentrated and compressed. He could even control it so he could unleash the strength akin to a perfection evolver. With perfection stage advanced sword technique and perfect control of his combat energy, he was worthy of being the best in the evolution camp. As for cooperation, it was non-existent. It was Shuling who was supporting him. Shuling is preserving her strength. Wang Ye was deep in thought. Based on his understanding of Shuling, she was stronger than this. Yet, other than the sneak attack, she never took the initiative to attack. Was she afraid of attracting the demon baby's hatred? What scruples does she have? Or, if she doesn't go all out, Brother Xia might not be able to hold on. Wang Ye stared at the screen. The situation seemed favorable. The demon baby was injured repeatedly and could not even rise into the air. However, it had a talent. Unless its demonic core was destroyed, it could reconstruct its body infinitely. On the other hand, Brother Xia's body was already at its limit due to the continuous injuries. No, it was already the limit. His injuries were very serious, and he was completely relying on his willpower to hold on. If this continued, Brother Xia would collapse before the demon baby exhausted its ability. Boom! A terrifying explosion resounded in the spectators' ears as the demon baby erupted again. It released a much stronger ability than the last time. It was as if it wanted to destroy the entire world. Its demonic core seemed to contain endless energy that could not be exhausted. The ability crazily attacked everything around it. The combat suit of Xia Wuguang, who was already at the end of his rope, was in tatters. His body was covered in injuries and his aura was weak. However, his eyes were filled with absolute unyielding strength and his will was extremely strong. There was also some excitement and madness. Strength. He needed more strength. The desperate situation did not destroy Xia Wuguang. Instead, it stimulated the changes in his body and his potential. Endless fighting spirit and faith. Xia Wuguang's eyes were filled with excitement. He felt it. He finally felt it. Ha 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 ha. This was the strength he needed. The desire to fight and the desire for strength. This was his purest heart. Boom! In an instant, Xia Wuguang transformed. He broke through the limits of life as his strength changed. His will sublimed, and his soul awakened. Cosmic energy descended and healed his injuries instantly. His cells underwent a qualitative transformation, and he sublimated to a higher level. The cosmic energy fused into his cells, making them full and powerful. So, this is a perfection evolver, Xia Wuguang muttered. The combat sword in his hand emitted light, and his speed suddenly increased. He turned into a light shadow and flew toward Demon Baby. One couldn't follow his trajectory. Only the sounds of attacks could be heard. He was as fast as Yao. The Demon Baby's ability net kept shattering, reforming, and shattering. Gradually, it could not withstand it anymore. Ah! The Demon Baby, who was using the same trick again, roared and released its ability, making it difficult to get close. Finally, it found an opening to fly upwards. But at this moment, a sharp sword light suddenly appeared in midair. Qi tore through the sky. Idiot! Xia Wuguang's voice sounded leisurely. The Demon Baby's eyes widened, and the sharp sword light condensed into powerful combat energy, instantly tearing its body apart. Xia Wuguang shouted and slashed the Demon Baby's head. Black blood splattered. Crack! It was the sound of the demon core shattering and the Demon Baby's death. Pa! Extreme coldness suddenly appeared. It locked the dim walnut-like demon core that had been split into two, which then turned into a square ice cube and flew away. Xia Wuguang let out a soft sound of surprise. Just as he looked in the direction where the ice cube flew, suddenly, whoosh! A beam of red light descended from the sky. Chapter 118. Shuling and True Demon Owl. Translator. Nioibo Studio Editor. Nioibo Studio. What happened? Where did the red light come from? Song Shirwei and Bao Yuending's expressions changed instantly. Wang Ye immediately connected to Moonweb and entered the combat area. Sure enough, Brother Xia's name had disappeared from the rankings. The phone screen was empty. The scene of Brother Xia killing the Demon Baby in a domineering manner was still lingering in Wang Ye's mind. After being forced into a desperate situation by Demon Baby, he finally broke through the boundary on the verge of death and became a perfection evolver. This time, he was really handsome, though a little crazy. However, this was his personality. He did as he pleased and was fearless. A man born to fight. Boom! After a moment of silence, the sound of an explosion resounded through the screen again. Crack, crack, crack. The scene was filled with extreme coldness. Accompanied by the sound of ice shattering, the scene instantly changed and two figures appeared. One was the girl in snow-white clothes whose white hair fluttered in the wind. Ice elements surrounded her, making her look sacred and beautiful. Her tender arms were spread out, and ice elements condensed into icicles that bombarded the demonic human before her. The demonic human had a horn on his head, and his body looked shockingly strong. He kept punching out, but the dense icicles trapped him and made him unable to move. True Demon Longyang. Damn demonic human. Why are they here again? Song Shirwei's almond-shaped eyes widened. They're here for the Demon Baby, Wang Ye said. What do you mean? Song Shirwei was stunned. They want the demon baby's corpse? The demonic humans don't have any scientific research technology. Why would they need the corpse of a cosmic monster? Bao Yuanding was also stunned. They don't need any technology. The demon baby is a true demon itself, a peak level 9 true demon. I don't know how Demonic Awakening plans to use the demon baby's corpse, Wang Ye replied, but it's obviously useful to them, which was why Shuling had been preserving her strength. Bang! 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 True demon Longyang couldn't withstand the icicles that filled the sky. His body was riddled with holes and black blood poured out. In a short time, he was already heavily injured. Facing Shuling's attack, he was like a lamb waiting to be slaughtered. The avoivers were shocked. Other than the rare videos of monster sieges, they had never seen Shuling fight. Her combat strength had always been ranked at the bottom among the perfection evolvers. They had always thought that she was not good at combat. But at this moment, the impression was shattered. She was too strong. This is her true combat strength. Wang Ye wasn't surprised at all. He had long known about Shuling's strength. Not only was she strong, but she was also very smart. She had contributed greatly to the reality that Huaxia was still standing now. Pa pa pa. Layers of ice sealed the injured true demon Longyang. Shuling spread her hands and controlled her ability and the ice element perfectly. Just as she was about to finish off true demon Longyang, a black shadow suddenly appeared from afar. The other party's head was as smooth as amber, and he held a 3-meter-long giant bone knife, which slashed through the sky as if it wanted to cut Shuling into two. Swoosh! Shuling reacted rapidly, and an ice wall instantly condensed. Boom! The giant bone saber shattered the ice wall. Another true demon. True demon Amber? Wang Ye was stunned. Wasn't he dead? God, he killed him personally. How did he revive? Behind him, Song Shirwei's eyes widened. The sudden situation stunned her. At this moment, another black shadow approached from afar on the screen. Black scales covered his face, and ambition burned silently in his blood-red eyes. The pair of spiral horns on his head grew backward, looking sharp and ferocious. Compared to the other true demons, he was neither ugly nor tall, but his body was perfect and his muscles were filled with explosive strength. The most shocking thing was the other party's aura. It was as if he was the ruler of the world. Demonic Awakening's leader, True Demon Owl. Pa! True Demon Owl gently placed his hand on True Demon Longyang's frozen body, and the ice immediately shattered. After escaping, True Demon Longyang looked at True Demon Owl with eyes filled with humiliation and anger. He then roared and charged towards Shuling again. True Demon Owl glanced at Shuling before walking towards the demon baby's corpse. Shuling's eyes were bright as she gathered the surrounding ice elements. On the screen, Shuling, who was surrounded by two true demons, looked like a small tree in a storm. She looked extremely petite. But in an instant, the astonishing ice element exploded. The powerful explosive force shattered the defenses of the two true demons. Immediately after, icicles filled the sky and shot out like machine guns. Whoosh! 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 Its attack speed was extremely terrifying. From the explosion to the consecutive icicles, it was completed in an instant. They pierced through the bodies of True Demon Amber and True Demon Longyang, causing intense damage. This was especially true for True Demon Longyang, who let out a miserable roar. He had been heavily injured. Shuling was too strong. It was also Wang Ye's first time seeing Shuling go all out. Her battle prowess was astonishing. Pa! A wall of ice appeared in front of True Demon Owl. The latter shattered it with a punch. His blood-red eyes were cold as he raised his head and looked at Shuling. Then, like an arrow that had left the bow, he appeared in front of Shuling with an instant whoosh. It was as if he was walking on flat ground as he shattered the ice shield that was blocking him. In the next moment, his arm was frozen before the ice shattered with a crack. True Demon Owl punched Shuling's abdomen heavily, and his arm was frozen again. An icicle pierced straight into his chest. Bang! Bang! The two pulled away. In that instant of confrontation, they were both injured. The cells in the wound on True Demon Owl's chest squirmed and quickly healed. His blood-red eyes stared coldly at Shuling in the distance. In the next moment, his figure flashed and attacked again. Pong! 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 They only heard the sounds, but they couldn't see the attacks. The intensity of the battle had already surpassed the battle between Xia Wuguang and the demon baby. Swoosh! Swoosh! True Demon Longyang and True Demon Amber quickly flew downwards, aiming for the demon baby's corpse. An ice wall separated them again. Bang! True Demon Owl's attack once again shattered Shuling's defense. But at the same time, the shattered pieces of ice were like bone-piercing awls that pierced into his arm, causing blood to flow out. Boom! The enraged True Demon Owl sent Shuling flying with a punch. One of his arms was covered in black blood, while the other was frozen again. His body was covered in wounds. Shuling floated quietly in the distance with an indifferent expression. It was shocking. This was the leader of demonic awakening, True Demon Owl, who was known as the strongest true demon. To think he had been injured by Shuling, and she still had the strength to deal with True Demon Longyang and True Demon Amber in a 1-on-3 battle. Hand over the demonic core and 1 foot 11 inches leave Huaxia. True Demon Owl stared at Shuling. Boom! Shuling used her actions to answer him. Boundless energy gathered, and the surrounding ice elements turned into icicles that exploded again. They surrounded True Demon Owl as well as True Demon Longyang and True Demon Amber. Bang, bang, bang. True Demon Longyang and True Demon Amber were in a precarious situation. True Demon Owl shattered the icicles one after another, his eyes flashing with a blood-red light and hesitation. Whoosh! A huge icicle appeared above his head, and like the sword of Damocles, it descended with astonishing divine might. Bang! An intense collision. True Demon Owl was unable to block the immense power, and he landed on the ground, creating a deep crater. With a bloodstain at the corner of his mouth, True Demon Owl raised his head and looked at Shuling, whose white hair fluttered in the wind. He clenched his fists, and his many pieces of flesh on the ground gathered before he disappeared without a trace. Shuling's eyes were sharp, and the ice elements condensed into 2 beams of cold light. Whoosh! Whoosh! One shot toward True Demon Longyang, while the other shot toward True Demon Amber. Bang! Boom! With that, True Demon Longyang was severely injured, while True Demon Amber's body was pierced through and shattered into countless pieces. The scene in the live broadcast seemed ice-cold, but the blood of the Huaxia evolvers was boiling. Shuling was too strong. She fought 1 against 3 but did not fall to a disadvantage. On top of that, her opponents had included the leader of demonic awakening, the legendary strongest demon, True Demon Owl. In the end, 1 died, 1 was seriously injured, and the other escaped. It was almost exactly the same as God He's battle record. The difference was that the true demons that Shuling defeated were even stronger, and she was almost unharmed. This was the 9th place on the combat strength rankings? What a joke! Even the former Yao was nothing more than this. Shuling used this shocking battle to tell everyone, including the Perfection Evolvers from the Blue Planet Alliance who had ulterior motives. She was still in Huaxia, and she's injured. Wang Ye knew Shuling very well. She had been injured badly, though she did not show it. True Demon Owl was very strong. His speed, attack power, and demonic energy far surpassed the other 2 true demons. He even had extraordinary attainments in his ability, and he was undoubtedly the strongest true demon at the perfection stage of level 7. In a 1-on-1 battle, ability users were usually at a disadvantage in close combat. Shuling's ability to hold on and even fight to a draw, not letting True Demon Owl take advantage of her, was already very impressive. Wow! Shuling is so awesome! Song Shirwei exclaimed endlessly. The battle just now had deeply shocked her. Losing members. Demonic Awakening has suffered a huge loss again. Bao Yuanding laughed. Wang Ye looked out the window. Demonic Awakening's actions this time gave him a completely different feeling from before. They had a complete plan and meticulous arrangements. If not for Brother Xia and Shuling's outburst, the consequences would have been unimaginable. At that time, demonic awakening would sit back and reap the benefits, and their road ahead would be smooth and unobstructed. This method felt familiar. Someone seemed to be involved in it. Are you all right? Wang Ye sent a message to Shuling. After a while, I'll leave the monster siege to you, Shuling said concisely. Don't worry. Wang Ye didn't ask further. We hit the jackpot this time. Demonic awakening has given us a huge gift. The demon baby's demonic core is very special and might be a breakthrough point. Wait for my good news, Shuling said. All right. Wang Ye had noticed that the moment Brother Xia split the demonic core open, Shuling sealed it in ice. It was a very important treasure that even true demon owl was interested in. Asterisk. They sped up to the northern base city. The demon baby's death only caused the monster in the wild to retreat. It did not end the attack of the grassland monsters. With the super monsters in the lead, the monster siege was like an unstoppable army, attacking the northern base city. The northern base city evacuated its citizens quickly while reinforcing its defenses. The combat strength of the evolvers who had just experienced a fierce battle was already greatly reduced. Moreover, this was no ordinary monster siege. It was an S3 monster siege with a total of 3 super monsters. At night, the sky was dark. When will we arrive? Wang Ye asked. At the current speed, about 3 hours. Bao Yuanding replied. The fastest, Wang Ye said in a deep voice. I can't go any much faster, at most 10 minutes earlier. Bao Yuanding stepped on the accelerator. Can we make it in time? Song Shirwei said anxiously. No. Wang Ye had already received the information from the chief. The vanguard of the grassland monster horde, led by a level 1 giant super monster, would arrive at the northern base city's north gate in an hour at the earliest. I'll go first. Wang Ye opened the sunroof and jumped out. Clang. He landed steadily on the Max Moon Saber, then quickly crossed the river in front of him and sped away. Bring me along. Song Shirwei shouted anxiously out of the window, but Wang Ye was long gone. Chapter 119. Is Wang Ye a human or a monster? Translator. Nioibo Studio Editor. Nioibo Studio. Base Defense Division. The main defense is concentrated in the North Camp and the North Gate. Not only do we have to win the first battle, but we also have to win quickly. The director pointed at the map and said in a deep voice. Only then will we have time to rest and recover. The level 2 and level 3 behemoths will arrive tomorrow morning and afternoon respectively. The council hall was silent. How were they going to fight? Let alone tomorrow's battle. They might not even be able to survive tonight's battle. Forget about tomorrow. How are we going to resolve the battle tonight? Team 1's leader said seriously. Against the monster horde, we can still hold on if we grit our teeth. But the problem is, how are we going to kill the level 1 behemoth? Level 1 behemoths were the weakest among the super monsters, but they were still much stronger than high-grade hell-level monsters, which made them stronger than advanced evolvers too. There were only 20 rankings on the combat area rankings, which meant that there were only 20 evolvers in the world that could kill level 1 super monsters. Excluding the 9 perfection evolvers, there were only N advanced evolvers. How many among the 11 advanced evolvers belonged to Huaxia? This was still an exaggeration because one could enter the combat area without fear of death. Plus, super monsters were randomly generated in there, so the monsters were sometimes strong and sometimes weak. Some advanced evolvers might have fought for several nights in a row before they were lucky enough to pass the 3rd floor. Damn it, Xia Wuguang. If he was around, we wouldn't have to worry about the super monsters. Don't we still have Shuling? Isn't she going to make a move? The director shook his head. I can't get in touch with her for the time being, but I think she will make a move, right? Just in case though, one contacted Lin Hao from the capital base city. He has agreed to come and will probably arrive tomorrow morning. Lin Hao, the Future Center's favored son. He had high hopes to become the 4th perfection evolver in Huaxia until Xia Wuguang appeared out of nowhere. It simply shook his confidence. Didn't he refuse to come before? Team 2's leader was surprised. That's because Xia Wuguang was around, and the two of them aren't on the best terms, the director said tactfully. Their combat area rankings used to be 10th and 11th. Tomorrow morning. Huh? Everyone sighed. Distant water could not put out a nearby fire. They would have to be the main force for tonight's fierce battle. If Shuling did not show, the only way was to rely on the advanced evolvers nearby. Hopefully, they could minimize the losses. Don't think too much. Just do what we are supposed to do and protect the northern base city. The director swept his cold gaze across the crowd and said firmly, "We can only win this battle. We can't lose." "Yes, sir." Asterisk. Asterisk. Northern base city, North Gate. This was the second and final line of defense. Further in was the urban area. "They're here. The monsters are charging over." The director took the lead and said loudly, "Get ready, brothers. Even if we die here today, we must guard this gate firmly. We can't let any monsters enter the city." "Yes." A resounding answer, a high fighting spirit. The eyes of the evolver were filled with determination. They were all wounded. They had just experienced a siege yesterday and had no time to recover. However, they would never retreat when the war came. They would fight with all their might. This was because there were tens of millions of ordinary people in the city behind them. They had to win this battle. Outside the northern base city. Whoosh! A figure flew past. 2. It's better to come at the right time than to come early. Wang Ye stood on an abandoned building outside the city and watched the monster horde charging over. Dust bellowed and their roars were like thunder. It was as if they wanted to flatten the earth. "My ability is still too little." The flying saber spell seemed awesome, but it depleted his ability too quickly. As expected, a crude warrior still had to rely on his 3 legs. It would be great if one had the demon baby's amount of ability. Wang Ye was really envious. The demon baby was simply wasting its talent. Its attacks were fixed within a range of a few moves, and it relied on its boundless ability to crush its opponents. Its ability explosion was especially ridiculous. It was simply extravagant and wasteful. If it had mastered just the slightest attack technique, Brother Xia would not have been able to win even if he joined hands with Shuling. The level 1 behemoth isn't here. Wang Ye glanced around. It should be at the first line of defense, the north camp. 1 foot 11 inches sweep this place first and recover my ability at the same time. TSK, so many potential points. Wang Ye's eyes were bright. He unsheathed his dual sabers and charged into the monster horde from the side. He didn't need any ability. His level 8 body was more than enough. Dual saber style. The 2 saber lights formed 2 triangles as Wang Ye easily opened up a path. Every time a cold light appeared, a bloody light would appear, and a monster would lie in a pool of blood. Limit break skill. Triangle saber technique. It was the most suitable saber technique for a battle of attrition. It was simple, clean, and did not consume any strength. Placed no burden on his body at all. It was as if he was practicing his saber skills. In the previous monster siege, he had relied on this move to kill dozens of miles of monsters. The only difference was that the monsters had changed from the nightmare level to the hell level. However, he was also much stronger than before. Killed level 7 horse monster. Potential points: 981, 1031. Killed level 8 goat monster. Potential points: 1867 to 2067. Swoosh. Advanced control spell, proficient mastery. His ability in his psyche circulated, and he could control it freely. Wang Ye was like a sharp knife, tearing a huge hole in the endless horde of monsters. Boom, boom, boom. Deep in the monster horde, it was as if he had entered an invincible state. Limit break skill. All around, the saber light was unstoppable. Countless triangles instantly appeared in the surroundings, and one by one, the ferocious hell-level monsters fell to the ground. Wang Ye's figure was among them, standing tall. Lights flashed. Without any hesitation, Wang Ye's consciousness quickly locked onto a leader among the monsters. Whoosh! He charged forward with 2 sabers. At the north gate, the battle was intense. The situation was firmly in the hands of the evolvers. All of them were incomparably brave and invincible. Soon, countless monster corpses piled up outside the north gate. The evolvers were puzzled. Was it that easy? The thunder was loud, but the rain was small. There were quite a lot of monsters, but they were all fiend-level and nightmare-level monsters. There were very few hell-level monsters, which were scattered. They were killed as soon as they were surrounded by advanced guardians. Something was wrong. Were the monsters holding back and charging their ultimate move? Director, the monsters are in a mess. Team 1's leader realized that something was wrong. Could it be that there's internal strife? It can't be, right? Team 2's leader asked suspiciously. An expert should have charged into the monster horde. The experienced director took the binoculars and looked at the monster horde. Who would do that? He must be crazy. No matter how strong he is, he'll die from exhaustion. Team 1's leader's face was filled with disbelief. There are too many hell-level monsters in the monster horde. It should be Lin Hao. Only he has the strength to do that. Even if he's exhausted, he can safely retreat. Team 2's leader pondered. It's not him. The director's voice was filled with surprise. He had already locked onto the figure among the monster. The side profile is a little unfamiliar, but I seem to have seen him somewhere before. The weapons he uses are dual sabers. Dual sabers? Who was it? The team leaders were dumbfounded. They had never heard of any expert in Huaxia who used two sabers. There is someone. Team 1's leader's eyes suddenly lit up. Eastern Base City's Wang Ye from the evolution camp. Only he uses dual sabers. It's normal that you haven't heard of him. He's a rookie who has just risen. How could one not have heard of him? Team 2's leader chuckled. He's the rookie who broke the evolution camp's level-up record. Not long ago, he was the commander of the joint operation that uprooted the advanced demonic human organization, Stone Ocean. He has made outstanding contributions. It's him. The director's tired face revealed a smile. One didn't expect him to not only have outstanding wisdom, but also outstanding combat strength. He's very courageous. How dare he charge into the monster horde alone? Team 1's leader laughed. Since Wang Ye is here, it means the Eastern Base City's reinforcements are here too. There's hope this time. Team 2's leader's eyes lit up. The Beyond Rescue Team's captain, Song Shui, is ranked 19th in the combat area. She'll definitely be able to defeat the level 1 behemoth. Everyone's faces were filled with joy. They could finally heave a sigh of relief. I haven't seen any other ace rescuers yet, but he's really powerful. The more the director watched on, the more shocked he became, and his gaze was firmly attracted. No monster could survive 2 slashes from Wang Ye, whether it was a low-grade hell-level monster or a medium-grade hell-level monster. He did it effortlessly. The director's eyes widened and he took a sharp intake of breath. A deafening explosion came from the distance. The largest monster fell with a bang, making the ground tremble endlessly. The director was stunned. Wasn't he too strong? That was a high-grade hell-level monster. Yet it was instantly killed in 3 slashes. Was Wang Ye a human or a monster? Killed level 9 bull monster. Potential points: 1573 to 2173. Light flashed in front of Wang Ye's eyes. Swoosh. Advanced strengthening spell, proficient, mastery. Rise. The monsters were an endless stream of potential points. It was much better than killing on the islands in Li Lake. Wang Ye changed his attacks according to the monsters he faced. Against normal monsters, he would use the limit break skill, the triangle saber technique. He would then use a slightly stronger technique against hell-level monsters while casting the strengthening spell a little against high-grade hell-level monsters. With the Mastery Stage Advanced Control spell, he had precise control over his ability, and there was no waste at all. He had not even used the Advanced Meteor Descent Saber technique. The ordinary saber techniques were enough. I'll kill all high-grade hell-level monsters in one go, then head to the North Camp to collect the potential points for killing the level 1 behemoth. It will definitely be very fruitful. Wang Ye quickly locked onto the next high-grade hell-level monster and tore through the monster horde again. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. He was unstoppable. He single-handedly created a huge hole in the monster horde and split them into pieces. As if they had encountered a calamity, the hell-level monsters had nowhere to run and died one after another. 1,000, 2,000. His potential points kept increasing. There were too many monsters. His potential points soared. Boom! Wang Ye killed his 6th high-grade hell-level monster. Blood splattered. The monster horde was ruthlessly destroyed. There were no more high-grade hell-level monsters. They were all killed by Wang Ye alone. The monsters fell into a huge panic and fled in all directions in fear of Wang Ye. The evolvers were in high spirits and their fighting spirit was boiling. They had an overwhelming advantage in the battle at the North Gate. Swoosh! Wang Ye's consciousness fell to the advanced strengthening spell, mastery, perfection. The increase in his strength was too fast. His gaze swept across the defeated monster horde. The situation at the North Gate had been stabilized. Following this, Wang Ye's figure disappeared. Next, North Camp, the Super Monster. Chapter 120. You're on your own. Translator. Nyoibo Studio Editor. Nyoibo Studio. Evolution Camp, North Camp. It was the first line of defense of the northern base city and also where the battle was the most intense. With the support of artillery fire and lasers, the evolvers fought with all their might, unyielding. Their goal was to stall the super monsters so that they could defend as long as possible while waiting for reinforcements. Against a fierce attack led by a super monster, winning was simply a fool's dream. Just the demonic ox behemoth alone had consumed a lot of their energy. With the Future Center experts in the lead, 10 advanced evolvers stalled the demonic ox behemoth. They took turns fighting and were injured one after another. They were about to lose control over the demonic ox behemoth as it was going berserk from being injured. Roar! The furious demonic ox behemoth broke through the ability net. The 2 advanced evolvers before it attacked quickly and caused 2 wounds on its hard scales. The blood made the demonic ox behemoth even more furious, and the powerful impact knocked the 2 advanced evolvers over. Chi. Sword lights flashed as the advanced evolvers surrounded it again to save their injured companions. The person in charge of this operation was Xianshan, a level 9 release-type ability user. It was thanks to his ability that the casualties were minimized. However, as his ability was gradually exhausted, he could no longer continue. The demonic ox behemoth's defense was too strong. Advanced evolvers with weak offensive abilities could not break through its defense at all. If the super monster's defense was weak, they could still fight to the death, but now, they would only be exhausted to death. How could they deal with it? They had no other options. They had done all they could in the past hour. The demonic ox behemoth's energy was extremely vigorous. Its attack and speed were even stronger than usual when it was injured. If this continued, the consequences would be unimaginable. Once it broke through the defenses and entered the North Camp, all the defenses of the camp would collapse, and the casualties would be disastrous. If it charged into the North Gate, Xianshan noticed that the demonic ox behemoth had suddenly quieted down. Its intelligent eyes stared into the distance. A handsome young man in a special combat suit with 2 sabers in his hand slowly approached with a faint smile on his face. Who was he? This was the question in the minds of all the advanced evolvers. Roar! Its beast instinct made the demonic ox behemoth feel how terrifying this human was. Its iron hooves landed heavily as it instantly turned into a black stream of light that rushed toward Wang Ye like a giant truck. Not good. Xianshan's expression changed, but he was no longer able to stop the raging demonic ox behemoth. He hurriedly activated his ability, but at this moment he was stunned. Boom! The ground collapsed. The demonic ox behemoth was in extreme pain. It was suppressed by a heavy gravity force and its speed abruptly slowed. Its wild charge had lost its target as the figure before it was no longer there. Suddenly, the demonic ox behemoth roared and raised its head. A saber light instantly appeared in the air, and like a furious thunderbolt, it struck. Shocking thunder absolute saber technique, furious thunder, 3 times attack power, 300% strengthening spell. The muscles in Wang Ye's arm bulged and he felt extremely carefree. All his strength was concentrated in this saber attack. It contained no combat energy and was just pure strength, just like a behemoth. Absolute power. Absolute explosive power. Boom! The attack exploded wildly. The saber shattered the demonic ox behemoth's spine. The demonic ox behemoth was in pain and anger, but the gravity spell added fuel to the fire. The Max Moon saber in Wang Ye's hand flashed with a cold light as it stabbed into the back of the behemoth's neck. Bang! It was a bloody mess. Wang Ye's meteor saber descended again. Chi! It tore apart the final defense of the demonic ox behemoth. Blood gushed out, and the head of the demonic ox behemoth fell to the ground eerily. It convulsed violently and let out a miserable cry, dying on the spot. The advanced evolvers were stunned. Xianshan stared at the young man in front of him with his eyes wide open, speechless. Too strong. In just 3 slashes, he had killed the demonic ox behemoth. Just now, they had gone all out but only managed to hurt the demonic ox behemoth a little. But now, the demonic ox behemoth was unable to withstand a single blow from the young man. In fact, the two of them were not even on the same level. A level 8 genetic warrior? Xianshan was dumbfounded. He could sense that the other party was only a level 8 genetic warrior. Before he could say anything, the young man had already picked up his field watch and finished leaving a mark. Then he revealed a bright smile and left like the wind. He did good deeds without leaving a name. He had done them such a huge favor. Yet he had left like an otherworldly expert. What kind of sentiment and noble quality was this? But who was he? Dual sabers. I know. He's Wang Ye from the Beyond Rescue Team. The super genius who eliminated Stone Ocean and killed True Demon Inrin? 11. It's really better to meet someone in person than to hear about them. It's simply numbing. Did you see that? He single-handedly killed a super monster. Respect. Killed a level 1 behemoth. Potential points: 566, 3566. Light flashed in front of Wang Ye's eyes. He was quite satisfied. He was now a level 8 genetic warrior. Killing a level 1 behemoth meant he had killed a monster 2 levels higher, which resulted in him being rewarded with 2 times the potential points. The standard for killing a level 1 behemoth is 1,000 potential points. I wonder how many potential points a level 2 or level 3 behemoth will give me. Wang Ye was looking forward to it. Added to the higher cross-level reward, he would be able to gain a lot of potential points just by killing one. With his current strength, killing a level 2 behemoth should not be a problem, especially since his strengthening spell had reached its peak. 300% strengthening. Combined with the shocking Thunder Absolute Saber technique, which had astonishing explosive power, he could already kill a behemoth that was known for its defense. Naturally, he could also kill a level 2 behemoth with normal defense. As for the stronger level 3 behemoth, after today's sweep, it was also not a problem. Wang Ye was like a tiger among a flock of sheep, killing his way into the horde of monsters. How could he have the time to exchange pleasantries with those advanced evolvers just now? These were all potential points. Kill. Asterisk. Asterisk. Northern Base City, North Gate. For energetic and vigorous ace rescue teams arrived. The leader, Song Shirwei, had short hair and held a golden hammer in her hand. She had a majestic aura. Beside her, Zhao Qi held a silver spear and was full of fighting spirit. The ace rescuers looked as if they were prepared to kill all monsters. What was going on? They were already cleaning up the battlefield? Monster corpses were moved away one by one while the injured were brought away. Evolvers could be seen everywhere. Although they were exhausted, they all had smiles on their faces as they discussed today's battle. Today is much easier than yesterday's monster horde. Yeah, thanks to that rescuer called Wang Ye. He single-handedly turned the monster horde upside down and killed all the high-grade hell-level monsters. Ha 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 ha. Those monsters were so scared that they peed their pants. They fled in all directions and were utterly defeated. Wang Ye. Song Shirwei glared and asked, "Where is he?" He went to the North Camp to provide support. I heard that Wang Ye has already killed the super monster. A resting evolver laughed. The North Camp's morale has been lifted, and they've already begun their counterattack. Wang Ye killed a super monster? The ace rescuers weren't too surprised. After all, they had witnessed Wang Ye's strength. He was quite strong. Wang Ye was also an ability user, and his explosive power was very strong. With the help of other advanced evolvers, it was completely possible for him to kill a super monster. Let's go, let's go. Song Shirwei looked impatient. Xiao Yi is too fast. He finished them all in the blink of an eye. Such rude words. Those who don't know better might think that you two have an affair. Zhao Qi muttered in his heart. It feels so familiar. Bao Yuanding muttered. What? Song Shirwei was puzzled. Xia Wuguang. Bao Yuanding laughed heartily. Previously, when the monster horde attacked the city, Wuguang suddenly appeared and defended the north gate alone. He also killed the monsters to the point they fled, which made him wildly famous. No, at the same stage, Wang Yi is stronger than Xia Wuguang. He's more all-round and most importantly, he's smarter. Plus, he can already kill super monsters. Zhao Qi laughed. Don't be long-winded. Let's go. Song Shirwei was impatient and rushed forward like a tiger. She suddenly turned back. How do we get to the North Camp? The 4 ace rescue teams arrived in time and happened to see the scene of the North Camp's victory. The evolvers raised their arms and cheered. Although they were covered in blood, they could not help but smile from the bottom of their hearts. They won. They had successfully defended the North Camp's defense area, the North Camp itself, and even the northern base city. An unexpected victory. They had been determined to die and fight the monsters to the end, but unexpectedly, one person's participation would change everything and reverse the battle that was almost certain to be lost. Wang Yi had killed the super monster alone. Then, he charged into the monster horde and killed the high-grade hell-level monsters one after another. He did not know fatigue. Even though the victory was already set, he refused to rest and fought until the last moment. What kind of spirit was this? He was such a role model. I'm late. Song Shirwei sat on the ground, her eyes lifeless. It was as if her flame had been extinguished by a basin of water, and her heart was filled with anxiety. The commander is really strong. Yeah, he dealt with the monsters alone, which saves us a lot of effort. Ha 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 ha. Alright, Brother Yi is so strong. Do you think he's the question mark on the combat area rankings? Oh? Now that you mention it, it does seem a little like it. The name is also very similar to Brother Ye's style. Thump. Song Shirwei jumped and widened her eyes. Wang Yi is that mysterious question mark? Captain Song, we're just guessing. Yes, Captain Song. Even if the commander. This guy actually dared to lie to me. Song Shirwei gritted her teeth, gripped the golden hammer, and dashed away. Everyone was dumbfounded. Bao Yuanding wiped the sweat off his forehead. Wang Yi was on his own. It ended perfectly. Wang Yi was very satisfied. Fortunately, at the last moment of the battle, his potential points barely exceeded 15,000 points. He opened his interface. Do you wish to spend 15,000 potential points to break the meteor descent saber technique? Yes. Wang Yi entered the space of consciousness. He mastered the 7 moves of the saber technique perfectly, and his attack speed reached its peak. As time passed by, he continued to practice and comprehend, and each strike was better than the last. Star Pivot, Star Jade, Star Pearl, Sky Star, Frost Meteorite, Descent, and Destruction. His combat energy erupted and the limits were broken through. The 8th move, Shattered Stars. It raised the high-grade attack power of the original advanced saber technique to the peak. It was not over. The 9th move, Meteorite Explosion. The power of the 9 moves was combined into one and reached the ultimate power. The combat energy was explosive, and its power surpassed all advanced saber techniques. Wang Ye's eyes lit up. From afar, Ruerue brandished her heavy wave golden hammer as she dashed over. Chapter 121. I'll do it. Translator. Nyoibo Studio Editor. NYC. Studio. This speed, this aura, this expression. Wang Ye instantly understood. Captain, you're too slow. Wang Ye shouted. 11 Song Shirwei was stunned. Look, I'm injured. Wang Ye pointed at where he was stained with monster's blood. No. Song Shirwei panicked. One wanted to come to the battlefield too, but I didn't know the way. All right, rest up. I'll leave tomorrow's battle to you. Wang Ye patted her shoulder and left. Don't worry. Leave it to me. Song Shirwei's morale was instantly boosted. Looking at Wang Ye's back as he left, she suddenly felt that something was wrong. What did she want to do just now? Wang Ye walked around the north camp. It was no different from the camp in the eastern base city, just more severely damaged. The monster siege levels were different. When wild monsters sieged a city, they would fight on their own. It would be wave after wave of small attacks. In contrast, a siege led by super monsters was like an army attacking the city. It was a huge force coming AR them instantly. Be it in terms of numbers or advanced combat strength, they were far superior than the evolvers in the city. This is a real monster siege. 11 Wang Ye was a little worried. According to the information given by the chief, tomorrow morning and afternoon, the monsters led by the level 2 Silver Wolf Behemoth and the level 3 White Tiger Behemoth will arrive. Their attacks would be far more devastating than today's battle. Even if he could kill the leading super monster, it would not be easy for his side to win. Asterisk. Defense Area Council Hall. All eyes were focused on Wang Ye, full of respect and admiration. Strength brought about recognition. Wang Ye had scored a near-perfect mark for his first appearance in the monster siege. Let us welcome our brothers from the eastern base city who have come to our rescue. The director in charge of RHE Northern Base City's defense this time led the applause with a smile on his face. The applause was thunderous. The evolvers who had just experienced a great victory were full of enthusiasm and excitement. Wang Ye nodded with a smile and exchanged some pleasantries. Back to the main topic. The monster siege will reach its peak tomorrow. The director's gaze swept across the crowd. From the current information we have and the comparison of the combat strength of both sides, our chances of winning are very small. Even if the final defense succeeds, I'm afraid we'll suffer heavy losses and both sides will suffer. Does anyone have any suggestions? The team leaders looked at each other. There are two main problems. The first team's leader said seriously. One is the top-notch combat strength, and the other is the difference in numbers between the two sides. The director nodded. Lin Hao is already rushing here overnight. He will arrive tomorrow morning. However, he has also stated that he might be able to fight a level 2 supermonster, but he will nor be able to win against a level 3 supermonster. The team leader's expressions turned grave. Where's Shuling? With her around, a level 3 supermonster shouldn't be a problem, right? The second team's leader asked. The director shook his head. One still can't. I'll do it. Wang Ye interrupted. He had already promised Shuling. Looking at the stunned crowd, Wang Ye smiled. Let's discuss the next problem. Leave the level 3 supermonster to me. Silence. Even the ace rescuers behind him were dumbfounded. Wasn't their commander too confident? Are you sure? The director looked at Wang Ye and said word by word. Yeah. Wang Ye nodded. At this point, there was no need to hide his strength. Now, RHE Crux was to solve the problem. If everyone lost their confidence because of the difference in top-notch combat strength, this battle would be even more difficult to fight. Suddenly, he felt a chill on his back. A burning gaze seemed to be fixed on him. He could feel RHE other parties' surging fighting spirit through his combat suit. Wang Ye looked ahead solemnly. All right. The director nodded. Although he was not very sure at this moment, he chose to believe in Wang Ye. Furthermore, Wang Ye's willingness to take responsibility gave the other evolver more confidence. The monster siege is huge, which causes a gap between the two sides in all aspects. Is there any good solution? The director asked again. The team leaders frowned. If there was a way, they would have solved the problem long ago. Let's ask the two commanders for their opinions. The first team's leader, Su, tested. I don't have any good ideas for the time being. The commander from the capital base city, Lin Yue, said, The demonic humans are eyeing us like tigers eyeing their prey. If we mobilize the evolvers from the capital base city, we might fall into their trap. Wang Ye looked at the quiet and scholarly woman. She had neat bangs and her hair had been into a bun. Her charming oval-shaped face was eye candy. Her eyes weren't big, but they were crystal clear. She was quite beautiful and very intelligent. The capital base city was truly a land of outstanding talents. What do you think, Commander Wang? Lin Yue smiled, revealing 2 small canine teeth. Wang Yi said, "Demonic awakening is indeed involved in this sudden incident. We'll settle the score after it's over. Let's focus on tomorrow's battle first. A monster siege is like 2 armies facing each other. Given the huge difference in the strength of both sides, other than reinforcements and adding numbers, there are only 3 other plausible methods, namely strategy, tactics, and killing on the battlefield." Everyone nodded. Strategy. The first team's leader thought for a moment. We can't possibly initiate a fire or a flood, right? Even if the defense system is fully activated, it can only kill some fiend-level monsters. It will have little effect on nightmare-level monsters, let alone hell-level monsters. Then we'll focus on RHE tactical arrangement and killing on the battlefield, Wang Yi said. The battle today was a little chaotic. The distribution of combat power was uneven. Facing a monster horde that far outnumbers us, I suggest we find a breakthrough by attacking monsters of a lower level. Everyone should only attack monsters that are weaker than them. On the one hand, we can save combat power and preserve our strength. On the other hand, we can better reduce casualties. The director was deep in thought as he asked, "What about the hell-level monsters? Leave them to us." Point 11 Wang Yi was frank. "You've already fought 2 rounds and are exhausted. We're full of energy and combat power. From tomorrow morning onwards, we'll focus on attacking the elites of the monster horde and target the level 2 silver wolf behemoth. Without the super monster in command, the monsters will not be as united, and the threat will be much smaller. Is there any problem, brothers?" He turned around and asked. "Haha, no. Leave it to us. Let's kill to our heart's content tomorrow. Don't worry, Commander. The demonic humans have been defeated. It's just mere monsters. There's nothing to be afraid of." Everyone laughed heartily and their morale was high. Their relaxed confidence broke the heaviness of the meeting hail and infected the other advanced evolvers. "All right, it's decided then." The director made the final decision. The meeting ended and everyone went to rest. They had to prepare for tomorrow's battle. Commander Wang is really bold. Lin Yue walked over with a smile, revealing her iconic canine teeth. "Commander Lin, do you have a better way?" Wang Yi laughed. Lin Yue shook her head lightly. "I'm not worried about the battle tomorrow morning. The real test is the level 3 white tiger behemoth in the afternoon. Judging from the current situation in the northern base city, the chances of winning are slim. We can only do our best and leave IR to fate." Wang Yi paused and smiled. "Though I believe that human effort is greater than fate." Lin Yue smiled. "I'm looking forward to it. You seem to know a lot about demonic awakening." Wang Yi glanced at her. Lin Yue's long eyelashes moved slightly as she pursed her lips. "My parents died at demonic awakening's hands." "I'm sorry," Wang Yi said apologetically. "It's okay. It's all in the past. It's precisely because of this that my brother and one were able to stand out in the capital base city and have the strength we have today," Lin Yue said. "Great changes often made people grow. Are you very close to Shuling?" Lin Yue suddenly said. "It's all right." The image of the demonic Lingling suddenly appeared in his mind. It was as if he could hear her voice lingering in his ears, calling, "Brother-in-law, brother-in-law." Why didn't he think of Shui? It's all thanks to Shuling this rhyme. Otherwise, demonic awakening scheme would have succeeded. I didn't expect that even true demon owl would appear. Lin Yue sighed. They first lured the demon baby here, then forced Shuling to attack. No matter who wins or loses, they will be the big winners, Wang Yi said. They just didn't expect Huaxia to have so many talents. First, Brother Xia unleashed his might and killed the demon baby alone. Then, Shuling hid her strength and gave them a head-on blow. They came for wool and went home shorn. They're in trouble now. Yeah. Lin Yuewei grinned, revealing her canine teeth. I've already received news that after finding out that True Demon Owl was injured, the evil demon cult and the Salvation Group have already begun to take action seizing Demon Awakening's territory. True Demon Owl will be kept busy for a while. Wang Ye's eyes were bright. We have to take advantage of his weakness and take his life. This is a good opportunity. Once the monster siege is over, we'll uproot Demonic Awakening's influence in Huaxia. Count me in. Lin Yuewei's eyes lit up. No problem. Wang Ye laughed. But based on my understanding of Demonic Awakening, what they did this time is completely unlike them. Lin Yuewei smiled. They seem to have evolved, becoming more cunning and scheming. No, they might just have an extra think tank, Wang Ye said leisurely. Demonic Awakening S encampment. B*TCH. Trash. With a whip in his hand, True Demon Longyang lashed out at Aiza, who was covered in wounds. His eyes were filled with fury. Outstanding wisdom? Plan without fail? F*CKU. Aiza let True Demon Longyang hit her as she giggled. Her laughter was filled with sarcasm. What are you laughing at? Damn B*TISH. True Demon Longyang was furious. You're useless and only know how to lose your temper. Come on, lull me. Kill me if you're so great. True Demon Longyang's face was ashen with anger, and he ground his teeth so hard that they were chattering. Damn B*TSH. Don't think that I won't dare to kill you. That's enough. An arrogant and overbearing voice sounded. True Demon Owl slowly walked in, his cold and blood-red eyes staring at Aiza. To be honest, your plan this time is indeed good. But its failure is also an indisputable fact. That's because you're useless. Aiza smiled as she looked at True Demon Owl. Don't you dare to fight to the death with Shuling? Is there any meaning to both sides suffering? True Demon Owl's voice was calm as he looked at Aiza. I don't blame you for not having enough knowledge. Our enemy has never been humans, and it's definitely not Huaxia. Aiza was stunned. Here, there are rewards for meritorious deeds and punishments for wrongdoings. The owl demon took out a box and threw it to Aiza. Your mistake has been punished, and this is your reward. Swallow it. You won't die. You'll be True Demon Aiza in RHE future. Whoosh! True Demon Owl turned around and left. Chapter 122. A Surge in Potential Points. Translator. Nioibo Studio Editor. Nioibo Studio. The next morning, when the first ray of sunlight shone down from the sky, the ground began to tremble. Wang Ye stood in front of the North Camp's defense area. Behind him were his 14 comrades, with Song Shirwei, Sun Qi, Hu Zhenshi, and Chen Jizong in the lead. They were energetic and full of anticipation. Finally, they could fight. Captain Song wasn't the only one who felt suffocated yesterday. Same as before, 2 teams in a group. Don't split up. Wang Ye looked at Song Shirwei, who couldn't hold back her fighting spirit. Especially you, Sister Rue. Don't be rash. I'll leave it to you, Captain Hua. Hu Zhenshi nodded. How am I impulsive? Song Shirwei's almond-shaped eyes widened, and her face was filled with unwillingness. You are, everyone thought to themselves. Our targets are high-grade hell-level monsters and the super monster. Wang Ye warned again. Once you're surrounded by monsters, it'll be difficult to get out. Yes, Commander. Everyone listened to him. He had earned their respect during the last joint operation. Boom! 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 The earth trembled increasingly heavily as an endless horde of monsters rushed over from afar. There were also countless flying monsters in the sky, covering the sky. Their appearance obscured the sunlight, causing the camp to fall into darkness. Let the battle begin, brothers. Wang Ye smiled at everyone. Clang. He unsheathed his 2 sabers and a cold light shone. Kill them. Taking the lead, Wang Ye took the lead to charge. On the left, Song Shirwei was domineering as she waved her heavy wave golden hammer. Her destructive power was even stronger than the monsters. With every hammer strike, combat energy overflowed, affecting the surrounding monsters and causing countless casualties. On the right, Sun Chi's spear swept across the monster army. As a fire element ability user, he was especially powerful in group battles. Flames exploded like a moving cannon, causing intense damage to the fiend-level and nightmare-level monsters. Wang Ye was ahead of everyone else, moving at an extreme speed. His consciousness locked onto the nearest high-grade hell-level monster. Aside from the level 2 silver wolf behemoth, the greatest threat was the large number of high-grade hell-level monsters. Their strategy of having the evolvers kill monsters below their levels meant that only he and Rue could kill high-grade hell-level monsters alone. Oh right, there was also Lin Yue's younger brother. What was he called again? It was not important. Chi. Wang Ye used his twin sabers to clear a path quickly. A monster that looked like a big cat appeared in front of him. Its 4 limbs were as thick as pillars, and it had a pair of long black ears. It looked as if it was covered in steel thorns. Leave it to me. Song Shirwei waved her heavy wave golden hammer in an overbearing manner. Combat energy rolled over and locked onto the high-grade hell monster. The powerful aura pressed down on it like a mountain. The latter flew towards Song Shirwei furiously. He could save some effort then. Song Shirwei's hammer strike made the high-grade hell monster dizzy. Following this, Wang Ye suddenly appeared behind it. He used the limit break skill triangle saber technique to pierce through the monster's defense, then used the meteor saber to kill it. Killed level 9 Lynx monster. Potential points 415-4015. He had already practiced to perfection the art of snatching Ruerue's monsters back at Li Lake. Well done. Wang Ye looked at the dazed Song Shirwei and patted her. Next. In the defense area, the fighting was intense. There were too many monsters, and they were endless like waves. The evolvers formed small groups of 3 to 5 and targeted monsters that were weaker than them to kill. Even so, the number of injuries continued to increase. Z. Lightning bolts slithered like eels and snakes, and nightmare-level and even hell-level monsters fell one after another. The one who made the move was a woman with a scholarly temperament who looked weak, but her attacks were clean and without any hesitation. An element-type ability user. Still, more and more monsters appeared, all fearless of death. Suddenly, a young man with blonde hair and a yellow combat suit jumped into the battlefield from behind. Like a whirlwind, he swept across the area rapidly. He punched and kicked, and wherever he passed, the monsters howled and died instantly. Good morning, sis. The young man in the yellow onesie grinned, revealing 2 rows of white teeth. Why are you only here now? Lin Yue looked at her brother, Lin Hao. Lin Hao grinned. I thought we were going to fight at the North Gate. One only found out you were here after killing monsters there for a while. This place is closer to the front line, Lin Yue said. The fight is intense here. Our team has suffered fewer casualties, which is why we're in charge of defending this place with the evolution camp. All right, sis, you can rest assured with me around. Lin Hao was full of confidence as he looked around. Right, has the level 2 super monster arrived yet? When it appears, I'll beat it to death. You don't have to do anything. Wang Ye has already led his team into the monster horde. I believe that with his strength, killing a level 2 super monster shouldn't be a problem, Lin Yue said. The other party had led the team to attack, charged into the monster horde, and was even planning to kill the level 2 super monster. Lin Hao's eyes widened. How can I let that happen? If he steals all the limelight, what am I here for? Wait, who's Wang Ye? He is? Before Lin Yue could answer, Lin Hao had already dashed away. Later, sis. Take care of yourself. 1 foot 11 inches talk to you again after 1 kill the level 2 super monster. Whoosh! He was like a yellow arrow shooting out, disappearing in the blink of an eye. Lin Yue sighed helplessly, as expected of her biological brother. Boom! 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 The ace rescue teams led by Wang Ye had unknowingly entered the center of the monster horde. They cleared the area. They charged toward wherever there were more hell-level and stronger monsters. With every hell-level monster they killed, the pressure on the north gate and the defense area behind them would lessen. Killed level 9 horned bull monster. Potential points 9765 carat, 10365. Light flashed in front of Wang Ye's eyes. This was already his umpteenth level 9 hell-level monster. There were too many of them. His potential points soared, which pleased him very much. Normally, there wouldn't be so many hell-level monsters lining up to be killed. It took a lot of effort just to find one high-grade hell-level monster in Li Lake. The process was especially pleasing as his comrades were quite powerful. He only needed to deliver the final blow to get the potential points. Suddenly, his consciousness sensed an extremely shocking aura in the distance which stood out among the monsters. The intensity of the aura was even stronger than the ox demon behemoth from yesterday. He had discovered the level 2 silver wolf behemoth. The wolf king behemoth held its head high and proud. It had cold and bloodthirsty eyes as it led the monster army. As a strong behemoth, its strength, speed, and agility had all reached their peak. Humans were just food. Suddenly, there was a commotion ahead as many human evolvers appeared out of nowhere. Roar! The silver wolf behemoth roared, exuding the aura of a king. With that, the bloodthirsty hell-level wolf pack charged crazily toward the group of human evolvers. Boom! Song Shirwei clenched her jaw. Although her strength was almost exhausted, the super monster was right in front of her. She would kill it with all her might. There was no such thing as cowardice in her dictionary. Chi! Wang Ye's figure appeared. He killed 2 hell-level wolf monsters with his 2 sabers, making it look so easy it was as if he was practicing his swordsmanship. Song Shirwei looked at him in confusion. She didn't know why the gap was so big. She was almost exhausted, yet he was still full of energy. Instead, he had gotten even faster. Strengthening spell, 200%. Wang Ye's combat strength was instantly ignited. Fight! Thanks to his comrades, he hadn't consumed much of his ability, and he still had 2/3 left. It was enough. The sudden increase in his physical abilities allowed Wang Ye to reach the peak of level 9. His strength, speed, and agility were greatly increased. He charged into the pack of wolf monsters alone without fear. His 2 sabers were like the scythes of the Grim Reaper, quickly reaping the lives of the hell-level wolf monsters. The wolves howled continuously, but none managed to hurt Wang Ye. Thus, their numbers increased, seemingly wanting to drown him. The teammates behind Wang Ye were burning with anxiety. Song Shirwei's eyes were red as she swung her heavy golden hammer. At this moment, limit break skill. All around, endless saber light flashed, and the hell-level wolf pack was torn into pieces. Gravity spell. Boom! 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 One by one, the hell-level wolf monsters fell to the ground. Wang Ye's dual sabers continued to slaughter like divine weapons descended from the heavens. The hell-level wolf monsters were massacred. Wang Ye's comrades were dumbfounded. Was this the commander's full strength? He was too strong. Having just undergone continuous and intense battles, they were already somewhat powerless as they were stalled and attacked by the wolf pack. They could only watch as Wang Ye accelerated to the point he turned into a beam of blood-colored light. The blood of hell-level wolf monsters flowed as corpses littered the ground. He was unstoppable. The sound of battle suddenly came from behind. It was a young man in a yellow one-piece suit. He had a head of golden blonde hair, and his fists and feet were like afterimages as he was extremely fast. In an instant, he swept across, and his combat energy exploded. He dashed over with anxiety in his eyes. It was the capital base city's strongest evolver, Lin Hao. My super monster! Lin Hao widened his eyes and hurriedly flew forward. Boom! At the front, Wang Ye was already in front of the silver wolf behemoth. His combat strength was unleashed. Strengthening spell, 300%. Wang Ye dodged the silver wolf behemoth's lightning-fast attack. The ground suddenly collapsed. Its body became extremely heavy, and its speed decreased drastically. Roar! The silver wolf behemoth revealed its ferocity. It turned around abruptly, but Wang Ye's saber light had already arrived, falling like a meteor. Star Pivot, Star Jade, Star Pearl. His attack speed was extremely shocking. The saber light was like meteors that crossed each other before landing on the tough hide of the silver wolf behemoth. Saber after saber, they accelerated. The power of the attack rapidly stacked. The fur of the silver wolf behemoth was gradually stained with blood. It howled in anger but could not stop the attacks. It had just swung out a claw, but it was blocked. Then an even more extreme attack erupted. Skystar. Frost meteorite. Each slash caused the silver wolf behemoth to howl in pain. The attacks stacked and their effects soared. The silver wolf behemoth couldn't see Wang Ye's saber at all. It only felt pain. The sixth move, Descent. The saber light contained combat energy, which tore apart the last defense of the silver wolf behemoth. Blood exploded like fireworks. The seventh move, Destruction. Boom! The combat energy broke the tough body and hide of the silver wolf behemoth, and it was like a terrifying tornado that destroyed everything. Blood spurt into the sky as the silver wolf behemoth let out a miserable cry and fell to the ground with a bang. Level 2 behemoth killed. Potential points: 16330-22330. Light flashed in front of Wang Ye's eyes. 6,000 potential points. No! My super monster! In the distance, a wail sounded. Chapter 123, Enlightenment. Translator. Nioibo Studio Editor. Nioibo Studio. Who was this? Bruce Lee transformed into a Super Saiyan? Wang Ye looked at the weirdly dressed young man and a word appeared in his mind. How? Could this be Lin Yue's younger brother? They didn't look alike at all. Moreover, how could a woman with such a scholarly aura like Lin Yue have a brother who was like a lunatic? While Wang Ye was letting his imagination run wild, Lin Hao was also staring at this thorn in his side who had stolen his limelight. Another one. Previously, Xia Wuguang always stole his limelight, so he would rather die than come to the northern base city. Now, Xia Wuguang finally left and he came all the way from the capital base city. Had he come here just to watch this guy bask in the limelight? How hateful. Let's talk after this. Wang Yi smiled at Lin Hao and charged into the hell-level wolf pack. Although his teammates hadn't reached their limits yet, they had been severely exhausted from the continuous battles. Hey, you? Lin Hao looked at Wang Ye's departing figure. Then his gaze fell on the dead level 2 silver wolf behemoth. He frowned slightly. He had witnessed the entire battle just now. To be able to kill the level 2 silver wolf behemoth in such a short time, Wang Ye was very strong. He was probably not inferior to him. Who was he? Lin Hao carefully searched his memories and recalled that Xia Wuguang had once mentioned someone whom he admired very much. It was just that he couldn't remember the name the latter had mentioned. To be able to kill a level 2 super monster, he must be in the top 14 of the combat area rankings. Other than me, the advanced evolvers on the rankings are not from Huaxia. 3 question marks appeared in his mind, and Lin Hao's eyes suddenly lit up. So it was him. The forum had been speculating about the identity of the question mark. He didn't expect it to be this guy. Lin Hao's expression suddenly changed. Not long ago, his ranking had descended just like how he had fallen in rank due to Xia Wuguang. Was the one ranked above him? No, he couldn't be outdone anymore. If this continued, he would soon become a laughingstock. Didn't he just need to show off? He could do it too. And if he wanted to, he would do it big. Wang Yi went on a frenzied killing spree. After killing the hell-level wolf pack, he and his teammates slaughtered their way through the monster horde. Then he turned around and attacked from the rear. Song Shirwei was exhausted. She had joined the Ace Rescue Team for a long time and had participated in city defense missions before, but she had never experienced such a death assault. It was like every cell and every drop of liquid in her body had been drained. A full 4.5 hours of intense battle, an overload of killing. Bang! For the first time, Song Shirwei could not lift her hammer. She lay on the ground in a daze, panting heavily. Her perky bosom rose and fell, and her mind was in a mess. All she wanted now was to have a good sleep. However, when she closed her eyes, the scene of fighting with monsters played out in her mind. Her brain was so excited that she could not sleep at all. Sei had never experienced this before. She was not alone. All the Ace rescuers were the same. After the battle, none could stand. Their legs felt as if they had sprinted 10,000 laps in a 10-centimeter back-and-forth run. They were weak and powerless, and they could not straighten them. Only Wang Ye, this guy actually had the energy to bandage and treat others. They were also injured too. "Where's your brother?" Wang Ye finished treating Lin Yuewei and asked in surprise. "He didn't come back?" Lin Yuewei stretched her arms and shook her head. "No, he hasn't appeared since he rushed into the monster horde." "Too. Is that so?" "The last time I saw him," Wang Ye said, "I just finished killing the level 2 silver wolf behemoth." Lin Yuewei was slightly shocked and looked at him with a complicated expression. "Did he say anything?" "Too. No, my super monster," Wang Ye repeated emotionally. "It's over." Lin Yuewei touched her forehead, her face full of despair. With his personality, he must have gone to do something stupid. "For example?" Wang Ye chuckled. "Kill the level 3 behemoth." Lin Yuewei sighed. Wang Ye was speechless. "My brother is arrogant and likes to be in the limelight," Lin Yuewei said helplessly. "That's why he often does stupid things." "Can he kill it?" Wang Ye asked curiously. Lin Yuewei shook her head. "He'll probably come back with serious injuries." Wang Ye nodded. "He's still awesome though." Lin Yuewei couldn't help but laugh. "Is that even praise?" "Forget it, let's not bother about him. Back to the main topic. What are your plans for the last battle in the afternoon? In our current state, we have no chance of winning." "Yeah." Wang Ye stood up and looked around. It was an unsightly scene. Other than him, all evolvers were injured. Even Lin Yuewei, a level 9 ability user, was badly injured. Song Shirwei, who was as strong as an ox, was also covered in wounds. Not to mention the other evolvers, a light injury was considered nothing at this point. Although the morale was high and everyone's will was strong, this alone would not be enough to win the final battle. At most, both sides would suffer. There are still 4 hours left. Let's take a break first and discuss it after we've calculated the casualties and combat strength, Wang Ye said. "Yes." Lin Yuewei nodded gently, her eyes filled with worry. North Camp, defense area. Everyone looked worried, and the atmosphere was a little depressing. The statistics were not optimistic. Come. Everyone cheer up. We won the battle. Cheer up." The director said some encouraging words. "We won this battle beautifully. It's all thanks to our rescue team comrades from the eastern base city, especially Wang Ye. It was them who took the risk and charged into the monster horde, defeating the level 2 silver wolf behemoth and its most elite hell-level wolf pack. Otherwise, our casualties would have been even greater." Everyone looked at them with gratitude and admiration. Wang Ye was really godly. He was courageous, daring, and most importantly, strong. He was simply impeccable. Even Xia Wuguang wouldn't be able to do any better if he was here. "It's because everyone worked together. Without your protection," Wang Ye said, "the northern base city would have been trampled by the monster horde long ago." The first team's leader sighed and said, "But we definitely can't hold the next wave." "Don't say such depressing words," the director scolded. "We must have hope in everything. Didn't we think we couldn't stop the monster horde before Wang Ye came too? Now, we have already held on until the end. We can't just give up. You should know that once we lose confidence, the millions of people in the northern base CTY will lose hope." "Sorry," the first team's leader said apologetically. "The stronger the ability, the greater the responsibility." Wang Ye deeply felt the weight of these words. Once the city was breached, the people would be plunged into misery. "Commanders, do you have any ideas?" The director looked at Wang Ye and Lin Yuewei. "Retreat," Lin Yuewei said solemnly. "We must curb the losses while we can. We can rebuild the base city if it is destroyed, but if people die, no one can bring them back. Although it is a long journey to the capital base city, and many will die along the way, it's still better than staying in the base city and waiting for death. What do you think, Wang Ye?" The director frowned. "I agree with Commander Lin's plan. It's not worth it to sacrifice for no reason," Wang Ye said. "But before that, I still have a plan that one want to implement. If it succeeds, we might be able to turn the tables." Everyone's eyes lit up. The war conference ended. Everyone had their own duties and the division of labor was clear. Are you confident? Lin Yuewei looked at Wang Ye. 50-50. Wang Ye thought for a moment and said, after all, I haven't tried it before. What if you fail? Lin Yuewei pursed her lips. It's impossible to fail. Wang Ye smiled. Even in the worst-case scenario, I'll try my best to kill the level 3 white tiger behemoth. Without a super monster leading the way, the monsters will lose control after losing their target. I'll stay behind to cover the rear. I'll accompany you. Lin Yuewei looked determined. Thank you. Wang Ye smiled. He returned to the lounge, then immediately entered Moonweb. Time was running out. He did have an idea which was inspired by demonic awakening. When he saw True Demon Amber appear during the live broadcast, he was very puzzled. This was because the other party had been killed by God He long ago. After that, when he rewatched the live broadcast recording, he realized that something was wrong. True Demon Amber did not show any signs of life. He was like a walking corpse. His eyes were not blood red, and he did not react when Shuling killed him. He was a puppet controlled by the manipulation spell. With the beginner manipulation spell, one could control some inanimate objects such as stones, wood, weapons, etc. The intermediate manipulation spell allowed one to control puppets in battle. As for the advanced manipulation spell, one would be able to control corpses, which meant that they could make zombies fight for them. True Demon Owl had used the advanced manipulation spell. In that case, what would happen if he killed the level 3 white tiger behemoth, and then used the advanced manipulation spell to control it? He did not know the answer as he had yet to learn the advanced manipulation spell, which was the most difficult of the 5 major ability spells. His gravity spell was already advanced, as well as his manifestation spell. Only his manipulation spell remained at the intermediate rank. However, as his advanced control spell was upgraded to perfection and he had cultivated and comprehended it for the entire night yesterday, he was confident that he could comprehend the manipulation spell in the remaining time. With that, he entered the training area. He no longer needed the crystals in the cultivation technique area. Rather, he needed to practice the most direct form of cultivation. He was only one step away from reaching the beginner stage. His consciousness controlled his ability to enter the virtual body. It was as if he was being pulled by threads. His ability turned into meridians that connected the body. Compared to the intermediate manipulation spell, which only needed to control movements, it was much more complicated. Construct, connect, balance. This was the foundation and essence of the advanced manipulation spell. It was another kind of life reconstruction. Wang Ye was extremely focused. He knew very well what he had to do. The pressure was pushing him forward. His efficiency was extremely shocking, and his harvest was even more abundant. Some people would collapse when faced with pressure, while others would become stronger, better, and even break through themselves. Wang Ye was the latter. Countless practices turned into experience. Countless failures finally connected to his enlightenment at this moment. The virtual body that looked exactly like him stood up under the control of his ability. It moved freely, as if it was a new life. He had finally succeeded. Advanced manipulation spell. Beginner F. Light flashed before his eyes. Wang Ye opened his interface and his consciousness landed on the plus. Advanced manipulation spell. Beginner practiced. Advanced manipulation spell. Mastery-perfection. For consecutive rises. Breakthrough. In the space of consciousness, Wang Ye controlled his virtual self and quickly fought with the dual blades in his hands. Perfect control. It's done. Wang Ye's eyes lit up. Chapter 124. He's mine. Translator. Nioibo Studio Editor. Nioibo Studio. So many potential points. Wang Ye looked at his potential point. He used a total of 7,500 points to upgrade the advanced manipulation spell 4 times and the perfection stage. He still had 31,277 left. Continue to upgrade. Advanced gravity spell, proficient-mastery. Advanced manifestation spell, mastery-perfection. Advanced gravity spell, mastery, perfection. All perfection. With that, He had 16,277 potential points left. Although the battlefield was cruel, the number of potential points he could gain was unprecedented. His next target was to gain 100,000 potential points, which was needed to upgrade the advanced star evolution technique. There's still an hour left. Wang Ye packed up before setting off. Just as he had told Lin Yue, there was a 50% chance. He wasn't sure if he could control the level 3 white tiger behemoth and send the monsters back to the grasslands. If it failed, they had to immediately execute Plan B and evacuate the northern base city regardless of the losses. However, in terms of killing the level 3 white tiger behemoth, he was 100% confident he would do it. He had to. Wang Ye opened the door and left without hesitation. Half an hour later. Let's go. Xiao Yi. The door opened with a bang, and the fully armed Song Shirwei walked in. Although her body was covered in wounds and her combat uniform was severely damaged, she was still full of fighting spirit. She woke up full of energy. Time to fight again. There was no such thing as cowardice in her dictionary. Where is he? Song Shirwei looked around but didn't see Wang Ye. She was a little surprised. He set off already. Outside the door, Lin Yue stood gracefully and looked at the empty room. Her crescent moon-like eyes flickered with an undecipherable light. She knew Wang Ye's plan. It was very risky. With his current identity, status, and ability, he didn't need to do such a risky thing. Yet, he still did it regardless of his safety. This was a man with responsibility, conviction, and ideals. Set off? Where to? Song Shirwei was confused. To kill the level 3 behemoth, Lin Yue said softly. He went alone? Song Shirwei's almond-shaped eyes widened. Is he crazy? He is a true warrior. Lin Yue's eyes were filled with reverence. Brave my ass. Song Shirwei gritted her teeth and stomped her foot. Is he sending himself to his death by going alone? What kind of hero is that? He's as brainless as Xia Wuguang. No, I have to save him. Huh. Lin Yue was stunned. That's not a very good choice, right? What do you mean by that? Song Shirwei glared at Lin Yue. Her face was tense, and her eyes were filled with anxiety and urgency. What do you know? He's mine. After saying that, she picked up her hammer and dashed away without looking back. Lin Yue bit her lip lightly as she watched Song Shirwei leave. She envied Song Shirwei for being brave enough to express her feelings, regardless of life and death, and regardless of the gazes of others. You must return triumphantly. Lin Yue looked into the distance and murmured, asterisk, asterisk. In the wilderness, Wang Ye sped off alone. He didn't inform his ace rescue team comrades because he didn't want them to take the risk. The battle in the morning had been to clear out and kill as many high-grade hell-level monsters as possible to reduce the defense pressure on the camp and the base city. But now, this battle was about killing the enemy's leader among an army of thousands. It was more convenient to move alone. Even if he couldn't win, Wang Ye was confident that he could escape unscathed. Suddenly, a yellow whirlwind flew toward him. The two of them stopped and looked at each other. You're back. Wang Ye looked at Lin Yue's younger brother, Lin Hao. His yellow battle suit was tattered and his face was covered in blood. It was as if he had just experienced a fierce thunderstorm. The corners of Lin Hao's mouth twitched slightly, and he felt an inexplicable sense of embarrassment even though he didn't know who this young man was. Bye. Wang Ye didn't talk much. Where are you going? Lin Hao's puzzled voice came from behind. I'm looking for the level 3 white tiger behemoth. Wang Ye turned around and said, This is the right direction, yeah? Yeah. Lin Hao answered subconsciously, then shook his head. One don't know. How could one know? Didn't you just come back from trying to assassinate the level 3 behemoth? Wang Ye was surprised. Lin Hao's eyes widened. What the hell? How did he know when he didn't tell anyone? How did you know? Lin Hao blushed. Your sister told me. Wang Ye said. Lin Hao almost fainted. Wait, how did his sister know that he had gone to assassinate the level 3 behemoth? You didn't encounter the level 3 behemoth, right? Were you surrounded by a group of monsters? Wang Ye said. How do you know that? Lin Hao was stunned. That's because you've only suffered some minor injuries and your aura is still very strong. It's just that you look a little disheveled. Wang Ye glanced at him. If you were to fight the level 3 behemoth, I'm afraid you would have been heavily injured even if you managed to escape. That's impossible. Lin Hao's neck turned red. One just didn't find it. If one did, I would have definitely beat it to death in a one-on-one fight. Oh, so powerful. Wang Ye turned into an emotionless clapping machine. You don't believe me. Lin Hao was furious. I do. You don't. One. All right then, I don't believe you. Damn it. 1 foot 11 inches prove it to you. Prove how fast you can run? 2 figures sped away. Wang Ye had a good impression of Lin Hao, who loved to show off. At the very least, he was very strong and his combat energy usage was much stronger than Ruerue's. Ruerue was still in the first stage of using her combat energy. She relied on her perfection stage advanced battle technique to release it, controlling it only subconsciously. Lin Hao, who was in the second stage, could already control a portion of his combat energy and use it in various attacks. An example of someone in the third stage would be Brother Xia. The other party could fully control his combat energy and unleash more power. He had reached the level of a perfection evolver. As for Wang Ye himself, he was currently at stage 1.5. With the perfection meteor descent saber technique, he could release combat energy. After comprehending the limit break skills, shattered stars and meteorite explosion, he had some new insights into combat energy. However, the insights were still somewhat fogged and needed to be tested in actual combat. Unfortunately, the level 2 Silver Wolf Behemoth had been too weak. Before he could use his limit break skill, it died. The level 3 White Tiger Behemoth would be a very good opponent in actual combat. Follow me, Wang Ye said to Lin Hao, who was still bickering with him. He jumped and landed on a steep mountain road not far away. With a few leaps, he rushed to the top of the mountain like the wind. Lin Hao's speed was not inferior. He arrived at the mountain peak at the same time as Wang Ye. It was as if he was walking on flat ground. Hey, what are you doing here? Lin Hao was puzzled. Waiting for monsters. Wang Ye glanced at him. You couldn't possibly have rushed straight in just now, right? Lin Hao was stunned. Then he flew into a rage out of humiliation and said, I've said it several times. I just happened to bump into a group of monsters. I didn't go and assassinate the level 3 White Tiger Behemoth. The monsters are too dense. Wang Ye looked at him. There's a limit to a single person's attack power. It's commendable to charge in alone, but it's easy to be surrounded. In the end, you'll die of exhaustion. It's already very impressive that you managed to escape unscathed. That's right. Lin Hao was proud of himself, but his expression suddenly changed. He was about to speak when Wang Ye stopped him. Following Wang Ye's line of sight, he saw dust rolling in the distance as the monster army attacked. The mighty monster horde flattened all the roads and ruined buildings. It was aggressive and endless. Their numbers were almost equal to the sum of the previous 2 battles. Rather, they were even more. The level 3 White Tiger Behemoth was the first super monster in the northern plains. It had appeared even earlier than the current overlord of the grasslands, a level 4 golden-horned ox demon. I know. You want to wait for the level 3 White Tiger Behemoth to appear, then charge in from the side, right? Lin Hao's eyes were bright as he reacted. You're half correct. Wang Ye nodded. 11. 1 foot 11 inches be the one to kill it later. Lin Hao's blood boiled. Sure. Wang Ye nodded. He waited patiently. The number of monsters was astonishing. Lin Hao's expression was a little ugly. When he recalled how he had rushed into the monster horde but did not even see the shadow of the level 3 White Tiger Behemoth, he felt ashamed. Fortunately, no one knew. It's here. Wang Ye could already see the awe-inspiring level 3 White Tiger Behemoth from afar. The latter couldn't hide at all. The size of a behemoth would increase as its strength improved. In particular, the White Tiger Behemoth's body was several times larger than the level 2 Silver Wolf Behemoth. It was like a small mountain, exuding a shocking aura. It was the true king of this monster siege. Let's charge in. Lin Haoren woke up. Charge! The two of them shot out like two sharp arrows. Diving down from the mountain, Lin Hao was like a yellow whirlwind as he plunged into the group of monsters. As he shouted, he punched and kicked at the same time. His combat energy rumbled, and his explosive power was shocking. In an instant, the group of monsters was in chaos. Boom! 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 Lin Hao's attack speed was extremely fast. Ordinary monsters could not get close to him at all. After a series of attacks, he instantly attracted countless hell-level monsters to surround him. Follow me! Lin Hao roared again. Where is he? Lin Hao couldn't find Wang Ye anywhere while more monsters surrounded him. Just as he was feeling puzzled, the sound of something breaking through the air suddenly sounded above his head. Lin Hao immediately widened his eyes. Whoosh! A flying saber swooped down from the sky, cool and awe-inspiring. The figure on the saber passed through him and the surrounding monsters, charging toward the level 3 white tiger behemoth. An explosive sound erupted in his ears, and Lin Hao's eyes widened and his face instantly turned red. No, my super monster! Roar, roar, roar. The hell-level monsters in the surroundings attacked even more ferociously as they surrounded him. Close, with Lin Hao attracting the attention and firepower of the monsters. Wang Ye charged into the center of the monster horde and headed straight for the level 3 white tiger behemoth. Although there were still many high-grade hell-level monsters around it, this was the best opportunity. Explode! Boom! 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 The perfection stage advanced gravity spell was used to its limits. Limit break skill. All around, Wang Ye's swift and fierce attacks quickly cleared the surrounding area, killing and injuring countless hell-level monsters. Light flashed in front of his eyes as the strengthening spell was used and Wang Ye headed straight for the mighty level 3 white tiger behemoth. 300% strengthening. Time to fight to his heart's content. The white tiger behemoth's attacks were even more powerful, like a tyrant. The strength was extremely terrifying. Roar! The claw that was as heavy as 1,000 tons shattered Wang Ye's manifestation spell shield. But at the same time, the saber light instantly attacked and enveloped the behemoth. Meteor descent saber technique. Dual blades. The perfection dual blade style delivered extraordinary attacks. Wang Ye gave up all his defenses and pushed his attack power to the maximum. Star Pivot, Star Jade, Star Pearl, Sky Star. For moves were executed in an instant. He used both hands at the same time, and the attack power quickly stacked. The saber light enveloped the white tiger behemoth. His huge body could not dodge at all. TSK, TSK. Its sharp claws were like divine weapons, and the white tiger behemoth counterattacked. His bloody mouth wanted to tear Wang Ye into pieces. Whoosh! An ability arrow shot into the mouth of the white tiger behemoth, and at the same time, an ability shield was formed to block the claw attack. The cultivation of the advanced manipulation spell not only allowed Wang Ye to obtain a special ability spell, but it also allowed him to have considerable attainments in multitasking. The white tiger behemoth roared in rage as it spat out a mouthful of blood. Wang Ye's ability shield was broken, but his attacks had been unleashed at the same time. Frost Meteorite, Descent, Destruction. 3 consecutive moves, each one fiercer than the last. The speed of his dual sabers was almost twice as fast as before. Combat energy exploded continuously, and the power of the saber moves was stacked to the extreme. The giant white tiger behemoth was covered in blood, its skin and flesh torn apart. Still, its defense was clearly much stronger than the level 2 silver wolf behemoth. Roar! The furious giant white tiger behemoth's eyes were filled with ferocity as its sharp claws tore at Wang Ye. However, at this moment, the explosive attack of the meteor descent saber technique had already been stacked to the limit. It was unstoppable. The 8th move, Shattered Stars. After tearing apart the white tiger behemoth's furious attack, Wang Ye's combat energy turned into saber lights, leaving countless heart-wrenching wounds on the white tiger behemoth's body. Blood and flesh flew everywhere. The white tiger behemoth was in extreme pain and it was as if it had gone mad. It was already too late to retaliate. Boom! Wang Ye's attack reached its peak. The last move of the limit break meteor descent saber technique was fully unleashed for the first time. It condensed all 9 moves and gathered Wang Ye's strength. The combat energy condensed and exploded at this moment. Meteorite explosion. Chapter 125. Fortunately, I'm a gentleman. Translator. Nioibo Studio Editor. Nioibo Studio. Boom! As the level 3 white tiger behemoth's massive body fell to the ground, the hell-level monsters around it were terrified. Level 3 behemoth killed. Potential points: 18,377. 30377. Light flashed in front of Wang Ye's eyes. Killing a monster 4 levels higher gave him a total of 12,000 potential points. Stomp. The moment he landed, Wang Ye immediately used the advanced manipulation spell. Chi, Chi, Chi. The ability transformed into invisible threads that seeped into the body of the level 3 white tiger behemoth. Quickly filled every blood vessel and vein like new blood. The body structure of the level 3 white tiger behemoth was displayed in his mind as if it had been dissected. His ability circulated and directly touched its brain. Wang Ye suddenly sensed some fragmented information. In an instant, the level 3 white tiger behemoth's consciousness shattered and it died. Boom! The earth shook violently. A moment later, the level 3 white tiger behemoth stood up once again, looking as majestic as a mountain. It was just that its eyes were dull and dim. After a brief commotion, the hell-level monsters around returned to normal. Their eyes instantly turned furious as they charged at the 2 humans. Suddenly, run! The level 3 white tiger behemoth was extremely fast. It leaped, leaving the monsters behind it in chaos. They had no idea what was going on. The weaker monsters were trampled as the level 3 behemoth was like a bulldozer. The monsters were stunned. What should they do now? Don't even think about running. Lin Hao roared and took advantage of the chaos to escape from the encirclement of monsters. The yellow figure was like a beam of light, chasing after the level 3 white tiger behemoth. Suddenly, his body felt heavy and he fell into the group of monsters. Let me help you. Wang Ye quickly rushed toward Lin Hao. Seeing that the other party was unwilling to give up and was about to chase after the white tiger behemoth, he used the gravity spell on him. Chi! Chi! Wang Ye quickly used his dual blades to harvest potential points. He couldn't predict the monster's movements, but it wouldn't hurt to take the opportunity to kill them. Saber lights filled the sky, and blood splattered everywhere. As the level 3 white tiger behemoth escaped, the high-grade hell-level monsters in the lead followed closely. Then, the many monsters turned toward the direction of the prairie and ran away. Lin Hao was dumbfounded. The monsters were retreating? What happened? Why couldn't he understand it at all? The question mark was like a madman. To think he hadn't killed enough. Was it okay to chase after monsters and beat them up? This was too ruthless. Me too. Lin Hao recalled the predicament of being surrounded by monsters and was instantly furious. He shouted and activated his violent mode. Defense Area War Room. The director looked at the real-time radar image and frowned. The monster horde was getting closer and closer to the northern base city. There was not much time left for them. Give the order, Director. If we don't evacuate now, it will be too late. Wang Ye is indeed powerful, but no matter how powerful he is, he's still a human. He can't possibly make the white tiger behemoth return to the prairie. Right? That's right, Director. If Wang Ye can kill the level 3 white tiger behemoth, we'll stay behind to cover the rear. That way, we can buy enough time and reduce a large number of casualties. The team leaders were anxious. If they were even a minute late, it might result in more casualties. The director stared at the screen and looked at Lin Yuewei. Wait a little longer. I trust him. Lin Yuewei insisted. The director nodded. Suddenly, the scene changed, and everyone's eyes lit up. After the chaos, the dense black dots suddenly turned around and headed back towards the prairie. This. Everyone widened their eyes. Were their eyes playing tricks on them? The monsters had been just one step away from reaching the city. Yet they were now retreating? The war room was silent. Everyone stared at the screen, almost suffocating. They were worried that the monsters were just fainting and would come back. Fortunately, they didn't. The monsters had really retreated. It's a miracle. It really is a miracle, the director murmured. The corners of his wrinkled eyes were slightly moist. He succeeded. He really succeeded. Lin Yue's crescent moon-like eyes curved into crescents as she smiled, revealing 2 small canine teeth. Her eyes were filled with Wang Ye's indomitable figure. He is our hero. Oh my God, we won? Am I dreaming? This is great, really great. Everyone cried tears of joy, and they were so happy that they were incoherent. With their exhausted bodies, they laughed like 3-year-olds. They had stopped the monster siege. Killed level 8 dog monster. Potential points, 38,388. 38588. Wang Ye tirelessly earned potential points. It was better to earn as much as possible now since God knows when he would get such a good opportunity again. The advanced manipulation spell did not consume much of his ability, as he was only controlling the level 3 white tiger behemoth to run. If he wanted to control the behemoth to attack, the consumption would be huge. Fortunately, the opponents were just stupid monsters. If they were demonic humans, it would not be so easy to deal with them. And now, successfully controlling the level 3 white tiger behemoth gave him a new idea. Wang Ye suddenly sensed a battle and turned back to look. Lin Hao should still be behind. Who was in front? Boom! 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 Trembling sounds rang out continuously, and it was as if the person unleashing the attacks was competing with the monsters to see who was stronger. Wang Ye couldn't help but laugh. He didn't even need to look at the person releasing the attacks to know who it was. She must have received the news and rushed over to provide support. It suited her personality. Even so, Wang Ye was still quite touched. He thought back to when he was fighting against true demon Inren in Stone Ocean's encampment, and she had also risked her life to protect him. Whoosh! This stupid woman. Wang Ye's heart tightened when he saw the wounded Song Shirwei. She was covered in blood and wounds, yet she still fearlessly charged into the monster pack. Her eyes were filled with determination and unyielding. She would die. Boom! Wang Ye's attack exploded like a thunderbolt. He used the Shocking Thunder Absolute Saber technique with one hand and the Meteor Descent Saber technique with the other. Killing intent was revealed in his eyes as he vented it on the monsters. The attacks turned into a bloody light and he dashed toward Song Shirwei. Limit break skill. All around. Wang Ye roared and his attacks exploded, killing all the ferocious hell-level monsters around. Boom! The gravity spell was used. With that, the surroundings fell silent, and corpses littered the ground. The group of monsters all revealed fear and fled in panic. Only one beautiful figure was left in front of him. I'm here to save you, Xiao Yi. Song Shirwei held the golden hammer in her hand. Her expression was weak as she smiled. It's always the knight who saves the princess. Have you ever seen a princess save a knight? Wang Ye looked at her. She was covered in blood, and her combat suit was almost completely torn. Her injuries were worse than the last time. This stupid woman must have been surrounded by the monster horde like Lin Hao. Yeah, I'm the knight. Song Shirwei looked at Wang Ye with a smile and was on the verge of collapsing. Then do you know how princesses usually repay knights? Wang Ye stared at her. Song Shirwei shook her head in a daze. Following this, her pupils constricted and her eyes widened in shock. Asterisk. Northern Base City. They won. They successfully defended the city. All the evolvers were overjoyed and hugged each other to celebrate their hard-won victory. They had despaired, risked their lives, and persevered. Now everything was worth it. The millions of people in the city would not have to wander about and worry about dying under the claws of the monsters. They were reborn. All of this was thanks to one person, Wang Ye. This name spread like wildfire in the Northern Base City. He was the hero who had single-handedly turned the tide and saved the Northern Base City. 11. God. Commander Wang, how did you do it? The first team's leader's eyes were bright, and the smile on his face never dropped. Yeah, Commander Wang. After you killed the level 3 super monster, How did you manage to force the monster army to retreat? The second team's leader was also curious. They were afraid and ran away. Wang Ye smiled and looked at the director. How's the situation now? The director's eyes were bright as well. The monster horde has returned to the prairie. They've dispersed and shouldn't gather again in the near future. Even if they do, they won't be able to threaten us once we recover. Wang Ye nodded. Victory this time had been so hard because they had to fight continuously, which consumed too much energy. With the defense of the northern base city, it would normally be able to withstand such attacks. This was the first time he had used the advanced manipulation spell. His ability did not last until the level 3 white tiger behemoth ran back to the plains. Fortunately, the retreated monsters did not return. Everyone laughed happily and praised Wang Ye endlessly. Only Lin Hao, who was in the corner, looked unhappy. Happiness was for the others. He was the strongest evolver from the capital base city, yet he was not noticed at all. It was one thing for him to be defeated by Xia Wuguang previously, but now he was outdone by Wang Ye too. It was just infuriating. Most importantly, both of them were right above him on the combat area rankings. Even their rankings were exactly the same, both in 10th place, making them the strongest advanced evolvers. The title sounded so cool. Unlike him, second place again. Wang Ye came out of the med bay in the defensive area. Lin Yuewei greeted him from afar. The two of them looked at each other and smiled. Is Captain Song all right? Lin Yuewei asked with concern. She has a strong physique and is born with divine strength, Wang Ye said. There's no need to worry about her. It's good that she's fine. Lin Yuewei looked at Wang Ye with her beautiful crescent-shaped eyes. When she heard that you were going to kill the level 3 white tiger behemoth alone, she was so anxious that she went to look for you. Is that so? Wang Ye could totally imagine it. She's just so warm-hearted. All of our comrades would do the same. What about you? Lin Yuewei smiled gently. If one end up in a situation like this one day, will you save me? Of course. Wang Ye didn't hesitate. Lin Yuewei smiled and didn't ask further. She only said softly, the rescue mission is almost over. My brother and I are going back to the capital base city. Bon voyage. Wang Ye looked at her. Lin Yuewei nodded and lowered her head slightly. Will you come to the capital base city to see us? Definitely. Wang Ye didn't hesitate. Then it's a deal. Lin Yuewei said softly. Yeah. Wang Ye, can you close your eyes? Sure. Then, a warm fragrance entered his arms. Lin Yuewei hugged him tightly before backing away. She bit her lip and raised her head, smiling and revealing her canine teeth. Don't misunderstand. It's just a farewell between comrades. See you next time. Then, she ran away in a panic. Wang Ye's eyes were bright as he watched the beautiful figure leave. Were all the girls from the capital base city so proactive? Fortunately, he was a gentleman,